I swear to God, I will hold you my
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Oceanic Challenger Series, week number 2. My name is Jake Hysterix, Aussie Panko. Next to me is Jimmy Preacher Fu.
G'day.
And Jimmy, it has been quite a week for the OCS players.
Oh boy, it's going to be a little hard to explain this, but let's get right into it. 16 of these players have been banned from pretty much every single team, and it's going to be really difficult for them because they've been banned for various reasons, be it toxicity, account sharing, or boosting.
Yep.
But you know, this isn't all bad news because there are some good things to see out of this.
Absolutely. We're going to see 16 new players come onto Summoner's Rift. 16 bans, 16 new players. The players that didn't have the opportunity before, the players that now actually get put into a position of high authority. I'm in the OCS, guys. Come and watch me play. We might see players like Sick come in the top lane, who was from X5 previously. Might be another sneaky little names popped in there as well. But it's good to see that now we have a new lineup. It changes everything about the matchups we once knew.
Yeah, it's going to be absolutely awesome. And for a lot of these guys who have come in, you know, they're young, they're hungry, and they're looking to prove themselves. They haven't necessarily performed in a competitive scene before, so this is going to be a great opportunity for a lot of them.
Absolutely. So we're going to go straight into game number 1 after that. If anyone needs any more information, you can check out the OPL Show podcast. You go to soundcloud.com/the OPL Show. You can also find that on iTunes there. If you need any more information about the OCS bans or any more of a relevant opinion as well. Game number 1 is going to be interesting today because not a dime would I give to Alpha Sydney before this. But Tainted Minds Blue, they've lost 2 players on these bans. Alpha Sydney have a straight full-on roster. They haven't lost anyone. No one's been banned, which we have to give props to as well. So Alpha Sydney might actually stand a chance here.
Look, this is going to be an awesome first game that we're going to see throughout today because what it means is that Alpha Sydney, a team that we held in a little bit low regards, they're going to have a much better time into Tainted Minds. They've already played for a competitive week, and now Tainted Minds, you know, they had a forfeit last week. They don't even have the experience on their players who are staying, and it might be a bit hard for them.
Well, just like that, we're going to jump into picks and bans for the very first game of the OCS Week 2. Tainted Minds Blue versus Alpha Sydney. Tainted Minds Blue have gotten the blue side. And the first ban on your board is Frogadog's Darius.
I mean, what is there to say about Darius, right?
God.
We saw Darius last week. It was really more miss than hit because it went into Panda's Riven and, you know, it sort of got beaten out in lane. But that's really what happens when you pick Riven, right? You know, you either get the snowball or it snowballs the other way. It just happened to go in Panda's favor last week. So it was up to that. But in general, Darius does dominate.
I mean, we are in patch 7.2. We started on it last week. We're going to continue in it. Why we'd go any further than that right now, we wouldn't know. Camille is your first one off the board as well, and you can see Malzahar down there too. LeBlanc, I mean, pretty standard bans apart from the Darius, which is a target ban. Yep. But they might, at this stage, leave open the Rengar or the Kha'Zix.
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head because the only real other bans that we have are, of course, Rengar, Kha'Zix, and LeBlanc. If all 3 of those get banned, then we're just going to see normalcy with these picks that we're going to see in the first rotation. However, if they don't go for those bans, then it might be advantage to the blue side. And that's really interesting because before, we looked at the sort of picks and bans that came out from this 5-ban system, and we were going to say that it went to red side's favor, but it actually goes to blues just because of the way that champions are right now.
Absolutely. So with Tainted Minds Blue, you still have the same bottom lane coming through there. You still have Pabu up in the top lane. Remember last week we didn't get to see Tainted Minds Blue because they had to forfeit, unfortunately, against Corvidae. So this is really their first game coming through. They've got Harry in the jungle, and on his first game, he's going to pick up the Rengar. I'm not sure how Graves is going to go into that, but leaving Rengar open, that's a bit of a loss in the draft phase. Yeah,
I mean, Rengar is definitely one of these really strong picks that you really don't want to give away, but you take a look at the bans that have come out from Alpha Sydney. Jace is that ban that I really wanted to talk about before this game because last week, Jace was 100% pick and ban. Not a single win on him, so that was really strange
and he's a flex pick as well. Like, that's the thing. He's not just in one role, you know, like, be like, oh, the top laners in the OCS aren't really going well with Jace. The flex pick as well. He was played in mid, so no Jace going to be picked up here. There goes your 100% prediction for 0% loss, I guess, but it's going to be changing up a little bit here. Nami actually picked in the response to the Varus Karma lane. I'm surprised that they didn't go for anything else.
I mean, Nami is much more for trade. So while Varus is charging up early game, of course, he needs to build that early lethality. He needs to get that tier stacking if he wants to go for that Q poke type build. Nami could just trade with him all day and all night, because what she does is she does that ebb and flow. So much healing for her own team, so much damage on the enemy team. It's going to be really hard to come back.
I think in 7.2 we saw a massive buff to the lethality as well, didn't we? We saw that the Varus
huge.
build now only goes into the Yomus. There's no any Blade of the Ruined King unless they don't have any DPS. I mean, it's quite specific. Now we see that Varus, yes, it's probably going to be the Yomus coming through, as we quite predict. With Alpha Sydney coming into the second ban phase here, they start with Fiora Preacher. And the second ban for, I guess, Tainted Minds Blue, they're either going to lose a ban or not ban away there. That's interesting.
Well, you know, that Fiora is one of the top laners that you don't want to go into anymore because, of course, we are banning both the top laners and the mid laners out of Tainted Minds Blue. So, yeah, that Fiora is just going to be absolutely massive. Not going to be massive on the side of Tainted Minds. So it's all going to be okay. And we're going to have to really see what Tainted Minds do to respond to this, because it means that you don't get a carry top laner anymore. You need to go tank.
Well, it's interesting that they take Gangplank off the board. So, I mean, Pabu's history is Alawi, and he goes for his tanks as well. He likes his carry style, which is why the Fiora is not only meta, it's targeted towards Pabu, I feel. Taking Gangplank off the board, I mean, that suits his playstyle as well. It's going to be an Aurelia last ban for Tainted Minds Blue. First pick on Alpha City, what do you do here? Do you snag the Maokai, or does that not work for your composition?
I mean, you can't necessarily take the Maokai, because Maokai is a neutral lane. It's a tank lane, which means that it doesn't lose, but it doesn't win, and you don't want that going into Pabu, because he can find all of those weaknesses that you have on your side to really take advantage of them to snowball in lane. And if you build a tank, sure, you're going to have much more of an effect against Pabu in the team fights, but that's assuming that you can make it into the team fights and out of the laning phase. It's going to be a bit of a challenge.
Well, I mean, speaking of map control, did Alpha Sydney opt in for that, situational Shen, which has been used in a lot of compositions that want to control bot early, want to control, perhaps their engages a lot earlier as well. No, we're at 7.2, but Singed is apparently still meta. Pabu is going Singed, and Rise was left open, another one we forgot to mention.
Okay, let's not talk about the Rise, because we know exactly why Machine Gun Rise is a menace in the mid lane. Let's go over to that Singed, okay? Now, it's very conditional when you can pick that Singed. Can you pick him into a carry top laner like, for instance, Fiora? Definitely not. No day on earth can you pick that.
Shen.
But into Shen, a champion who has a really tough time dealing a lot of damage early on, an even harder time clearing waves, yeah, you can pick it. Because what it means is that he's going to be shoved into his turret, and he's going to miss a lot of those last hits, as well as that chip damage going down.
Absolutely. It's going to be the Victor in response to the Rise as well. I mean, Victor's a really good control mage. We used to see him when laners were struggling with their matchups, play a passive lane with Victor, you can farm safely. I mean, he adds a lot to a team composition and to an all-in comp as well.
Yeah, I mean, Victor's just all-round very good, right? There's not really many lanes that he loses in the mid, so he's going to have a very easy time into Rise, even bully him out and get that early advantage. Rise is one of those mid-game to late-game scaling champions who doesn't really have too much of a presence early on, so Victor can push Rise in, make sure that he denies a lot of CS off of Rise. Then it could very potentially go to the side of Alpha Sydney, but once again, the highlight champion pick that we got to take a look at from this pick and ban on Alpha Sydney is the Shen, right? Because we were talking about it. This was really Alpha Sydney's week to take. And with all of these map plays, Shen's ultimate is going to be huge in the mid to late game.
Absolutely. With a carry style jungler as well. I mean, last week Mubu got the Rengar. It was left through the pick and ban phase, and Alpha Sydney snagged that one up. This time, it's Tainted Minds Blue who have taken up the Rengar. And as a starting jungler, I mean, Harry, if that is the same Harry as it was either the mid lane or the bottom lane. There's been so many Harrys come through the OCS. It's just crazy. But now in the jungle, first game on Rengar, you got to impress us.
I mean, you have to, right? And look, first game on Rengar last week went to Mubu, and that left a lot to be desired, because he pretty much moved around the map in a way that was proactive but not really useful, because what happened is he camped a lot of top, he camped a little in the bot side. He didn't actually find many good ganks. I think the only one that he found was around the mid side, and that was a counter gank to save his mid laner and also to take out the enemy team, so very well done for that one. But Rengar, a champion who's very aggressive, Graves, a champion who's very aggressive this week as well. You definitely got to be really proactive with it, because if you don't, you're going to start falling behind.
So let's come to playstyles, because Mubu last week, as you were just mentioning there, and we talked about before, you didn't think he was very proactive in his first week of the OCS.
No, because what happened is that he didn't really farm up, so he didn't have a huge CS lead over his enemy, and he didn't really go for the ganks either. He sat in top lane for what felt like 5 minutes, maybe it was 2, but still, it was a huge amount of time where he was soaking up a lot of experience from his top laner. He wasn't necessarily doing anything over there. There was there's no real gank to be found. And you really just got to question Mubu. Look, if you want to step up this week, you're on Graves, you're on a range carry who can really, get into awkward situations that other junglers can't necessarily get into. This is your week to shine.
Exactly right. So picking up the Graves, he changes his playstyle a little bit, but it's still the carry style jungler. We're going to look at top because top is going to be annoying. It's still going to be a farm fest. It's still going to be a tank battle.
Yeah.
So if the cameraman goes up there, we're just going to ignore it, man. There's still going to be a bit of a, what do you want to call it?
Well, hold on.
Wet noodle.
Hold on. Yeah, well,
Wet noodle with gas.
Well, not. Oh boy, I don't want to even picture that one. But going back over to the top lane, right? It's all right. The Shen, right? Early on, when he gets that first back, he could potentially go for the Tiamat into the Ravenous Hydra. That will allow him to alleviate a lot of problems that he does have going into the Shen.
Yep.
I mean, going into the Singe, sorry, right? But the Singe, equally on his first back, he can pick up 2, even 3 Dark Seals, and
Which
that's
has
just gonna
happened
be
a lot.
Huge nuisance right back into the Shen, right?
Exactly right. I mean, it doesn't matter if the Chinese region, the Korean, the Shen's pretty much, did the same thing as you. The Singe all pretty much build this exact same way. It's going to be those Dark Seals coming first, really efficient gold buyers, as you've told me in the past as well.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, Singe, is he going to roam? Is he going to stay in the lane? What's the categorically, what's the style of a Singe top laner?
Well, he's going to stay in lane, right? He wants to hard farm this lane because you've already seen Singe play in the past in competitive. Singe is a very goal-dependent champion, He can't even leave lane for one wave, essentially. To help his jungler get first blood, maybe I can just keep on farming up this CS because it's not guaranteed. Because
wow.
this Singe, he needs to scale up, right? He needs to get tanky. He needs to do a lot of damage. He needs to be a nuisance, and that doesn't come cheap. He's going to be sitting in that lane a lot, and we were talking about the gold efficiency of his build, right? The triple Dark Seal, even the 4 Dark Seals, the more you sell, the better it gets. Yeah, I mean, it could go very easily, right? A 4 Dark Seals into a rower, it's not a problem at all. And you take a look at the way that Singe builds, the more he sells, the better it is for him because it sells for about 90% of what you buy it for. And that's just huge, right?
Absolutely. So we've talked about the top, we've talked about jungle as well and how we think it's going to impact the map. Now, the pick and ban phase let Varus through for Tainted Minds Blue as well. They've got the Karma too. Why no misfortune from the side of Alpha Sydney? Do you think that was a mistake to pick up Nami instead? Or do you think that playing a Nami into a heavy poke bot lane is something that Alpha Sydney have accounted for?
Well, that's the thing, right? Nami also has a heal, which is something that Misfortune doesn't bring. You put a heal onto your team, onto a lane that's going to be going against a Varus who's going to be poking all day.
Sustain, I guess, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It's just going to be able to keep your AD in lane. It's going to keep yourself in lane, the Nami itself. And it's just all around going to be a great pick, right? Because what it means is that early on, you're going to really trade a lot with the enemy lane. And it's going to be really advantageous for you because the Varus, he wants to scale up. He needs to get a lot of that gold early on. His level 1 without any items. It's going to be a bit tricky for him to poke out because that Doran's blade alone, it doesn't provide enough AD.
So it's going to be an interesting bot lane as usual. I mean, it's not the ADC meta, but you still want to look at that bottom lane. I feel like Varus has dictated the ADC meta. Like, ADCs, what are your S tier?
I mean, you
Varus.
got Varus,
Yeah.
you got Jhin, you got
But
Ashe.
is Jhin as good, would you say, as Varus is?
No,
in
you'd always
in a
first
point
pick
of
Varus.
lethality.
You'd always first pick Varus, right? But when Varus is not available, then you go into the Jhin, then you go into Ashe just for all that utility.
Beautiful. Preacher, it gives me great pleasure to jump into game. Casting's what I love, and the OCS, what more so? Tainted Minds Blue versus Alpha Sydney in this best of 1. That's going to be my hype because you got a Singed up in the top lane. Pabu, I don't know why, but I mean, the guy plays Alawi, He plays weird picks. So this is really, it shouldn't be a surprise to me, but it always is when Pabu picks up something new.
It works in the team. You take a look at the way that it really comes together, and you got that tank in the top lane, but it also fits Pabu, who wants to do a lot of damage. Now, Singed, his damage is really hidden. You don't expect it come a lot of the team fights, but all of a sudden, you run in that poison trail for a little too long, and you wonder where all of your health is gone.
Well, Harry jumps at a ward, gets traded off. But just the little things in life. Preacher, who do you think won this pick and ban phase? I mean, Tainted Minds Blue got through Rengar. They got Rise as well, and they got the Varus. I mean, just because of that, is their comp synergized because of that? Is there a lot going on for them?
Well, everybody except for Pabu got a really strong pick in the current meta, and Pabu got a counter pick up in the top lane. So by far, I think Tainted Minds Blue definitely won this, definitely won the champion pick and ban phase for this game. But once again, we have to go back to Alpha Sydney, right? Because they played on a map together. They know how to play with each other. They know each other's strengths, weaknesses, and limitations. It might not all be that easy.
We're hoping that week 2 for them could be a little bit more interesting. Mubu stretching his legs on a different champion, but still the same style. Top lane is going to be that wet noodle fight. I'm not going to add the word gas into it this time either. Now, Chaz last week was on the Orianna. Now he's on the Victor. I mean, what is the trade-off here? Luminium. Wow. Actually takes a lot of damage. Goes way too deep just for a ward, just for some poke. Remen, you can't really trade that one off.
All right, so that's the power of the Varus. So we were taking a look at the bot lane. We're going to go back to the mid lane point, but looking at this bot lane, that's exactly what Low wants to do, right? He wants to get as much poke as he can down onto the enemy team, and already we see the punishment going down onto the Nami. Nami wants to trade, and that's what she gets for it. She gets a lot of her health taken down in the process.
Absolutely. Pabu's a nuisance up here, but that's what we've come to expect. Now, coming back to that point, Preacher, you did say you'd give me the point back, so I'm gonna take full advantage of it. Chaz was Orianna last week.
Yes.
This week, Victor. I mean, this guy, he kind of plays a little bit more for his team. He plays for the mid to late game. You know, I mean, Chaos Storm is a game-changing ultimate.
Well, you say that it's a mid or late game, but this also counters the lane. It also sets him up for a lot of advantages. And you take a look at the Victor, he plays a lot like the Orianna. He just bullies out the lane, and he also wants to get a lot of advantages, but Mubu, he's in the other side of the jungle.
Yeah, so he's dropped a ward there. Raptors are already gone, but he's just trying to get some early pressure in. This bottom lane is continually just a poke war. Seems like all it is down in that bottom lane these days anyway. Low's going to get the trade-off again.
Oh,
Bubble
Bluesaw.
onto Bluesaw, locked down. And the Jhin finds his hits, finds the
Whoa.
crit. And the flash was not needed because first blood over to Remen.
You already know that that damage would have pretty much killed you. The heal comes out from Low and also the flash from Bluesaw. That must be so punishing for the bottom lane of Tainted Minds because, you know, they just lose out so many summoner spells and they also give first blood in the process.
We're misjudging the damage coming out of this bot lane duo. Alpha Sydney have full control of this map so far and we're only 345. When I say that, the bottom side of the map is what I'm trying to refer to. Bit of invading coming through Mubu, and I like this. This is more proactive than week number 1.
Yeah, it's extremely proactive, and already Mubu is denying a lot of this farm away from Harry. Harry, on the other hand, he's having the classic Rengar syndrome that we did see from week 1. He wants to make a lot of plays early on. He thinks that his kit's a bit overloaded just because of how much emphasis goes onto the Rengar in pick and ban. And as a result, he hasn't been able to farm up his jungle, and he hasn't also been able to make a lot of plays on the map just yet. But, you know, it's early days. It's only 4 minutes, so anything can happen. We've still got another 5 minutes where this Rengar can really come alive.
So moving into, you know, what seems to be the early game stages. Tainted Minds Blue, if it gets to mid game, I mean, do they look like they might struggle a little bit with Alpha Sydney if they get this early game advantage?
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit of a struggle for Tainted Minds Blue if they don't get that advantage. But going back into the poke that they get, if they do manage to find a lead, if bot lane manage to get their turret before Alpha Sydney get theirs in response, then they can transition the Varus into the middle lane, and then they can start poking out left, right, and center, and that's going to transition them into a very nice lead come the mid game.
Well, Harry's now roaming Bluesaw's here as well, but Chaz, really good team communication. This is what we pointed out before. The fact that Alpha Sydney have their full roster here, unlike many other teams coming through. In fact, all 7 have had some kind of change. Alpha Sydney with the solid roster, I mean, this could work out really well for them. Mubu is constantly farming around the enemy jungle and his own. You can see that Harry was up the top as well, looking for something proactive, but he's not going to touch that top lane. So far, a small gold lead for Alpha Sydney because of that first blood, but it's still anyone's game. I mean, it's a pretty slow start, Preacher.
It's extremely slow. You take a look at the way that this top lane is going, Froggadog, he's just going to farm up really safely. He's not going to have too much of a problem going into Pabu. So all in all, Pabu's just going to be a nuisance. This is essentially what we're going to see, the entire top lane.
It's better than a Maokai versus like a Poppy. I'll give you that. Like this is more entertaining.
Yeah, there's a little bit of action. Pabu's
He's
entertaining us, yeah. But you take a look over at the junglers, neither of them are going to pay a lot of attention topside. Just because of how neutral the lane is, it's always going to be pushed up by Pabu, and it's always going to be really conservative by Froggadog. They're going to be in a prime position to just do a whole lot of nothing, essentially.
Mubu's coming bot, and that's not water just yet. Bluesaw has to use the shield.
Way too fast.
Deadly Flourish, that's right. And you can't gank a Karma at this stage of the game, but Mubu's going to be hanging around. Tainted Minds Blue bottom lane, start moving up. That first dragon is only a cloud, so not a lot of priority down there at the moment.
No, and you can already see the priority not go over to the side of Tainted Minds Blue because Harry, he's over on the top side. He doesn't really care. He's just trying to get his CS on parity with Mubu. But take a look at this in the top lane. You said wet noodle fight? This looks pretty active.
Yeah, with gas.
Oh my. You're coming back to this.
Yeah, well, that's what Singe, what do you think that is? It's poison.
Yeah, of course
But
it
like,
is.
it's poisonous gas.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I'll give you that.
All right,
point.
great.
It's not a wet noodle fight, though.
No, it's not a wet noodle fight. I mean, Shen really early game doesn't do that at
Oh!
all. He has to
Ooh.
Shadow Dash out. The poison's there. Pabu almost takes a double turret shot, but Froggadog backs off here. Pabu is really low as well. I feel like Froggadog can outplay this.
We said the top lane wasn't to be focused, but man, this is pretty much the most active lane that currently exists. Everything else is just hunky-dory farming up, but top lane, it is pretty much the strongest trade that we've ever seen.
Well, one of at least. That's going to be triple Dark Seal for Pabu. I mean, that is just filthy, Preacher.
He's already sitting really comfortably on that Corrupting Potion as well, so he's going to have so much healing once he activates it. The passive does stack on it, so it's just going to be so much healing.
True, it does.
Yeah.
So it stacks. All the stats stack, do they?
All three of them, which means he's going to
Oh,
get
no.
so much health back when he pops that Corrupting, especially when he's in the middle of a trade with Froggadog. Froggadog's just going to have so much of his HP getting taken away.
Look at Moover's got quite a lot of control in Harry's jungle at this point in time. Harry, first time we've seen him on Tainted Minds Blue, granted that we didn't see Tainted Minds Blue in their first week. But so far, I mean, Moover's falling behind by 15 CS. We're hoping it won't be the same as week 1.
And not only that, but, you know, Harry is really playing this Rengar to his strengths. He's not going for the early game ganks. He is hard farmed up. He's level 7, whereas Mubu is only level 5. That is a massive discrepancy. Harry is only going to get stronger from this point onwards, and he's already got on the hunt. So he's pretty much going to go wherever he wants, when he wants again.
See, I was going to hype up Mubu, Preacher, but, you know, pointing that out to me, that's a massive discrepancy at this early game stage. Mubu has spent so much time focusing on Harry's jungle that he hasn't had any time to farm up his own.
Exactly, and it just takes so much time to move between your own jungle and the enemy jungle. It's going to be really hard for him to pull back this one, because even though he denies a lot away from Harry, he's denying a lot away from himself as well. All of that movement does cost him in the long run, and already Harry, he's trying to make a play with his ultimate.
So far, Tainted Minds Blue are trying to be proactive, but Mubu is trying to do the same. That's why he's down in farm. He gets sped up by the Nami. Great corruption of the arrows there. You know what I want to call it, but low. Gets the Thunderlord's proc. Where's the collateral damage? Doesn't actually have enough mana for it right now. And Mubu gets nothing out of it. Bluezor going to walk into the static field. Luminium, there's the collateral damage we were waiting for. But a flash from Bluezor actually gets stunned up. And Tainted Minds Blue, they still don't die.
This play still goes to the advantage of Alpha Sydney, because they pop 3 summoners down onto the bottom side, and they are sitting very comfortable to start sieging this turret. This turret is really exposed, and now with a lot of the chip damage that can come out from an early Jhin, they might have the advantage in this bottom lane, and that's going to be really difficult for Tainted Minds Blue to pull back in, because we were talking about this earlier on, how if Tainted Minds Blue's bot lane starts losing out, then it could wreak havoc for the rest of other lanes.
Well, Low and Bluezor have a lot of wave clear here, but Low pushes himself up, gets done by a Nami bubble, and might actually go down. Doesn't go down in the end. The flash from Remen secures it, though. Here's Singed. He flips the Jhin into the turret, but Pabu, you can't 1v4. It's going to be a double kill for Remen. And he just plays it so strategically. YX has walked down, he's flashed in. He wants the 1v4 now as well. Locked down. He gets the shutdown on the Jhin, but he's going to go down to the graves. Mubu picks that one up. Now Pabu is deep in it. Put down your, whatever you want to call it, that field of the yuckiness for Tainted Minds Blue.
Smoke screen.
That's it. It's a Preacher, that was messy.
It was messy,
myself.
but in the end, it distinctly went to the advantage of Alpha Sydney. And this is what we were talking about. Alpha Sydney, they did do the cross-map play. They communicated that really well with Froggadog. Essentially, Froggadog walked well behind his own turret to the point where Singe couldn't flip him out of his ultimate.
Yep.
Use his ultimate all the way down to Mubu, and they secure that early skirmish for themselves.
As much as my English failed in that fight, I think Remen with the flash and the deadly flourish as well. I mean, he was on point, and we're now seeing the strength of the bottom lane from Alpha Sydney. I mean, it hasn't changed for either sides, but we're seeing the synergy that we've been talking about. Mubu's switched on a little bit. He gets his first kill. Sure, he's almost doubly behind in CS, which is massive, but he makes some proactive moves, and he gets 3 kills to the side of Alpha Sydney.
They're not playing the lanes, they're playing the map, and they are playing the map really well, because Froggadog's ultimate was really the thing that churned this fight. It's the difference between failing a tower dive and succeeding in one, knowing to go just that little bit more aggressive, tank up one more turret hit, and in the end, it just went to Alpha Sydney's favor. One of the things I really want to point out now between the two, as we take a look right here, Low just gets caught out, way out of position, and look, by this time, even though Remen gets flipped in,
Great
Shen's
setup.
ultimate just really secures him safely. And Pabu's already down here, but he can't really help out too much because this is an early game Singe. Singe needs that gold, and without that gold, he really can't have too much of an effect.
A bit
Very-
over-ambitious here.
Very over.
I mean, Rise does get the shutdown in the end, but Mumu trades it off. A 3-for-1, which is really going to impact Tainted Minds Blue. Pabu only just gets out at the end of that fight. Rise may pick up a kill. He falls behind in CS, but every other lane looks pretty good right now. Remen is 3 kills up. He has the Yomu's Ghostblade well before Low could ever get it.
Oh, that's just way too far ahead. And we were already talking about the distinct advantage that Varus had with this lethality build. Possibly the strongest ADC right now, but Harry's coming in.
Thrill of the Hunt, Chaos Storm already popped onto YX. Chaz has to run away, but Harry's way too fast. Good flash, reactive, but Harry reacts himself. That's a 1-for-0.
Not only that, but both flashes burn. This jungle and mid laner, the kill goes over to Harry, and they are sitting very comfortable. They finally get this trade back off onto their side, and they must be very happy with that because they lost out a little in the bottom lane, and now they're coming back. Of course, Tainted Minds Blue, they're playing around this mid lane. They want to get this Rise ahead, and they want to get him hard scaling.
Well, I mean, 2-4 on the board, and it's only a 300 gold lead. Harry does secure a bit of extra advantage. He steals yet another buff from Mubu, 86 to 57. I mean, that's huge. Mubu,
It's a punishment.
We're 2 weeks into this. We can now tell that Mubu, he's not the best farmer in the jungle, is he?
No, definitely not. He goes to deny on the enemy side. He misses out on his own just because of the inefficient pathing. And now because they've fallen back just a little bit because of that successful gank, it means that he loses out on his red as well. That's going to be a little bit big to Harry, but Harry really needs to transition this all the way until level 11 because if he can continuously steal a lot of this farm away from Mubu, then that's going to be the punishment that really is the last nail in the coffin.
Chaz in the mid lane, he had to blow his flash before. Harry chased that one up as well. YX still has Ghost mid, and there's a cleanse on Chaz. If you're Rengar, do you go back mid, or do we rotate around the rest of the map, trying to pick something up bot?
You can easily rotate mid because, you know, you already saw that Chaz has burned his flash in the process as well. Rengar has a lead, but Victor doesn't. Also, Victor does have a cleanse, but that's pretty much all that he has. You've got an empowered Bola Strike coming out from Rengar and also a root coming out from YX. Not a problem at all.
Well, Mubu's constantly pathing down bottom here. I find it quite peculiar that, I mean, the Jhin is ahead, but would you prioritize Victor? I mean, I would think that Victor getting ahead over the Rise and sort of shutting the Rise down early would be priority number 1 for Alpha Sydney.
Right now, Varus, all he really needs to do is to farm up this lane to make sure that he gets a lot of that lethality that we were talking about and really start having a mid-game impact, especially when they start going around the mid lane, especially when they start grouping up. That's really his strong point. In lane, of course, he can poke out, but it's a little bit weaker in that aspect.
Absolutely. So, Pabu, oh no, it's begun. Proxy Singe.
Oh, the proxy.
Has begun. Well, so far, Pabu's just going to walk through the enemy jungle. He finds himself in a small CS lead, but we've been expecting that one all along. Pabu's going to walk mid. What is this?
Is he going to do it?
What is this?
Is he
What
going to dive this?
This is a weird champion design. It's fun. Don't get me wrong, but what's going to happen?
He can't dive this because Froggadog has ultimate.
Well,
he can just follow any
Pabu
time.
has the ultimate. He has Ghost as well, but Chaz is so narrowly close to his turret. I don't feel like Pabu's roam's going to do anything, so he's going to walk back top. We still see YX trying to push in this lane, but Chaz just responds. He's always here. He always clears it out. And he's never really scared of this Rise.
Essentially, if Pabu wants to play this lane to its maximum efficiency, all he needs to do is just stay in this lane. Stay in this lane and completely bully out Froggadog. Because the second that he goes to the roams, and the second that he goes to the cross-map plays, Froggadog is just going to follow with that stand united. So it's going to be completely negated on that side. If Pabu wants to get that lead, just go stay in the top lane and just deny as much of this CS as possible by crashing it.
Well, there's the tidal wave coming through. I want to call it the tsunami, but a flash from Low trades off the ult.
All of these plays, they keep on burning summoners down on the bottom side of Tainted Minds Blue, but until that recent skirmish, it didn't really do much, but Harry's here.
Thrill of the Hunt. Luminium's quite low. Really good chain of corruption. It's going to get all 3 of them as well.
Whoa.
Stand United neglects all of that, and Harry goes down. It's a 2 for none, and Mubu's chasing down the last kill. It's going to be Low. The last shot would have hit, but it's a double kill for the Graves. Pabu comes down, but they're not going to get involved in this fight. Alpha Sydney rotate like a boss.
Once again, Frogger Stand United was momentous in that fight because you take a look at the way that Harry went and engaged on it, but I don't quite think it's over.
Well, again, the Shadow Dash locks down. Pabu's stuck in the static field, and the Chaos Storm to finish it off. That's 4 members down for Alpha Sydney, and this tier 2 is now under threat.
And you really got to question Pabu's impact on that gang because he came in a second too late. He didn't have too much of an impact. Frogger had already gone in, and Frogger was just out-rotating him throughout this entire game. So a lot of punishment coming out from this top lane pick. Something that we saw was meant to be a counter pick, actually countered itself, and in the end, Frogger just does so much more.
Right, he does so much more in the shed. Let's have a look at this replay because Harry looks so dangerous here.
All right, so he jumps onto the Nami, but just take a look at this massive shield that comes out from Stand United. Can't get the assassination, and it's really over from this point onwards because you have to assassinate your first target in order to get the uneven numbers for your own side. Doesn't work out for Alpha Sydney, and Tainted Minds Blue, you know, just sitting there.
That's the story. I mean, this doesn't look like the Tainted Minds Blue we're expecting, and we know exactly why. Harry is trying to be proactive, but the counter ganking out of Mubu is exceptional. That is going to be a Cloud Drake, but it is a pretty poor response for how Alpha Sydney are doing on the scoreboard.
Yeah, and already we can see that Alpha Sydney, with the same roster they had last week, they're really making a lot of cross-map plays. They're dominating this map from this point onwards. It really will be up to when they start breaking bases that it really counts.
Thrill of the Hunt is popped again. Harry's just going to use the movement speed and back off. Alpha Sydney doing exactly what they want to do with this comp. Deny this Rise from getting anywhere. Deny the Rengar from getting his early game potential as well. And keep Pabu busy doing absolutely nothing. He keeps rotating bot, but Frogger already there.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the downside of Singe. You can't leave this lane. You need to stay with the Shen. You need to make sure that when he's using Stand United, flip him out and then teleport yourself. Because if you don't do that, then he's going to have the distinct advantage. He's going to put the shield over onto his team. What are you going to do? Run around and be a nuisance in the enemy? Sure, but you don't have the damage and you don't have the tankiness yet. All in all, Pabu, you can do it later, but at the current moment, you're just not scaled.
Well, first item's picked up on the board. Harry's really the only one slowly moving towards the second. Ninja Tabi on the Singed. I'm sure Spawn would be very proud of that creature. But second items are getting closer and closer for Alpha Sydney. I mean, the whole team. Edge of Night already picked up for Remen. That's a 4-1-4 Jin. He has 100% kill participation, and he's got 2 items at 18 minutes.
Oh, that double lethality build is deadly. But speaking of deadly, this top lane might have a little bit of a fight.
No, the Tidal Wave is cast a little bit short, so Low just pops the Yomas, and that's all.
Yeah, they're just going to be able to get out of that. Hunky Dory, looking back along the bottom side, it's pretty much the same build that Low wants to mirror in this side. He just wants to get that double lethality build down. He wants to get all of that armor penetration down onto the enemy team. And it's going to be really easy for him to start sniping down from that point onwards. But he's essentially fighting the clock here because Remen's already reached that point. Remen's already reached pretty much a really big power spike for himself. And until Low catches up, Remen's just going to be exerting his pressure all around the map. And Low's, all he's going to do is be sticking bot lane.
So what's more important here? I mean, Mubu's trying to exert pressure all over the map, get his laners ahead as he goes in. Onto YX, gets boosted up. Actually forces Rise to pop the Ghost. As I was saying, what is more important? Mubu helping his laners ahead or Harry becoming the carry himself?
I mean, Harry right now, he's sitting in a perfect position to do so, right? Because he's done so many ganks perfectly. He's got a lot of gold under his belt. So much more than Mubu, in fact, to the point where he can assassinate a Mubu necessarily can't. But speaking of which, look at the top lane.
Of this bottom lane, Curtain Call. Not even going to hit. Low gets tagged up for a little amount. Alpha Sydney still rotating behind this turret, and this top tier 1 is next on the board.
Right now, Alpha Sydney are transitioning their early game lead that they've got off 2 really well-fought fights for themselves, and they're getting turrets in the process. So they are just trying to accelerate their lead, and rightfully so, because at the current moment, even if every single member on Tainted Minds was on the top side, they can't compete for that because they're just so far behind.
Yeah, that's a TP from Frogger. He doesn't actually stop the channel. Harry's going to take some shots under turret. He's still taking shots. Harry, get out of the turret. He's going to go down.
Ooh.
Chaz picks him up, and that is a mistake. There's the Realm Warp, but gets stunned up, flashes. The Chaos Storm follows him, though, and Chaz is going to help Mubu pick up 2 kills.
Oh, Alpha Sydney exploiting the weakness of Rise. The upside of Realm Warp is the fact that you can get out to safety. The downside is they know exactly where you're going to be standing. Put your skill shot where he's standing, and he has to get out of it. In the end, doesn't catch the Realm Warp because he would have died in the process. Dies anyway.
Well, Alpha Sydney, I like the way they're looking in week number 2. They're looking stronger than we ever expected. I know I sound like a broken record, but why not? I mean, they deserve the hype right now. 4 members are mid. Doesn't matter what Pabu do. He pops the Righteous Glory, goes onto Luminium, and there's the Stand United as well from Shen. So now it's going to be 5 mid. Pabu's low. Low is also low, ironically. And that's going to be the last Tier 1 turret going down for Alpha Sydney.
So Alpha Sydney have complete map control at this point. They've broken down the mid lane, and right now, what they want to do is they just want to keep on going from this point onwards. They want to go back and spend their gold, because once they get renewed from this, even if Tainted Minds do the same, it's not going to be anywhere near the same level of efficiency. I doubt that Low even has enough gold to complete his double lethality build, and that's going to be really painful for this Varus, because until he does so, he's not really going to be doing too much on the map. And even if he does, by 22 minutes in the game, you need to be a little bit more ahead than that.
Well, the Varus look great, but you can see the gold discrepancy between both AD carries. That is disgusting, if I could ever use the word. 2.5 almost. Well, I want to say 2.2k, but it didn't sound good in words. Pabu has fallen behind as well to a Shen. I mean, that's meant to be the counter pick, Preacher. Mid is behind. The Graves jungle is like 50 CS behind. But in gold, he's up by 500. I mean, it's worked for Mubu this time.
Yeah, take a look at his active plays. He's pretty much playing the exact same way that he played last week, but the difference is Tainted Minds Blue, they're a lot more fragmented than who they versed, and it's going to be a little bit trickier for Tainted Minds not to fall behind in this, just simply because of the new roster, because of the way that they're playing right now. And Mubu, he couldn't really exploit a lot of the weaknesses last week, but now he can, because he's found a lot of the holes in this team composition, and he is really going for the cheap gold.
You see that Pabu finally picked up the first turret on the board for Tainted Minds Blue. A Cloud Drake already picked up for TMB as well, and the next one's going to be spawning in 30 seconds. We can see that it's an Infernal Drake there as well. And Mubu's got this place locked down. I mean, Low and Blues will have to be careful. They're the ones that have been caught out time and time again. This bottom lane is getting exploited by Alpha Sydney, and they're not letting them reach their mid-game power drop.
This is going to be an amazing dragon fight. Either that or it's going to be completely ceded over to Alpha Sydney. It's one or the other, because right now Harry can't jump into the pit.
It is an Infernal.
If he does, then he's pretty much just going to be taken down immediately, and it's sitting in a really poor position for him, because this Infernal Drake is just going to scale them even further ahead. And Alpha Sydney's team comp, it excels a lot in the mid game, but they're scaling really well for the late game just because of all the advantages they're getting.
Tainted Minds Blue don't want to borrow it. They leave that Infernal Drake, so it's going to be an Infernal going over the side of Alpha Sydney. Frogdog is back here. Thrill of the Hunt. Really good coordination. He's going to use the Roar to get out of this one, but the Q doesn't give as much distance as it used to. Harry, almost gets knocked out, but he's out of range. Here's Mubu, clean up. He does get the unstoppable kill. Frogdog has joined Pavu. Oh, no.
Pavu's going to run out to safety. He says, I want none of this, Jake. I just want to get out of this scenario. But once again, we really need to say that this is pretty much a Mubu show at this point, because he left a lot to be desired last week. This week, all of a sudden, he's showing up massively on Graves. Sure, is he farming the best? No, he's not. But he's denying a lot of cancer in the enemy, and he's also outplaying Harry in a lot of ways. Not necessarily just in that little kill pickup, but also in the fact that he's just denied so much. But this is the Baron take from Alpha Sydney.
Well, this is pretty clean and secure. I mean, Tainted Minds Blue have to challenge this one now. Singe still pushing up in that top turret. Chains of Corruption lock everyone down, but there's no follow-up. Pabu puts his puddle of ooze there as well. Frogdog is going to just leap out of the pit. Tainted Minds Blue, they can't even contest the Baron.
Oh, and by this point, Tainted Minds Blue, you really got to be assessing the way that you lost this out, because it was two distinct team fights that really set them so far behind. And both of them were in the bottom side, actually. So you really got to be wondering, was this top lane pick worth it, right? Because you've got this Singe, which counters Shen in lane. Sure, it does. But then come mid-game, come late game, which can be as early as 10 minutes when these two top laners have their ultimates. The Stand United is going to have so much more of an impact on the map than Singe ever will, and already, you know, sure.
You
can take a look at the way that Pabu is scaling right now. He is up on a lot of CS. He's got a lot of power in his potential, right? But it's just too little too late, because sure, he can be that front line. Sure, he can be that nuisance doing damage in the back line of the enemy team. But who really cares? Because at this point, you're not really defending any sort of players who can deal out a lot of DPS. YX, he's a little bit behind on this Rise. He can't machine gun anybody down. Low, he's really behind in this bot lane build. You're not really appealing for anyone.
Well, I'd still be talking about the CS advantage, but Mubu way ahead. Has that Edge of Night. That's a double Edge of Night comp. In support, where's your Edge of Night? Where's the Nami AD? Where's it
The edge, well, you know,
Look.
you have to, right?
Look, I know it's a stupid question. I know I'm dumb, but I want to see something new, Creature. I love new things, you know?
Well, this Nami was picked exclusively just to save people's lives. So an Edge of Night might save her own, might not do a whole lot else.
All right, yeah, all right. I know. I'll move past that. Look, Tainted Blue have found no control in this game so far. They've gotten one Drake, but that was just Harry's own potential. 3 turrets to 4. They've evened it out across the board a little bit, but it's still a 5k, almost 6k gold discrepancy. And Alpha Sydney, this Baron power play is just pushing it up and up and up. So far, 6k has just been reached.
Oh, Pabu wants this.
Yeah, wow. Tidal Wave knocks him up as well, though. Remen is front lining. I don't know what he's doing so far forward. Harry picks him out. Pabu is probably going to go down here as well to Mubu. In fact, he chases out and he makes the Rengar flash away. The rest of the team fight is just consisting of Alpha Sydney crushing down the members of Tainted Blue. Another turret goes down on the side, and Alpha Sydney, they're continuing to siege.
The fact that that was a 1-for-1 trade was really bad for Tainted Blue because Froggadog didn't manage to channel his ultimate at the end there, so he's back on the top side with a Baron buff. 1-4 split push is at its maximum efficiency right now because you got Baron up minions going through 2 waves. That's going to be massive for Tainted Minds. They're all on the bottom side.
Well, Chaz almost gets bursted down, just misses with that piercing arrow. YX has to back as well. Froggadog is solo pushing as a Shen. That's a feels bad man moment.
That feels really bad because he's still got his teleport up. He can still join the team fight. And meanwhile, you take a look at all of these Baron up minions. It's so hard to clear 1 wave, let alone 2. And both of them crashing into your base. A 1-for-1 trade is not enough down on the bottom side.
I mean, the Shen is just, you know, doing so much work. He decided, no, let's... So he used to stand united in that fight.
It did,
but
it didn't channel to its maximum efficiency because it died before he managed to get into the fight.
The thing is there, yeah, he used it on Remen. And Remen was frontlining. He's really, really deep. I guess he wanted the priority of getting Froggadog in, just didn't really respect the damage out of Tainted Blue. And there's still some comeback available for Tainted Blue. They need to find a fight like that. They need to find a pick. And get rid of Mubu because he's 6-0-2. This Graves is massive.
Yeah, and Remen was just throwing the baby out with the bathwater with that one because he tried to deliver Shen all the way into the middle of the enemy team. Yeah, but he forgot the purpose of the Shen ult, which is really to save his own life. So, you know, he got his life saved and then he really killed himself by moving into the enemy team. But looking over at Froggadog, you know, he was just pushing the top lane, and that's such a huge effect coming out for this because the Baron buff, this Baron power play, it can only go bigger.
Okay, so Alpha Sydney, where do they go from here? 28 minutes into the game, they've just expired their last Baron. 45 seconds on the Dragon. And the mid-game, it still looks pretty strong for Alpha Sydney.
Oh, Tainted Minds want this.
Change of Corruption onto Chaz, locked down. But look, the Victor's trying to 1v3, and he does so successfully. Bluesall takes a massive hit as well.
Alive.
There is the Shadow Dash. It's going to come through. Where is it? No. Shen, there it is. Double Shadow Dash coming through. One member's already gone down. That's a second there for Mubu. He's starting to clean this one up. Pabu almost gets locked down, but it's a 2 for none. Alpha Sydney almost misplaying.
You know that you're in trouble when Chaz, somebody who you were trying to assassinate as a squishy Victor, doesn't even fall at the end
with 3 members.
Exactly, so that's going to be really difficult for Tainted Blue. It shows you the amount of map pressure that Alpha Sydney have had throughout this entire game, the excellent amount of communication that they had when they're split pushing, because essentially Froggadog's never going to be with the team until he either needs to teleport or ult, and they've just been communicating 10 out of 10, because right now they are just getting every single objective on the board. I'm pretty certain that they've got so many dragons under their belt, they've got so many turrets under their belt, and all of this is off the excellent split pushing that's been provided from this top lane.
And a mountain to add to the list with the Infernal, the first for Alpha Sydney. Cloud doesn't even matter for Tainted Blue at this point. Next is going to be Elder, Baron up in 145. Second Baron for Alpha Sydney. Mid-game is not really much for them to deal with from Tainted Blue at this point.
No, because Tainted Blue, they really had the late game here just because of the way that the champions scale. But taking a look at Alpha Sydney, because of this immaculate lead, especially with the Infernal Drake that they got, their late game might well be better than Tainted Blue. And sure, we could be talking about a hypothetical where they get to final items, where they get to about 40 minutes, but it might not even last that long because Alpha Sydney, they've already broken the base. They could just keep on sieging up from here.
I mean, is there a chance that the Virus and Lethality and the Rise scaling can potentially give them some leeway in the late game? It's
unlikely.
Hypothetically that they do.
It's unlikely. YX scaling up. Sure, he can provide a lot of damage on, but we're talking about low here. Varus, who's building a mid-game build with Lethality. Lethality is not late game. If you want to go late game, go straight Armor Pen. But Lethality right now, it is just not doing the max efficiency that it possibly can in the middle of a team fight, and it's already scaling down before he's even building the items.
Okay, so Alpha Sydney, I mean, At this point, they're looking pretty comfortable. They're looking like they're setting themselves up for potentially the first win of their OCS career for 2017. Tatum Mines Blue not really sure where to go. They're like a chicken with their head cut off. Pabu trying to lead the way, trying to split push that top lane. He then joins team fights and he just is targeting. I mean,
what sort of targeting is there from a
well,
Cinch,
he's
right?
trying to be a nuisance, but it's not really annoying anyone. They're just going straight past him. Chaz should have died about 3 times by now.
Yeah, of course. And they just went on him in that last skirmish that we did see over there. But they didn't manage to take down Chaz. Partly because Froggadog ulted him, which was a really nice ultimate. And also partly because of the immaculate healing that comes out of the Nami. You take a look at the way that he's building, a Redemption and a Locket. That's going to be massive heals and shields for him. And, you know, you just take a look at the way that Alpha Sydney is sitting right now. They are so far ahead to the point where even their carries are tanky.
Well, 31 minutes in. And it's Alpha Sydney's game. What is it? What's the quote? Game to win? Game to lose? They're game to lose.
Yeah, it's a game to lose.
Great, fantastic. Okay, thanks for helping me on that one, Preacher. Tatum Mines Blue, they know that the Baron is now live, but it's well watered by Alpha Sydney. Chaz going to get rid of this GG rot, as we like to call it. And pick up that extra 50 gold. A little bit meaningless at this point in time because Victor is onto his last item. He's got the control ward. That is a 4-item Victor at 32 minutes. I mean, expected of someone who's ahead in their lane, but he's almost, he's getting close to the flame horizon.
Oh, but speaking of, look in the mid.
Yeah, Luminum's going very, very deep here. Redemption to heal him back up, but Mubu's at the turret, not really caring about anything else. TMB picks up Luminum. They actually pick up someone else. Remen goes down. This could be TMB's fight to win. Tatum Mines Blue are trying to crush this one, but in comes Victor, the Chaos Storm. Froggadog goes in deep as well, but Pabu is going to get the last tick. Yes, he does, and he goes down. YX goes down as well. It's a double kill, in fact. That's 3 for 2, better than TMB could ever expect. But now Low has to run for his life.
And Tainted Minds, they made a last desperation play. Look, admittedly, it's working out for them because they're finally starting to get some kills on the map. It's better than being completely complacent, which is what they were doing for the last 20 minutes of the game, and simply losing team fights whenever Alpha Sydney wanted to take it to them. But you know, it was still a 3 for 2 trade, so they lose out a little bit on the back foot there. They don't really get as much as they possibly wanted, but they're getting some gold under their belt. And the later this game goes on, when Alpha Sydney reach their cap of the final items that they buy, Tainted Minds, they can only benefit from getting those.
Well, look, Chains of Corruption missed it. It started everything.
Yeah, I mean, those Chains of Corruption miss, but still, they go for the hard dive and just watch Pabu be an absolute nuisance. Pretty much nobody can put damage onto the backline of Tainted Minds just because Pabu's zoning them out so much, but this is really where it starts to turn sideways because Chaz comes in from the side, coincidentally, and Froggadog just starts doing the same.
I'm questioning why he doesn't put Mubu back who doesn't have any mana. Why didn't he go and flip Mubu?
Not too certain, but you also take a look at that. YX tried to flash in, also another bit of a mechanical misplay.
Well, look, I mean, Tatum Mines Blue do get something off the board, but it's really not too much to complain about if you're Alpha Sydney. You've got a 10k gold lead just about, and now this is going to be your second Baron, pretty much uncontested. It's going down so quick.
Speaking of, look at this. Harry's coming in. No?
Thrill of the hunt. It's a little bit too late. Harry pops on the ultimate. Tidal Wave hits one. It's going to be Pabu. Froggadog, is he going to get flipped here? No, he actually goes to the back line. He's still a nuisance, but everyone's doing damage to him now. Pabu's locked down. Static Field and the Chaos Storm. Pabu's the only one to die, but Chaz is now unstoppable. Oh, not. Mubu. Collateral damage, probably doing about 10 million damage there.
Did anybody say sniper shotgun? That's exactly what happened over there. But that all started by the fact that Pabu just dived way too deep. He got caught up by Victor's static field, and he just kept on going after that. So he didn't really get anybody flipped. But on the downside, he still died in the process.
Yep.
That was really what set it off for them.
This is going to be the base well and truly broken with that top inhibitor going down. I think Alpha Sydney are just going to push for the base. Thrill of the Hunt has been used. Pabu and Low are still down. It's a 3v5, and Alpha Sydney so comfortably might be ending this game. Chaz and Luminum take a big amount of damage. Harry gets the shutdown there. 2 redemptions come down. This time it's Alpha Sydney's, and Remen takes a big hit from the Soul Flare. But Alpha Sydney pick up their first win of the OCS. Yes, they do, and only just, if I may say.
Oh, well, you know,
Well,
nonetheless, that was still an excellent performance coming out from Alpha Sydney, and you really got to give props to them. We had a lot of questions to them coming in from last week. They didn't necessarily perform well, but man, throw all of that out the window because they just did so excellently this game. It started from the early game. It went all the way into the late because they just transitioned it so well. They never once let go of their lead, and it was just really great game of League of Legends.
I think we need to give it to Alpha Sydney there because, I mean, just because they had a full roster wasn't the reason they played well. They actually stepped up from last week as well. I haven't seen Harry in the jungle from Tainted Minds Blue, but he kind of got outclassed with the ganking on a Rengar as well. I mean,
Yeah, he
great
did.
early.
Yeah, and we really were questioning the way that Harry was going to go. We know that he got the Rengar, which is something that he's extremely comfortable on. Not only that, but it's a really strong pickup for him. Nonetheless, he just really farmed up in the early game, and we were taking a look at the CS discrepancy. Sure, he out CS'd Mubu, but at the end of the day, Mubu did a lot more ganks, especially around the bottom side. We saw 2 times that Harry was along the top side when the bottom gank was happening. It was a 5v4 every single time, and that was really the source of the loss there.
I mean, getting ahead early was the real big win for Alpha Sydney there. The win condition right underneath their feet the whole time. Alpha Sydney picking up their first win of the OCS. Tainted Minds Blue picking up their second loss because of the forfeit in the first week. I mean, is there any kind of comeback here in the sense you see what needs to change from Tainted Minds Blue, I guess, is what I'm asking.
It just has to be a lot of synergy and a lot of just playing with each other, because they've essentially played one game now of competitive, and they're going to be going into a lot of scrims from this point onwards, so it's not going to be too much of a problem for Tainted Minds. But the problem with this week was just the fact that they were bringing in new players. They weren't as on the same page as Alpha Sydney were, and at the end of the day, you take a look at all of that communication that was coming out from Alpha Sydney. I mean, those Shen ultimates, they were called on point every single time, and you really just got to question this team that's together. They have that advantage.
Absolutely. So that is going to be a win for Alpha City, but don't go anywhere. We're going to have a quick 5-minute break and then come right back with Sin Academy versus Regicide for Game 2. You're beautiful, Preacher. I'm beautiful as well. Welcome back to the Oceanic Challenger Series, week number 2. My name is Jake Hysterix, Aussie Penko, and next to me is Jimmy Preacher Fu. After Alpha Sydney winning that game, I don't know what's up or down anymore. I mean, Tainted Minds Blue meant to be one of the strongest teams coming into the competition. Sure, there's some bans coming through, which everyone knows about, of the players themselves, but Alpha Sydney stepped up. I'm really impressed. As a father would say, good on you, son, because that was a fantastic game.
They did excellently, and I'm proud of them as well, just because of the way that they executed this game a lot differently from the first game. In their first game, pretty much they were playing passively. They were sitting ducks. A little bit of a repeat, except in the other way in this week, in the sense that Tainted Minds Blue, they were the sitting ducks in this. They were really waiting for Alpha Sydney to engage onto them. We saw a lot on the bottom side. We saw a lot in the mid, along in the mid as well, how they were just really waiting to be engaged on. And it was a little bit of a problem coming in for them, because when you start to play complacent, you're waiting for the enemy to go, and it's a little bit painful for you.
Absolutely. So we're going on to the next one now, which is Sin Academy versus Regicide. So remember, they are best of one. So each week you get one chance to show, you know, if you've got the medal, if you've got the taste of blood. Now, Sin Academy have lost a bit. Regicide have lost a little bit more than just a bit, right? So everything's up in the air. I believe Sin Academy have lost their bans as well. We'll just confirm that as we get into Champion Select. But I mean, there's so many different variables coming in now. They're going to have so many new players as well coming into these games.
It's a wildcard factor, isn't it?
That's
It's the fact that you don't really know who's coming in, and it's just going to throw everything up in the air, because not only is it up to us to expect them, we don't have no idea how they're going to go, but also the enemy team, you know, you've only got a week to really scout out the enemy team. You really only got a week to find out what they're playing in scrims, what they're testing out in solo queue, and that sometimes might not be enough to really perfect your strategy come pick and ban phase, and also a lot of the strategies that come when you go into the game itself.
Absolutely. So you still got Raven up there as well. And you've got Squidgy. I mean, Squidgy's a really good AD carry coming into the OCS. We've been rating Squidgy as one of the top 2, if not the top AD carry. So Sin have that one still locked down. Raven up in the top lane as well. You can see that there he is. Okay, so Sick is back up in the top lane. If you don't remember this, Exile 5 once had a fantastic top laner. Right.
Once upon a time, got him into OPL.
They got him into the Sick was fantastic. He played into the Fizz meta as well. He played the hard carry top lanes as well. So I want to see if this guy, if Camille's let through, I'm going to expect that Sick will be the one to pick it up.
I mean, it could well potentially, but I doubt it, just because of the fact that Regicide is on red side. They have to ban out this Camille. If they don't, it's going to go over to Sin Academy, and it could be really tough for him, because you were saying Sick is one of the carry players that we were looking forward to seeing. If Camille goes over on the other side, might just be punished all lane.
Absolutely. So there's going to be all the bans coming back to that point away for Sin Academy. They're using a sub this time in as well. Regicide, they're going to take Rise off on the first ban. I'll be curious as to see if they go for the 1-2 switcheroo. Preacher. I'm serious.
Switcheroo?
Yeah, the 1-2 switcheroo.
Well, you're going to say that they're going to leave
Rengar
over Rengar and Camille?
Yes.
They're going to bait him in. They're going to say, you know what? Camille's open. Take it. Camille gets taken, and they just say, you know what, we just got Rengar in that rotation.
That was done in the OPL. It didn't work very well.
Yeah, that was a bit questionable, but
Direwolves,
yeah.
So let's brisk over that one. LeBlanc gets taken away as well. That means you've only got one more left. You've got the Rengar, or you got the Camille, or you just leave it all out and you get rid of the Zyra or something.
You see, this might not be the worst thing in the world for Sin Academy, because while they did lose out on their bans, they could potentially get the pick open. We were saying this in game number 1, how even though we looked at it before the season and we said that red side was going to have the distinct pick advantage, it's going to go over to blue side just because of the fact they get the first pick, and there are so many good champions available.
Absolutely. It is going to be the Camille taken off. That means Rengar is open and available, that you can swap it out for, you know. Well, what do you do for the Rengar? I mean, we look at the Kha'Zix is still open.
Yeah, Kha'Zix is a nice counter, of course, not just in lore, but also in the game itself.
Lore.
Yeah, I mean, he can jump into fights just like Rengar. He assassinates targets. He pretty much does the same thing as Rengar. So, yeah, it's just a nice jungler all around.
Absolutely. It's going to be the Varus first pick. Okay, so there's a lot of priority on Squidgy.
Wow.
You know that Squidgy loves Varus. He used to play this champion before Varus was even big. He played, we're like, Varus AD carry? Yeah. Are you serious? And Squidgy every time would go flawlessly. Abyss Esports White, the carry was Squidgy. So now, Varus is a bigger potential pick than possibly getting that Rengar away.
And that's really odd, because they effectively just give the Rengar over to the other side. You really can't pick anything else in this first rotation. And Regicide, I want to see what else they pick, because if they pick the ADC, it's going to be a little bit tricky for them come later in the pick phase. But nonetheless, Chin is still open. If you don't pick it in this phase right now, could get banned away. Could be really painful for you.
Well, I think they're going to prioritize that Kedu is going to be replacing our 80 carry there for Regicide. Jin locked in, so pretty standard stuff coming through as well. Curious to see if they go for Kha'Zix. Yeah, look, I
why not?
wanted to talk it up, but that's your job.
I mean, why not, right? He's just one of the strongest junglers in the game. I believe in international, he has an over 70% win rate in competitive. So, yeah, that's really massive. And compared to his ban rate, Rengar's pretty much banned every single game, right? And Kha'Zix just isn't. So leaving him up and picking him could be really well for this team.
Well, another thing that we forgot to highlight there was the fact that the Jace Flex has been picked up as well. Syndra's open too, so that could be the response. I mean, you don't have a top laner yet. You could send that Jace up north, I guess you could say.
To the skies?
Yeah, to the skies. That's a little bit better. Syndra's open. I would be surprised if Regicide didn't lock this one in. Or maybe the Maokai. I mean, there's so many priority picks that haven't been banned away because Sin Academy don't have the bans.
Okay, so here's the deal with sending Jace top. The reason why the Jaces lost last week was because they all went top. And that's a huge problem in the champion design just because of the fact that you don't get a tank after that. Sure, you get a lot of damage in the top lane. You might even get a winning lane into something that's neutral, like, for instance, the Maokai. But that's not necessarily enough because come mid, come late game, when you need to chase the enemy down, when you need to do a lot of engages, Jace can't be the guy to do that.
Absolutely. His mid-game power trough is pretty much it, right? And the full lethality build just creates something more for him to, you know, fall off of, if that makes perfect sense. Now, Zyra is the first ban in the second phase, knowing that Sin Academy don't have that luxury available. First pick red side. With everything that's left on the board, what do we now prioritize here for Regicide?
I wouldn't even be surprised if Regicide went for a Malzahar ban after this point onwards, just because you could either ban out the MF or you could ban out all of the supports in a way that makes MF intangible to play, in a way that you really can't pick him into this team composition and make it work. So I wouldn't be surprised if they did that. It would work out really well for them because MF, of course, is a very strong support. We've seen it time and time again completely bully out this bottom lane. And neither of these teams might want to pick it up now. They might neutralize it down on the bottom side.
I'm curious if they put prioritization into Ayla's hands because last time it was either the Misfortune, if my memory serves correctly, Preacher. I'm going to have to double check that with you. But Karma Zyra means that Misfortune's open, means that also Malzahar is open.
Yeah, and Malzahar is just going to be absolutely massive, right? I mean, if you pick the Malzahar, enemy's going to pick MF. Enemy's going to have the lane advantage. If you pick the MF, enemy team's going to pick Malzahar, they're going to have the level 6. So either way you spin it, it's not going to be great for either of these two teams because both of these supports are just so strong right now. But, you know, you're leaving a lot of picks up to both of these sides, and no matter which one they get, they should be happy with it.
Really interesting pick and ban phase. I mean, a lot has been left open. It's just really about prioritizing the comfort on these meta-style champions. Something like a Malzahar we expected to be locked in. You can see right there on your screens that it is going to be prioritized by Ayla. Now, QB, what does he go for? MF, right? That's what you'd expect?
I mean, you'd have to expect so, but one of the things that we have to question that's not that is what are they going to pick for the mid? What are they going to pick for either the mid or the top lane? Because they've got that flex available. We were talking about the downsides of the Jace in the top lane, and they really need to decide that now because the fact that they want to send this Jace on the top side. I mean, you take a look at the way
he can bully the Maokai out. I mean,
of course he
has
can.
a bad laning phase.
Yeah, no, he has an excellent laning phase in the Maokai, but whoa.
Okay, so what else can get rid of Malzahar? I mean, the W from Tentacle Man over there is just like, I don't know what gender Vel'Koz is, but I mean, there's a great many ways to get rid of that spell shield, and there's a lot of CC, and there's a lot of true damage from Vel'Koz's kit as well. Corki gets locked in mid. I don't care about Corki anymore. That's a Vel'Koz.
It is a Vel'Koz. So already we have a lot of questions coming up for Sin Academy. Sure, they've got a lot of damage. You can see it happening in the team fights, right? How they practically just burst down one or two people with all their AoE, and then from that point onwards take an uneven fight. But we've also got a lot of questions for them, and that is who's going to be the tank? Who's going to be the engage? You really need to pull off this 1-3-1 excellently, because if you don't, it's going to be painful for you. You're not necessarily going to get it, and already we've seen a little bit of a problem.
I hope it wasn't because of the Vel'Koz. I hope we come back to that. But that was a really interesting pick and ban phase. I mean, Sin Academy lose their bans, but they still get a lot of priorities on the board. I mean, sacrificing Maokai, Malzahar, and Rengar, which you could say at this meta are the top 3 priority picks, or at least up there in the top 6. What I want to look at right now is the fact that Sin Academy, they've made a really interesting draft phase coming through in this first pick.
Yeah, they've made it really interesting for themselves because you take a look over at that and it's really squishy, right? You've got a lot of range,
Absolutely, yeah.
you've got a lot of poke, amazing for mid-game sieges. Late-game team fights, maybe not so much.
Jace is going up in that top lane. There's a
He
Corki
is.
mid.
Yeah, it was a Corki mid, Velko's support, and also Jason in the top lane is going to be really tough for them because what it means is that if they don't get that mid lane, if they don't get that mid game really sorted, they might be in a lot of trouble. And even if they do get that mid game sorted, you need to take a look at the late game. Get a Baron from your lead, and then 1-3-1. Because if you don't get that Baron, if you don't 1-3-1, all of a sudden you want a 5-man, it's not going to work for your team.
Absolutely. And we've seen this drafted before. We've seen Outlaws versus Noxide. And last week, they drafted a very good poke comp.
Amazing.
Just like Sin Academy have here, except Sin Academy's poke comp looks even better than Noxide's. Like it's pretty much just all poke.
Exactly.
It's all poke.
Well, it's a huge problem because they've also got very minimal disengage. They've got the Velkos who can just bop the ground, but that's pretty much it. Beyond
Bop
that,
the ground.
Yeah,
That's what that is. Bop.
That's what it does. It pushes somebody away when they try to dive you, but that's really all that you have going for you. If somebody else tries to dive, you haven't got that much of a disengage. You haven't really got any way to lock them up. And sure, Jace can knock him away, but then he's in hammer form. What's he doing then? He's not poking.
I've been told that the last pick actually was Syndra to come through on the side. So we're going to see, we're going to move past this pick and ban phase. We're just going to wait a little bit and then move into game because they're just going to reinstate that one once again. Let's have a look at the Syndra, because Syndra against Corki matchup is pretty basic. It's been done over the world so many times before, but we haven't really had a good chance to say, look, in this, in the Challenger series where people, tend to make a little bit more mistakes than the professional league. I mean, who can capitalize it on more? Who can capitalize it on it easier, I guess I'm asking.
Yeah, Syndra is a strong pick, and Corki is an old pick. So a lot of these Corkis that are being picked in retaliation to Syndra are really comfort picks, because once they get to level 6, they've got all that range to bully the Syndra out, and all of a sudden the lane gets turned on its head. Before level 6, Syndra's just poking out with all of her orbs here and there, and then after 6, Corki's poking out with all of his rockets. So until then, that's really what they're trying to fight for. He's got all of that long range. Of course, he has that magic damage to bring into team fights as well, so it's not going to be a problem for his team lacking a lot of magic damage. But that's really all that they're looking out for. They want to get to that level 6 and just hang back.
Okay, so, I mean, I know what Regicide have done in this pick and ban phase. We know what Sin have done as well. I was just looking through my notes, and I know that Raven last week, he played Nautilus, right?
Yes.
I mean, remember I said at the start of this broadcast that we want to see Raven on carry. Like, that's what he was talking about, that he wants to play more carry-style top laners, but his team won't let him.
Well, here's the deal, right?
He's on a carry.
Yeah, he is, but here's the deal. You can pick a carry into another carry top laner like the Jace. You can't pick a carry into a tank because we've seen it happen twice already. It doesn't work out for you.
But it should.
Why?
No, hang on. That's not my base. Don't ask me why.
You made a statement. I got to question you because look, you got to tank for the team fights. You can just force a team fight. If it's a 1-3-1 and you force a team fight on the 3, you can effectively beat it up and just win from that point onwards. But if you don't force it from that point and you haven't got a tank, then you really don't have anything else going for you, because if you fall behind mid-game, you haven't got the 1-3-1, you potentially won't get a Baron. What else are you going to be doing? You're not going to be sieging. You don't want to fight, and it's just going to be really painful.
I think Raven, though, has carry potential. He has carry pants on, Preacher. Just let me say it.
All
Look,
right.
he's going to be Jace in the top lane, and we know that Jace is a really good lane bully. I mean, that's pretty much in his kit. So Jace versus Maokai, I mean, if Raven is better, he's still going to win that lane, and he's still going to scale himself ahead to mid-game.
Yeah, he's going to be scaling up just fine. I doubt that the Maokai is going to pose too much of a threat onto him. And like you said, of course he's going to have that lane pressure. But once again, it will just have to go down to the mid-game. They need to force a lot of fights in the mid-game because that is their power spike. And if they don't force those fights, or if they force those fights and they go south of them, then it's going to be really painful from that point onwards.
I mean, we've talked about the win conditions. We've talked about all the effects of the poke comp as well. Velkoz's support is something we need to look at a little bit more thoroughly. I mean, would it have been worth going for the Misfortune support? What's the difference between picking Velkoz up and going, this is what we want to do, instead of picking Misfortune up and sort of...
Well, it does more or less of the same. Now, the major difference between Velkoz and Misfortune is the fact that Velkoz can disengage, and that is the thing that they were missing on their team. So you can, of course, push somebody away when they are diving onto your team, but that's pretty much all that he's got.
It's a small circle.
It is a small circle, and you've really got a small window of opportunity to really do a big amount of deal for your team. Beyond that, it's going to be really painful for him to really try and get that damage, because once again, MF was picked for a reason. MF is meta for a reason. That is because her ultimate just does so much damage. in stark contrast to that, Vel'Koz, of course, he does have the damage coming out of his ultimate, but it's nowhere near the capacity of MF. MF has that zone as well.
Absolutely, and MF has a little bit more damage into the late game as well. Helps the AD carry out, that Black Cleaver, that Mortal Reminder build that's still so highly prioritized. Where does the Vel'Koz go? Does he go into that same Zyra build?
Well, he goes into a lot of damage, and he goes into a lot of utility as well with the Frost Queen's Claim as well, just managing to scout out a lot of people, hopefully find some picks a lot of the time in the game. But beyond that, he's just going to be building full damage. He's going to be in the 3-component of 1-3-1, and that's really his role in the game.
So you don't think that Vel'Koz, what is he, Eye of the Void? Is that what he is?
I'm not too certain what his title is.
He's not going to get Eye of the Watchers? You don't think this Void guy's going to get Eye of the Watchers?
Oh, I'm already sick of it.
Great. Sick of me. Great. Fantastic. Fantastic, Desk. Look, we'll be jumping into game number 2 very, very shortly for you. The best thing about OCS is these random picks. These, not random, but let's say solo queue stimulated picks coming through, and nothing says it more like a Vel'Koz support. His ultimate does so much true damage.
It does.
It's actually quite, I've used the word disgusting already, so I'm going to change. It's actually quite annoying.
And at maximum, it applies 10 stacks of his passive, which if you can get it down onto one person, then that means that it's 3 times your true damage. That's going to be absolutely massive. Pretty much any single carry that he catches out with that is just going to be blown out of the water. But the downside is you got to aim it, you got to make sure that you hit it. They can always flash out of it. They can simply walk out of the range and negate it. And just all in all, it's not going to have the same effect like MF. I don't want to go back to MF point anymore just because she's not picked up in this game. But still, the effect that he has coming into this game is the fact that he could disengage, and that's one thing that he does have in advantage.
I mean, it's a very different top lane, like we said. It's not the Nautilus top, it's a Jace top with Raven. Raven's still one of the members in Sin Academy. Obviously, he's not one of the members who are lost. I think that having this really solid top laner up there is someone that, we can sort of look at and say, look, he was playing a good Nautilus game. He was sort of controlling the pace of the game as well, helped with their win. Their shot caller is now out. Right? So Swaith is now out. I am curious to see, where do they go for here? Do they make Raven the shot caller? Do they put him in the carry boots or, carry pants, whatever you want to call it? Or do they stimulate it onto the new jungler coming in?
I mean, the thing with OCS teams is a lot of them like to prioritize the shot calling onto the junglers just because early game they choose which part of the map makes the plays. It's not going to be really easy for them to transition into this just because it is a new player. You have to substitute him in. You've got to make sure that he's doing the same calls that were happening before, not just the style of call, but also the terminology that's used, which is actually quite difficult to substitute in. If you use one of your old players, sure, they might not be in the shot calling position, but they really know exactly what used to happen before. They can make the calls from the top side. And once again, you take a look at top lane, it's a Maokai into a Jace. When you make the calls, just walk back a little, give up 1 or 2 CS, and you're already making calls for the rest of the team. So it's not too much of a problem for that if they do move it over to the top side.
Absolutely. I'm hoping that the Jace obviously took teleport. I mean, a top lane without teleport these days is a little bit... cringe is going to be the word I use.
Like your Maokai with Ignite?
Yeah, Maokai with Ignite up in the top lane. Look, there's a lot of potential for Sin Academy to get ahead in the early game, to move themselves into a more powerful mid game as well. We didn't see it out of the first game today. We just saw Tainted Minds Blue get crushed and Alpha Sydney took it away. Do you think that the Sin Academy lineup is strong enough here, the team composition strong enough as well, that they can move forward in this early game and not fall as far behind as Tainted Minds Blue?
Well, I don't want to make any definite statements just because of the fact that there is always going to be this wildcard factor of these new players coming in, how they mesh with the teams, how they perform individually themselves. But all in all, Sin Academy still do have it because they kept a lot of their players. They have all the things that were going for them beforehand. And if they don't change that up, they should be sitting in a good position.
Well, we're going to jump into game number 2 of the OCS. Sin Academy versus Regicide. I want to talk a little bit more about this team composition drafted by Regicide. The Rengar fitting into a really hard engage composition. I mean, Malzahar pretty much every fight is going to be the one that flashes, uses the Nether Grasp. So my question is there, how does Rengar fit in? He fits into every comp, we know that. But how is he going to fit in? What's going to be his priorities?
Well, it might not necessarily be the Malzahar flashing in and locking somebody up. He might just be standing in the backside right next to Keter and just waiting to use his ultimate on Nellis whenever Nellis jumps in on the Kha'Zix. Of course, that is a huge benefit of having Malzahar. Not only can he engage, but he can also disengage just fine with his suppression. But nonetheless, you take a look at Lisa, she's just going to jump right into the middle of the enemy team, and it's not going to be too hard because he's got a dive buddy. He's got Sick with him, and if Maokai is going to be tanking up all of that damage, ultimate denying damage for the rest of his teammates might not be 100-0 like we were talking about.
Remember that last week against Mubu, Regicide actually made, I'm talking about Lisa in particular. Lisa had 160 CS, almost 200 CS by the end of that 36 minute game against Alpha Sydney. So this guy is a farm king. I can base that off one game because 160 CS is huge.
It's huge, and not only that, but Rengar is one of the strongest farmers in the game. If you go all the way up to level 6, just farming out this game, you could potentially reach it well before Nellis does, and that sets you up in such a good position to come into this later. But already, we see a little bit of action in the top lane. Raven trying to show his dominance.
Well, I mean, we always said that Jace is a lane bully, right? That's exactly what he wants to do.
From level 1.
Yep, so Sick is going to take a majority of that damage. Level 1 as well, like you said. There's not going to be many spells getting casted out just yet. Sick not going to have that sustain. Has to pop a corrupting potion. Probably going to have to pop 2 just to stay alive in this lane.
Later on, it's going to be a little bit better just because Jace has 2 forms and it's going to be a lot of spells, even the transform itself stacking up Maokai's passive. But at the end of the day, the damage that you do is really going to justify the amount of spells that you cast against the Maokai. So I wouldn't be too worried if I were on the side of Raven. And you really hit the nail on the head when you said that Raven wants to go for a lot of these carry top laners as opposed to damage, and now's his chance.
Well, Johnson's zoning out Arc a lot in this middle lane, just tries to get some trade back. Remember that both these players are new to the OCS coming through here, so anything could happen in this middle lane, but Corki versus Syndra, a pretty standard matchup.
Yeah, I mean, Corki is so long range to the point where he doesn't really have to worry about Syndra bullying him out, so it's not going to be too much of a problem. All in all, it's just going to be one of the safer picks that we've seen today, just because of the way that he can itemize towards this Syndra later on. But look at Nellis.
Early gank forces the flash. Kha'Zix follows as well. First blood for Nellis.
That was all Summoner's Burn on the side of Johnson. And he still dies in that engage. So that's going to be massive going over. Of course, it's 3 summoners for 2 on the side of Sin Academy, but who cares? You've got a Kha'Zix ahead, and we were talking about the trade-up between these 2 junglers, the Kha'Zix and the Rengar. Both of them are going to be farming really fast in their own right, but now with this accelerated lead that Kha'Zix has, he might just be able to go well into the side of Lisa and just bully him out from his own side.
Well, that was almost Nellis was almost looking for another kill there on Lisa as well, trying to chase into that jungle. Sin Academy off with a strong start with that first blood. Vel'Koz. Oh, God, I can't believe we're seeing this champion down bot.
Why not?
Well, I mean, I've seen support before, but it's been a very rare case that you see a Vel'Koz
I'll tell you why they picked him.
Oh, geometry.
Vel'Koz.
What? Vel'Koz? Yeah, very nice. Very nice pun, Jimmy. Thank you very much for that. I mean, the poke in this bottom lane, it's going to go to the side.
It's going to go nuts. Yeah, of course. Sin Academy is going to be able to bully out this lane really easily just because of the long range that this Vel'Koz does bring onto this side. But speaking of which, Lisa's on the top.
Yeah, that's right. And now a 2v1 against Raven. He's going to go down. No, actually forces the flash. Lisa can't find him with the sapling. That's a good execute.
Popped him from downtown. I bet that was one of the strongest throws that we've seen. And all of a sudden, Sick, he's pulling this out. So now is the perfect time to question the first pick of the Varus onto Squidgy and how much effect it's going to have into Lisa's Rengar. Because you pick it up, you leave open the Rengar for the other side, and already we're seeing Lisa do some work.
Absolutely. And I do believe I'm wrong, Preacher. It's actually Vel'Koz last week in the OPL as well. I'm just blind. I watch every VOD, Preacher. What's wrong with me?
You watch it, but it doesn't go into your brain, right?
Oh, thank you very much. No, but maybe I'm just that excited to see that in the bottom lane. This is still pushing up as well. I mean, Squidgy and QB just having a lot of pressure in this bottom lane. Already 10 CS up. And it's going to be a focus lane for Lisa. I mean, he's got to stop this before it keeps going out of control.
And that is always what Malzahar's going to be. It's going to be really high before level 6, but once again
isolated and boop, with the phosphorus bomb.
There's not much to say about that one because Johnson didn't have either of his summoners. Easy capitalization from this duo, and already you can see the effect that Sin Academy has in the mid lane. Of course, last week we saw a lot of camping done by Dan Dane onto Bedoink in the mid lane, and now it's no different. They're playing the exact same strategy.
Well, Lisa was sitting up top just like Mubu was the other week. Raven Got to be a little bit careful.
Oh, this is it.
Stunt up. There comes the jump, the flash as well. Raven gets locked up. The twisted advance. Lisa jumps again. Oh, is he going to die? I think he will. The red buff secures it.
And Raven ran in the wrong position in order to get out of that one. He ran towards his brushes. You can never do that into a Rengar, because what Rengar can do is he can jump onto you, and he's still in a brush. So if you flash away, if you dash away, if you do anything, he can jump onto you once more. That was possibly the worst way to go for Raven, and unfortunately gets taken down there for another double. So we can already see the way that these junglers prioritize. Mid for Sin Academy and top for Regicide.
Well, again, the pressure down bottom is all we could really look at this point in the game. Squidgy is so comfortable on that Varus. I mean, you can say that about a lot of people in the meta right now, but none more so than this guy. Again, poke, poke, poke down in this bottom lane. They're looking to get ahead early. They're doing exactly that. Sin Academy, the poke composition, it's going to be fun in the mid game for Regicide.
Well, we were talking about a lot of the jungle pressure, how it goes to mid for Sin, how it goes to top for Regicide, but take a look on the bottom. That's neglected by both of these junglers, and that's going to be really painful for Regicide's bot side, just because of all of the poke that comes out from this bottom side. Both Varus and Vel'Koz doing massive amounts of poke, and at the end of the day, when you go into bottom lane, the one thing that really beats out the enemy is your range.
Exactly right. So Regicide here found 2 kills quite early up in that top lane. Sick on the Maokai. Not exactly what I was expecting out of him, but I mean, he's always been one to sort of follow the meta and play it quite well. He's found his edge back in this lane as well. Raven's died twice coming through here, and 1 kill to each of the members, but the mid is being prioritized. I mean, who gets ahead first? Who's the bigger priority here? If you're looking at Sin Academy, they're focusing mid. Regicide, they're focusing top.
Already, if you take a look at the advantages that they're getting, the top side isn't getting too much of an
Twisted
advantage.
advance, thrill of the hunt. Raven trying to bop everyone out, but he gets bopped himself. Sick. Picks up yet another kill.
And already, Sin Academy, they're diverging from their usual strategy. Do it once, do it twice. You know, fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice.
Shame on you.
How does it go? I don't even know how it goes.
Fool me once,
yeah,
shame
but
on
the
me,
but
fool
the
me twice,
problem
shame
is
on
that
you.
Kha'Zix goes all the way down to the bottom side, doesn't go for the 3rd time repeat.
Yep.
He gets a dragon in response to the top lane gank, and already we have to see just how much of an effect this has, because Sick, he's still down on CS, even though he is up on kills and assists. But that's really all he has going for him. He needs to get this first brick.
Well, it's going to be a big priority, but as you saw there, Sin Academy, Nellis picked up the Infernal Drake by himself. It's going to be a big point. I mean, with a poke comp and extra ability power, extra AD, I mean, that's quite huge. You've got a Corki who splits his damage right down the middle. A Varus has a bit of small scaling AP as well, and a Vel'Koz that's going to be poking you out. There's so much damage coming through, so much split damage. And an Infernal Drake's exactly where they want to go.
Oh,
God.
No. And I don't think that Dragons could have gone any better
dear.
for the side of Sin, because the Mountain is the poke dragon, of course. Whenever the enemy walk a little bit too far behind the turret, just go for it. But ultimate coming out?
Yeah, the light comes through and the laser was fired. But QB doesn't find anything else. Instead, Sin Academy are going to keep pushing this bottom lane. And with the Jhin out of the picture, they should get some nice hits on it.
They're going to get a lot of chip damage down, and already this is pretty much the effect that we expected to see. Now it's really up to Lisa to gank this bot lane, because it's pretty much what you're expecting. Of course, there can be some counter ganks coming out from Kha'Zix just because you can expect it so hard. But nonetheless, you need to, because if you don't, your bottom lane is going to fall really far behind, and you can't let that happen into a Jhin. They've already got the Varus pick. It's already arguably the stronger one in the current meta. You can't let it go to waste.
I mean, arguably here, we're seeing both junglers be really proactive in different lanes. No one really falling behind just yet. The gold lead is in favor of Sin Academy, but that's only because they got that first blood, I believe, in that middle lane. Ark now has the package, but he can't really do anything with it with Johnson. Kha'Zix is nowhere near. I don't even know where Nellis is. He's down, he's down there on the bottom side of the map.
Not a problem at all. He is camping out. You know, this is exactly what Kha'Zix does. He wants to mirror Lisa whenever he can. That doesn't just mean ganks, that also means CS, and he's just going for his jungle camp, so it's not too much of a problem. But one thing that Ark can do right now is he can use all of his abilities, hard push out this lane, make sure that Johnson gets pushed to his turret, and then gank bot. But Lisa wants this in the jungle.
Yeah, thought it was a 1v1 trade, but Rengar backs on. Really nice Nethergrass, and Nellis makes his way out,
Johnson?
flashes away. The red doesn't do it as well. Yes, it does. And Corki picks up Lisa, Isla picks up Ark, and QB is going to go down to the Jhin. It's a 2-for-1, and sorry, Nellis does not go down.
No, Nellis doesn't, but nonetheless, this is still a huge advantage going over for Regicide. Sin Academy, they've already prioritized the Mountain Dragon, and we can see they want to go for the objectives, they don't want to go for the kills. Bad luck. That was just a skirmish early on in the game, and the kills go over to Regicide. So now the lead gets swung all the way back.
Absolutely. So Regicide finds some proactive
Ayla?
move. Chains of Corruption. Squidgy wants to 1v2, and he gets a kill. Even heals, which was not needed from the Malefic Visions.
That's what we were talking about.
He's
Squidgy
good.
playing this Varus long before it was meta. Now that it is in meta, this guy knows exactly how to use it. But we're going to be taking a look at this team fight again already. Nellis gets locked up, but he doesn't get taken down. And that's really the end of the team fight for this segment. But over on the top side, you take a look at this, and Sin Academy, they are just getting slaughtered left, right, and center.
Well, I mean, the Vel'Koz came in just to help Nellis out. I mean, QB does go down for it as well. I guess you could say Worth, but he probably could have just tried for the engage and then backed off. Felt like he was pretty safe there before Scat of the Week came up. Sin Academy now going to trade off for what that fight was and get this first turret on the board. Sorry, second turret, in fact, as top already goes down. Wow, that's bad timing if you're Sin Academy.
It's ahead of a nail. That one was really
Literally
close.
a one shot.
Yeah, exactly. But speaking of one shot, that last fight, you know, Ayla just left Nellis on one hit. Even if he autoed, that one hit would have been the difference between Nellis living and dying. And all of a sudden, this team is really getting set behind here.
Okay, so where do we go for Sin Academy from here? I mean, they're falling behind a little bit. And in this poke comp, the Corki's getting ahead. He's got a Hex Drinker. He's well on his way with the Phage to the Trinity Force. Johnson can't really trade off against him. He gets exhausted. Rengar comes in as well. Shock Blast combo. Raven does not hit it. But like I said, the Corki, I mean, he is getting ahead. He's doing a lot of damage.
He is, and he's also sitting comfortably. That's the one thing that we need to point out. The fact that he can just sit so far back in lane, and he doesn't really have to worry about any of the damage coming out from this poke, from either Johnson or anybody else on the side of Regicide. And all of a sudden, you've got this this double AD comp that wants to poke, that's scaling so comfortably into the mid game, and they really don't have any way to do it. The only downside for the side of Sin Academy is how expensive their builds are, because you've got a mid game Varus that is Squidgy, and sure, it's a little bit cheap on the Euros and also on the Edge of Night, but then you've got the expensive Corki, either a Trinity Force and a Gunblade, or a Trinity Force and an Infinity Edge. Either way that you spin it, it's going to be more than 7k gold. You're going to be scaling and power curving in about 22 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, still 13 minutes in. Sin Academy now sieging across the board. They've made some really proactive last couple of minutes, you could say. Squidgy just getting that solo 1v2. That was bigger than an impact for Regicide.
It was huge, and even then, he used his heal just in case. He didn't have to use it, but nonetheless, he used it, and he catches Isla out in the process. So Squidgy is really showing his dominance on this champion. It's not just Varus being meta, it's Squidgy being the Varus.
Well, I'll tell you what's being annoying. Sin Academy are just poking out so hard. Sick is going to catch Raven here. Not sure if he's going to go in. Thrill of the Hunt has been popped. There's the Chain of Corruption as well. Disintegration Ray used to force Kedu out, but he doesn't stop ulting. Raven picks up a kill, but the Maokai picks up double already. He cleans up for a triple kill. This is going terrible for Sin Academy. Sure, you may pick up the Mauser Hut on the back foot, but look at that. A quadra kill for a Maokai.
What?
Oh, I said Maokai. Who cares? It's an ace.
That's an ace going over for Regicide. Not only that, but 4 of those kills going over to Sick. This is massive. We highlighted before this game even started how Sick was one of the best players, arguably, in the OCS, pushing his team forward into the OPL. He's showing his dominance. A full tank doing that much damage is absolutely bonkers to see.
Oh my god, it definitely is. Sick is 6-0-2. This next back is going to be a beautiful one for him as well. Let's have a look at how that transpired.
Yeah, so pretty much what happens is that Sick comes in and locks everybody down. Jin is free-firing right now, and nobody is really focusing on the backside of Regicide. You got to take a look at the target priority. Sin, they might be targeting a lot of the tanks and the front line on Regicide, but none of the backline is getting caught.
Wow, this Maokai is doing work. I almost called him a Moakai because he was just mowing down the enemy side. Yeah, he's a lawnmower at this stage. A Mountain Drake is going to get picked up for Sin Academy on the side of Infernal as well. I mean, that's going to be doing a lot, but Regicide after that team fight find themselves 2k, almost 3k ahead. With 2 turrets on the board, Regicide, they've now got a Maokai with like 8 kill participation.
Well, this is really what we were talking about. This is the defusal that Regicide needed to play in order to get a really safe mid-game going into Sin Academy. They needed to get enough of a lead such that Sin Academy cannot free siege. And when this point comes forward for them, then it's going to be really good for them because now they can 5v5 team fight, and the person who you wanted to get fed, coincidentally enough, would have been Sick just because now he's so tanky, he can tank up pretty much any tower dive that they want to have freely.
Well, the poke comp we said, they needed to wait. They needed to wait to that mid-game stage. Regicide needed to be proactive and move, and they've done exactly that. This mid-game might turn disastrous for Sin Academy if they don't find the skirmish that they're looking for.
It is. You take a look at who needs to get the gold. Sure, mid laner could always do with more damage. ADC could always do with more damage, but this ADC in specific, very cheap build, doesn't need the gold. You take a look over at the Maokai. He's always going to be the person in the front line.
Yeah.
More tankiness, the better, right?
Well, Sunfire Cape has that that Glacial Shroud. Curious to see where that goes from here. Might be seeing a Frozen Heart coming in, but I do doubt. I mean, you've got the Jace, I guess, with the Enhanced W. You've got Squidgy's not building it.
That's always going to be 2.5 attack speed, by the way. You can't slow it down with Frozen Heart.
Oh, well,
fun fact.
Well, then there's no point building a Frozen Heart. It's going to be something else. Do you think we're seeing an Iceborne Gauntlet Maokai coming through?
It could increase his damage while it also grants him tankiness.
Yep.
No reason why you can't, right?
Definitely not going to be a Titanic Hydra, which I found out the other night was not the greatest on Maokai.
We'll have to see. We'll have to see the effect that he has in the mid, because if they keep on fighting in the jungle to the point where all of these choke positions are available for them, and Maokai can just block all entrance onto the Jhin, then he might well just go more damage, because nobody's really trying to focus him down with abilities.
Well, at this point in time, it's still just a wave clear battle for Sin Academy to scale up to their second or third item Power Trough. With the Trinity Force Corki, he's already got the Hex Drinker, like we said. I wonder if he goes for the Mora Malmortis, or do you think he might go into his next core item? Maybe upgrade those boots. I think Tenacity could go a long way on the Corki.
Oh, Ayla, you don't want to be here.
Well, Ayla does get caught out. Will get locked down as well. Nels now regrets this decision. Flashes away from that last bullet. No, there's the last bullet. Squidgy takes it now. Only just gets out.
Oh, and Nellis, sliver of health, managed to survive there. That was pretty much key to positioning at the
Unleash
top.
Power, the flash, but the trade-off arc does secure Johnson in the end. So Sin Academy start moving mid. And Regicide, I mean, it's getting a little bit sloppy, but you could say the same for Sin Academy at this point.
But this is the siege that Sin Academy wanted. They wanted to push all the way into the enemy's base. They want to make sure that taking these turrets should be a breeze for them. And a one-for-one trade shouldn't be too much for them, especially given the fact that Regicide is ahead. Bringing it back to a neutral position, it shouldn't be a problem.
And Lisa's going to pick up his red. Really irrelevant, because we haven't seen this Rengar being in a lot of these fights so far. I mean, Thriller Hunt being popped, but the big ones is what he's been in, so that's the most, I guess, the most important fact.
Well, he has 9 kill participation.
Yeah, I know that, Preacher. I know. He's been in the big fights. He hasn't been in the small picks, all right?
No, he hasn't.
Yeah,
and he needs to really be in the
you.
grill of Sin Academy, because that's what Rengar does. His ultimate can just propel him into any sort of fight that he wants, and there's really no excuse why they're not being so proactive about this, because this whole map is pretty much open for Regicide right now. You got to take a look at the ward positioning that they have. They know everything that's going on the top side of Sin Academy's jungle. There's no reason why Rengar shouldn't participate in any of these skirmishes.
Well, I think Regicide right now, they're looking for a pick. They're looking for brush control as well. But Sin Academy are playing it safe. They're going to their side lanes. They're farming up. They haven't really run the 1-3-1 just yet. Preacher, we said that they'd probably go for that mid-game as well when, you know, Corki sort of finds a little bit more than the Trinity Force, and you see it, you know, a Jace that has more than a Black Cleaver as well. Sin Academy, I mean, it feels like they're holding out just fine. They're looking to sort of delay this game for an extra 10, 15 minutes.
I mean, they can delay it, but it's not really going to be working to the maximum efficiency, because you look at the power spikes they have right now. The Yumu's Ghostblade already built for Squidgy. Squidgy's sitting so comfortable on that. You've also got the Trinity Force for Arc. There's honestly no better time than to fight just now. Black Cleaver even for Raven. He can deal with Sick, maybe not 100-0, but can deal with him nonetheless, and this siege is working.
Well, absolutely, but there's a lot of wave clear between, sadly to say, Maokai and the Syndra. I mean, he's ahead. He's level 11. So is Jace, in fact, up in that
Nothing
top
sad
lane.
to see.
No, look, he's 6-0 too.
He's also built the best boots in the game, which means he's going to be so tanky going into these team fights.
Yeah.
Not a problem at all.
Yeah, tanky boots. Thank you very much, Preacher. Best boots
Ninja
in the
time.
game. Yep, I get it. All right, Baron's live. Next
Oh,
Dragon's up as well.
Squidgy!
The flash with the Nethergrass gets locked up as well. QB's going to be caught here as well. Johnson locks him down. There's Lisa, pops in with Thrill of the Hunt, flashes for the
Raven
E there, but
coming in.
Raven off on the side. Sick, now looking for Raven to get the redemption. No, there's a revenge instead. Double kill for the Rengar, and it's a 2 for 3 for 1. Man, I'm falling apart.
You're falling apart because so is Sin Academy. Pretty much what Raven did there is he had the perfect flank coming in from the side, but Nellis and Arc, they were too hesitant in following him. If they only did so, then they would have applied much more pressure than they had. Raven could have potentially picked up a kill off of that, maybe even lived, but nonetheless, Nellis didn't jump in. Arc didn't provide any more damage backup after all was said and done. And Raven, from what was an excellent position, didn't pick up too much. So it all started from this flash ultimate off of the Maokai. And all throughout this game, you just need to watch Squidgy's positioning. He gets caught, flashes over, not a problem at all. He finally does get taken down, but that's a lot of resources going over from Regicide. Now, this is a play that I really want to highlight. Nellis, not standing in the right position, just watching his Jace die. He really should have been in that fight because there was nothing to lose in that situation.
There as well.
Yeah, he definitely could have.
I mean, you got to say one thing. Sin Academy, they're not always winning these fights, but they are getting the Dragons. Thrill of the Hunt has been popped once again. Johnson does have Unleashed Power up,
Lisa.
But Arc, look, he has no mana. He doesn't have enough for the Valkyrie, so he has to flash over the wall. Nellis even uses the Void
Six on
Change
the
for
back?
Arc. I'm not actually sure what Arc is doing here, but he's going to get taken down by Ayla.
That was really odd because Sick had a really long period of time to just
again,
walk into the backside.
Going to get locked down. Raven picks up Ayla, but what else can they get? Sick, there's the Chains of Corruption onto Lisa. Really nice Vel'Koz. Oh, the Disintegration Ray does pick up one. Now they're on the back foot. And Sin Academy find 4 members in total across the map.
So they're finally starting to pull this one backwards, and I guess that's what happens when Sin Academy kite back. Their team comp is really good for kiting backwards because you've got a Varus who can lock people down. You've got a Vel'Koz who can constantly apply pressure to whoever is chasing. And when they are just moving backwards, when they are layering all of their damage while they are retreating, then it just works out perfectly. So Sick goes way too aggressive here, and already you can see support gets taken down, Kidu's low, gets sniped out by Squidgy, and that's all of the damage being taken out.
So that's what the snipe coming through from Squidgy. I mean, Squidgy does a lot in these team fights. So does Raven as well. Sin Academy now open up their options, and this Baron is going to go down so easily. The Malzahar cannot contest. Ayla walks away, and Sin Academy find their mid-game they were looking for.
So Squidgy knew that Kidu was around that area, but he didn't know specifically where he was because the vision was blind on that part. Nonetheless, this sets out a classic Varus player playing Varus just because he is very strong in the meta, and a really seasoned Varus player apart. Just because of the fact that Squidgy knew exactly where Kidu would have stood in that position. He knows his matchup back to front, and he just snipes Kidu out.
Looks like we're going to see a rapid fire cannon coming through from Arc. All that extra gold from those team fights. Squidgy starting to build his 3rd item as well, which can only assume is going to be the Edge of Night. He's actually built up the Manamune as well. The engage coming through from Sin Academy again. All these Yomus getting popped across the map. They're still looking for the pick. Sick is going to try and play the defense game, but mid is going to keep getting siege.
And take a look at this siege. We already talked about the Baron buff working towards the effectiveness of Sin Academy, and they're using it. Sick?
Sick actually caught out.
What?
I don't know if he wanted the engage. The Disintegration Rate has actually been silenced by Malzahar there, but Sin Academy, they still find what they want. 1 for 0, the trade of the turret as well. And they start moving top.
Nonetheless, that was very awkward to watch. It was Sick jumping in, and everybody else from Regicide really playing spectator there, not going in and chasing. Strange to see because Sick was tanking up for quite a bit. A lot of the abilities were going off on him. You have to count the cooldowns from all of the members of Sin Academy. Sure, they bursted down to Maokai, but they don't have any abilities left. That was perfect timing for Lisa to just jump in and murder someone.
Well, Raven, again, won't get caught out here.
Oh.
Double scatter the week, but Johnson, he does find the Unleashed Power and gets 2 for it as well. Sin Academy only have 3 left. Really good Chains of Corruption, but the last hit goes into Arc, and they're not going to find much
Lisa's
more than
ult.
that. 3 for 2. Rengar, he's smelling blood. Is he going to follow
this? Is he going to chase it?
it? I don't know.
He has to go for it.
No, okay,
No?
maybe
Yes?
not. Look,
No?
Lisa, he's just standing on the edge. He's trying to follow Squidgy. Still running. Come on. Come on, what is this? What is this? A Rengar trolling, just like giving Squidgy and Nellis a heart attack.
Yeah,
well, look, it's going to be a big trade coming across. Let's have a look where it went wrong.
Okay, so Johnson goes way far forward, but still, that was an excellent burst coming out of him. He picks up 2 members, and then it turns really negative for Sin Academy because they lose out on a lot of their members just simply from that poke alone.
Again, Squidgy is just recovering what's lost by Sin Academy. I mean, each and every single fight, he's setting up these kills for a trade. He's setting up these, you know, these team fights for a win. You've got to give it to this AD carry in a meta that's not dictated by them. he's really dictating the pace of this game. Everyone's getting caught quite more often than not. But Squidgy is playing a really well-paced game.
He is, and you've always got to pay attention to his positioning. It is immaculate throughout all of these fights. He only got caught out pretty much once, and that was a lot of summoners burned on the side of Regicide. So nonetheless, he's still standing in a really good position, and you just have to watch it. These upcoming fights like this one.
Kedu is frontlining here. There's a curtain call. Stunned up, but missed there. And Kedu's going to pick up a pretty easy kill. Raven's bursted low. Lisa's on QB, but Retribution is swift. QB gets the ultimate out, but doesn't stick around for far too long. Squidgy, okay, maybe he does get caught out. That's going to be a shutdown with 2 kills off the board.
Not necessarily, because Ayla held onto his ultimate until the very last second, so you can fault him for that if it is a flash and also Nethergrass coming out from the Malzahar.
Yep.
You, of course, can be faulted for that, but now it's going to turn right back into Regicide. And we were talking about the mid-game lead that Sin Academy had with the Baron. Now it's all lost.
Nellis, you got to be careful here. I mean, the Shock Blast combo, yeah, does a lot of damage, but not to Sick. He's going to keep sieging up this turret, and he might be caught here. The Deadly Flourish doesn't lock anyone
Jump
down.
back.
Instead, Nellis goes into 6. He's going to get taken down by Ayla, who now has 4 kills on the board. And that's all they're going to take. They're going to take the mid lane turret as well with a 2k gold lead.
So Nellis just tried to dive into a tank. He was jumping pretty much on top of Sick, and Sick pretty much just rooted him down. And that was a lot of damage coming down onto an assassin of all sorts. So not too sure why Nellis went that far forward. Pretty much jumped to his own death, and Sick just helped his team along with him.
I mean, this game's like a seesaw. We thought Sin Academy were now in the driver's seat, but Regicide just keep finding their picks, and it's all because of what we said in the draft phase, that Ayla finds his Flash Nethergrass. Every single time the Flash Nethergrass is getting them the kills they want in these team fights.
Yeah, they're definitely doing it to its maximum efficiency, and Malzahar, for a lane that lost, is doing a lot of pressure come this mid to late game just because of his ultimate alone, and really that's what you want, but I believe on the hunt has just been put.
Well, again, just to sort of secure vision, Raven is the one that's being targeted here. Lisa, again, just trying to zone out, jumps onto QB. Wow, the burst plant gets him away. Jin ultimate, the curtain call, trying to find the snipe through. They do find Squidgy. There is the disintegration ray, doesn't do too much damage. Corky with a package in the middle of the fight. But, well, he can't really find anything here, so he runs away. Lisa picks up another kill. It's going to be Nellis, and Regicide cleaned up pretty easy.
That's always the downside of picking a full squishy team into a Malzahar. The fact that he doesn't need to engage. He doesn't need to flash and engage. He can just stand on top of his ADC and wait to disengage. More than that, when there is no disengage present, he can just lock down whoever he wants to come the middle of a team fight. Nellis tried to jump in, tried to jump out. Doesn't matter which way you try to go. You're locked down. You can't move. Just gets taken down.
Almost taken by a shock blast, but no, it's going to be the first dragon on the board for Regicide. Sin Academy slowly losing their grasp on this game. Next one being a mountain. Then after that, we talk about Elder Drakes. Baron is up in 115. In Sin Academy, they don't have as much options to get it as they did last time.
It's going to be hard for Sin Academy to come back from this one. You did say that it's a seesaw, and rightfully so, because these teams have been passing gold leads backwards and forwards, but this next Baron is really going to be what's important, because it makes the difference between a siege composition on Sin Academy really come together and Regicide just pushing it straight back.
Absolutely. Sick is so far ahead as well. I mean, not against Raven, but just with his stats alone. He's got a GA now. That Maokai has a GA at 29 minutes in. That is just purely annoying. I mean, to verse that as your front
massive.
line, it's absolutely massive. Raven, he's doing a lot, but he's not doing as much as Sick on Maokai.
No, and if Sick decides to lock down Raven, or indeed lock down anybody else that he has within his W range, they're going to be in for a really bad time. You've got to take a look at just their positioning in this team fight. And Sin, while they do have the damage, if even one of their members gets caught out, it could just be a complete dismemberment of their team.
QB each time is really not getting the
Throw the
priority. Oh, but wow. Arc actually gets the unleashed power, the curtain call to finish off. But no, there's the Rengar to finish it himself. And Lisa also picks up QB. That's 2 for 0. And Regicide, they may have what they need to get Baron or get the base.
I mean, it was just a standard pincer movement. You can't go one way, you can't go the other. It was just the east-west have a rest.
Yeah. Oh, God. Oh, no. What was that? Is that the response to the 1-2 goodnight or the left-right sleep
It is.
tight?
It's a beautiful one, isn't it?
Oh, no. East-west have a rest. All right. Well, look, Regicide now have full control of the Baron. It doesn't matter what side of the rift you're coming from. They're going to start this one up. And only thing that Sin Academy can do is really try and spray and pray Nellis is on the side here, Preacher.
Ayla's has a really good position.
Nether Grass onto Raven there, lockdown, and he's dead. Really good ultimate from Varus, but Squidgy has to flash over the wall. Sick follows him as well. Twisted advance, lockdown with the Arcane Smash. Boom goes the Ventral Maelstrom, and Kedu gets the crit. This is going to be Baron.
That was all Ayla's positioning. Ayla was pretty much locking out everybody from joining the Baron fight from Sin Academy, and that was rightfully so. Nobody wants to burn a lot of their summoners on Ayla or their massive abilities, because if they do, they won't have the cooldowns to assassinate anybody on the side of Regicide if they really need to. And at the end of the day, you saw they tried to jump in, got locked down, got destroyed.
Well, Sick is doing so much in these fights. I mean, you just can't versus Maokai right now. And I'm not sure if Sin Academy, what do you do? How do you bring this game back into some kind of grasp where you can win?
It's hard. You need to get the gold advantage, which in and of itself is much easier said than done. And at the end of the day, this might add yet another loss onto the Jace streak, and we got to analyze it. If you put Jace mid, sure, it might work. But the problem with taking him top is you have no tanks. If you're ahead, if you're sieging, if you do a 1-3-1 or a 1-4, not a problem. Jace is possibly the best champion to have, but you're not ahead, and he's just much less versatile than any other tank. Because take a look at Maokai. If you're ahead, you can still siege, you can dive with a tank. If you're behind, you don't lose out on too much.
Oh, the sapling just takes all the minions. It was all for nothing. And Squidgy, I mean, he's still doing a lot in these fights, but he's starting to really not deal any damage to anyone except the Syndra and even the Malzahar, the duo bottom lane. If you're Sin Academy right now, I mean, why? I feel like you shouldn't be forcing team fights here. I feel like Regicide want you to fight them all in, want you to do the 5v5. They're getting picked out. Sin Academy, they probably need to either split, which they can't do during Baron anyway, because his turret's going to go down. But they need to find their skirmishes, they need to find their picks, which Regicide are doing so
And that's going to be nigh impossible, given the fact that Regicide just want to group up as a 5-man unit. It's going to be really hard to find a flank. Of course, there's going to be a backline, and people are going to be standing there, but who's going to be diving? You got Nellis, of course, you can go in from stealth, but that's pretty much it. And they're certainly not going to be isolated. They're not going to be standing far away from each other, so Kidu's not going to have that on him. And it's just really difficult for them to find a pick come this part of the game.
Gold discrepancies here are quite large. Junglers have at least 2k, 2k in the top lane as well, which is slowly developing, just a little bit under in fact. In the mid lane, 2,000. Bottom lane, Squidgy's actually kept up quite nicely, but this supports even. There's a 1.5 gold between Ayla and QB. I mean, Ayla's been at the head of every single engage. He's been making the proactive, not at the head, but he's always been busy in these team fights.
Exactly, and he's always the front line of his team, which is what he needs. Pair his passive up with his ultimate, he is sitting in such good position. Can't poke him out, can't do a lot of damage, and he's always got that ulti ready to lock your team down.
The Sick goes on, look at that, tilted because Rengar's stats are so powerful. That's all right, Observer. No one's going to get a kill except the Vel'Koz goes down in the end. And Raven, if you're wondering how much mana he had at base level at level 15, now you know.
Well, now we know. I mean, it's a very curious situation that we have over there, but this is pretty much what we're going to see as they just get completely in the
Regicide are destroying this base, and everyone is just getting collapsed upon. Johnson is so low, yet tries to take down Ark. He will go down to a turret, though. But this, ladies and gentlemen, is not going to be the game. It's going to be the top inhibitor.
It might well be.
Might be the Nexus as well. One member is all that stands in the way. Ladies and gentlemen, Regicide overpower Sin Academy. And this is very surprising. We thought the poke comp, if on anyone, would work well. The Vel'Koz, as seen in OPL last week, could have surprised us. But unfortunately, Regicide, they just make a team fight comp work so well.
And look, I'm going to echo exactly what Mendrick said last week. This is the advantage that you can have when you have a tank on your side. You can dive.
Like a tank.
You can dive. You can have a team fight. You can have an engage. You can pretty much do whatever you want. But on the other side, you have poke. You're either ahead and you do amazing and you siege, or there's not a lot else you can do, and that's exactly what we're going to see. So unfortunately that's going to add yet another loss onto the Jace counter. We're going to have to take a look at that as it goes. If it goes into the mid lane, I doubt that it's going to be that bad. But so far in the top lane, we can see a lot of the weaknesses that Jace has. If these teams can't close out early, he's not going to be used to his maximum efficiency.
This is not the first time we've seen this. Like you said, the poke composition, the sieging composition hasn't really worked thus far.
No, it hasn't.
On two different teams, we've seen such strong poke and it just hasn't come into fruition. So we're going to have, add a counter to the poke comp there. I mean, in the OCS, team fights are pretty much the crux of how these games are dictated. And if you don't have a team fight composition, then maybe you won't get through to the past the OCS. You know?
And that's the difference between the OCS and the OPL. The OPL, these guys are practicing every single day, right? And you got to take a look at their execution in these games. Once they get that lead, once they get a firm enough advantage, they don't even have to care about what's going on. They just go straight for the team fight. They go straight for the siege. They force things where they need to, and they get a huge advantage after that. But at the OCS level, you can't necessarily do that because once you get the lead, you're a little bit hesitant, you stall for 5 minutes, and then you just lose out everything that you had.
Absolutely. Well, that is going to be a very successful win coming on the board of Regicide, which puts them at 2-0 with Sin Academy at 1-1. We're going to have game number 3 coming up very, very shortly. Don't go anywhere. 5-minute break. We'll see you soon. the Oceanic Challenger Series. My name is Jake Hysterix, Aussie Penko. Next to me is Jimmy Preacher Fu, and we've just seen a pretty convincing win out of Regicide. Now, the one thing we need to look at is this next game. This is huge because Corvidae last week came off a win by default. Outlaws played out of their mind and came off a win as well. So, of course, there's a couple of bans affecting these teams. However, Outlaws, they haven't lost too much. And Corvidae, they only lose one player as well.
Yeah, and I actually really wanted to talk about Outlaws' game from last week because even though they performed really well last week, there were a few questions that I wanted to call in specifically from the shot calling aspect of it because a couple of their plays were questionable. There was one time when they teleported to save a turret and they were a 5-man group, but they didn't do anything with it. So that was a little bit questionable. And there was also another time in which they used 3 ultis to catch out one person and nothing came of that. So a little bit of a error coming out from Outlaws, but overall they still managed to win the game, which means that they were in the commanding seat. And of course, you did say that a couple of bans affecting both of these teams. I really want to see how Corvidae plays because they've got a lot of individually very skilled players on their team.
Okay, so name one, because you were talking about the top laner for Corvidae.
Oh yeah, Flick. Flick is absolutely amazing. I mean, I've had the pleasure of casting this guy before, and his top lane champion pool, it's a lot of fighters. It's not necessarily the
fighters,
yeah, the pokers, like Jace, and it's not necessarily the the all-in damage, but it's the fighters, the one that go half tank and half damage, and he just does really well with them. Like Fiora, for instance, and just champions like that. Yeah, he's amazing on those.
So looking to see Flick as a really good split pusher then. So as let's come back to Outlaws then, because I want to raise a good point, because at the start of the broadcast we talked about the highlight players, and one of them was Scam Diggity.
Yes.
So Scam Diggity there, I've seen him play Ivan jungle. He looks comfortable on it. The guy honestly just looks comfortable on a lot of champions. So Scam Diggity, highlight jungler for last week.
He most definitely is. But the one thing that Scam has as his weakness is that he's always tempted to play those carry junglers. He does very well mechanically by himself. We saw last week his Lee Sin was absolutely amazing. So we really have to see where he takes this one. Because if he takes one with high damage, Kha'Zix, Rengar, or Graves, any of those, he could perform massively.
Okay, so let's come into this pick and ban phase for game number 3. Corvidae didn't get the chance to show us what they were made of last week. Syndra's off the board. I can see that Flick is definitely up there. Wow, a name like Boss has got to be good in the jungle as well. With Syndra off the board, do we look for the standard Rengar, Ryze, Kha'Zix potentially?
Don't forget LeBlanc. LeBlanc most definitely has to be taken off the board.
100%, right?
100%. We've yet to see her in pretty much OCS competitive. I just believe that she's one of those champions that's so strong that she just cannot be allowed
close to 100% pick ban.
Close, because you just cannot allow her to leak through the pick ban. It's one of those things that you just cannot allow to happen. And I wouldn't be surprised if Corvidae wasted the last pick just on the last ban on the LeBlanc.
Speaking of wasting, I think we can question that the Talia ban is quite questionable. Ivan, like we said, I told you Scam Diggity is a really good Ivan. So Talia, Ivan off the board. I mean, this is not your standard ban phase. There's a lot that's going to be left open at the end of this.
And this is going to be really tricky because both of these teams, they're going for really targeted bans as opposed to meta bans. If Camille gets left open, if LeBlanc gets left open, if Rengar gets left open.
One of them has to be.
One of them has to be. It's going to be really dangerous for Corvidae because they're going to be leaving it up to Outlaws with
Camille.
the first pick.
So what do we go for? Rengar or LeBlanc? I mean, it really depends. Rysand last week played on the Syndra. It's going to be the LeBlanc. So that means Rengar is open once again. I mean, this guy is going to have a really big night.
Giving it over to Scam Diggity? Oh, that's going to be a little bit painful because we've already seen he wants to go for those aggressive playing champions.
Don't do that. I think that's got to be something. I'm not saying anything about that. Look, I mean, it surely should be the Rengar coming through to sacrifice something like an Echo in this early pick phase, to sacrifice something that could be like a Varus coming through as well. I mean, how much priority that, I mean, the Corki is not the worst option.
No. It's not the worst option, but it's not the best option that we have mentioned. Of course, Scam Diggity, we were talking about how he just wants to go so aggressive. And yeah, he can play those supporty type junglers like Ivan very comfortably. But one of the problems that he has on those is the fact that he cannot really show off his mechanics. And that's what he's really known for. Those early game plays, there's just jungle sense, able to really predict where the enemy jungle is going to be and just counter gank every single time without fail. I believe last game he had a 100% counter gank rate. Just there were no ganks in which he was not also participating in. Yeah, it's just amazing. And right now, questioning very hard why they didn't pick up the Rengar.
Okay, so far, I mean, Corvidae do have one more pick left, and it is going to be the Rengar. He's hovered here. If this gets through, I mean, again, like Outlaws will have pretty much just sort of secured this pick ban phase if they don't lock it in. That's Zyra. There's a big priority in the support. This is the first time that the first 2 picks from each side hasn't picked up the Rengar.
That's really odd. I mean, Outlaws would have probably been taking a look at this and said, you know what, Corki's just way too strong in the meta right now. We need to take him in priority of the Rengar, but now they can get free choice of both. And yes, we can stop harping on about the Rengar. We can talk about the advantages of going for the Jhin and the Zyra early on. It is a very competent bot lane, but nonetheless, you also got to question why they didn't pick up the Varus, why they didn't opt to go for the Varus when they did have the Jhin. This could be answered later on as more of these picks get highlighted over for Corvidae, but that's really what we need to
Well, I mean, this
keep in mind.
is one of the most interesting. I said this last game as well. This is one of the most interesting pick and ban phases. You've got a Misfortune who's been picked up, so they obviously don't want that to get banned out, which it obviously would with a Zyra getting picked up blind. You pick up the Misfortune, that's the response. So now do you pick the Varus, or do we look at something like
Wow. All right.
a Lee Sin?
I mean, look,
I don't
all
know
right.
anymore.
So we got junglers picked on the side of Outlaws.
No.
Rightfully
Help.
so. A jungler should be picked on the side of
Oh, this is
All
no.
right.
This, I mean, like, let's hype this up a bit. Let's make it a bit messy.
All right.
I mean, Victor mid, that's a control mage. That's not a Syndra.
No, it's not.
Syndra's banned. Okay, all right. I like this. I think.
Do you like this?
I mean, Rengar's going to have to get banned now.
Yes, of course he has to.
You don't have to ban away Malzahar because you've got your support already, unless that's a Misfortune 80 carry, which has been done internationally a little bit, like twice.
But
When I
she's
say
much
twice,
better on the
I think
support
one
role
was
than on the
Korean.
ADC build.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, absolutely. I think more efficient. So Varus gets taken away. That's taken away from Rain. He doesn't have the Jhin available, doesn't have the Varus now as well. What other options has he got in his back pocket?
That's really actually quite painful going over for Outlaws because they didn't get the ADC in the first pick phase. They opted to go for the Lee Sin on Scam Diggity, which I think that they can reasonably leave until the second pick phase.
Yep.
I don't think it's going to be too touched by the enemy team. He did pick it last week, but that's really all that we saw from it. Nonetheless, it would be really odd for them to pick up a really high tier ADC because, you know, they banned off the Varus, they got the Fiora. Ashe is really the only one left.
Okay, so you've taken off Hecarim. Okay, so that's obviously direct towards
Alright.
boss. Now you can take Rengar off. No, take off Kha'Zix because Lee Sin into Kha'Zix is not fun, but Rengar into Lee Sin is. I don't think
How
that's
many
fun
times
either.
have we said that name?
I don't know, but we're waiting for it. Please, if Rengar doesn't get picked, this will be a first. It's such a high priority.
I don't know.
This is killing me.
Yeah, I mean, like, look, I'm not going to question their team comp. Of course, they definitely do have something in
There's
mind.
a motive.
Of course there's a motive. You take a look at the Nautilus right here. They've got a tank. They're doing really well with themselves.
That's a very
They've
good
got
start.
a tank on their team.
Absolutely. Okay, so Nautilus gets flexed up into the top lane. Actually, still could be the flex if you want to put Zyra mid. Victor, I don't know. No, I can't work that one around. I'm just trying to move around team composition.
It's not going to work.
But I mean, you've got Lee Sin. So now you got to start looking at potentially what's your top lane. I mean, Maokai has made his way through. They're going to lock that one through as well. Not a big surprise. Alex Splash is the last pick. That is going to be that's going to be an 80 carry. Ezreal hasn't done so well in the competition
No,
so
we've
far.
already seen an Ezreal last week. It was with a Lulu
Into a
support.
pick comp as well.
Yeah, and that was really strange to see because the Ezreal didn't build towards pick.
Yep.
He didn't go for the Iceborne Gauntlet. He went for the Trinity Force instead, which meant more damage. But he wasn't hitting a lot of his Mystic shots. Not his fault because he was into a really mobile composition.
Yep.
Nonetheless, got to question why the Ezreal is coming out here. When the likes of Ashe is still available, it does help the team out massively. And this Ezreal, sure, you could do a lot of damage come the mid game, but that's really all that you're banking on the later on this game goes. You know, sure, you can scale up, sure, you can get those items, but he's got a really expensive build.
Oh, God, no. Don't. I tell you what, that's a little known love, but I don't know what's going to go on here in this pick and bad phase. No way!
What?
There's a unit. There's a unit. I love the OCS so much. It keeps it exciting, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining us here. We're seeing an Udyr in the jungle, first time in a very long time. I don't know if internationally this has been used in a long time, but Rengar survived the whole pick and ban phase.
Untouched.
Untouched. I think he was hovered as like the first hover,
Yes,
then they
he was.
went back to like the Jhin Zyra. Obviously, both these junglers don't prioritize the Rengar. It's not in their playstyle, which is quite weird because the Lee Sin kind of is similar to that assassination potential.
Well, the one thing that Lee Sin does have over the
Offers a bit
Rengar,
more.
which is a huge benefit, is the fact that he has his Dragon's Rage.
Yeah.
Kick somebody back into his own team, really great pick. Kick somebody back into the enemy team, really great CC. So either way that you have it, you know, you're setting up a really good team fight for yourself. The only thing that you're missing out on is the damage that you get.
How does Udyr go into Lee Sin? Tell me the matchup.
I don't know. It's you know.
No, you do know.
Well, you know, it's one animal against
If
another.
you were Mendrix is a Udyr main.
Mendrix is the Udyr main,
and
but he
would,
plays
he
it in
would
the
know.
top lane. He doesn't play it in the jungle, so he doesn't quite know the effect that Udyr has in the jungle right now. Udyr is a little bit of a farmer. We have
Absolutely.
seen that Udyr has been farming, so he can do camps like the chicken
I mean,
really
he's a hybrid though,
easily.
right? He can either go for the Phoenix build with a bit of AP with Runic Echoes. You've seen that before, or he can go for the Tiger stance as well.
Or he could just build completely for the team, because we've seen like pretty much a supporty type build out of Udyr in solo queue in the past before, where they go and really help out their team. So Redemption's a really strong item right
Yep.
now. I wouldn't even be surprised if he picked it up. It's just a really cheap item, a really good item, an amazing item for team fights. So if he picked it up, yeah, it would be really great for his entire composition.
Let's see which way he goes. I mean, he's got so many build path options that this Udyr is going to really dictate the face of the game. What a great start coming through for Corvidae. What a fantastic
Their
start.
first game in the OCS, they got a bye last week because of a forfeit from Tainted Minds Blue. I'm looking forward to seeing this composition, Hysterics.
The boss is on Udyr. The boss is on Udyr. I had to say that twice.
What more is there to say, right? This guy, he's going to be putting on the captain pants. He's going to be going
Oh,
into enemy
yeah.
jungle.
Well, he has to.
Yeah. You know, 1v2, I don't care. I'll just keep on ordering your blue and then smite it.
Absolutely. Okay, so this is the biggest surprise so far. We're going to work past this. We're going to look at the Udyr and how he works into this team composition. I mean, there's a lot of lockup with the Nautilus as well. There's a lot of chain CC from both teams. I'm glad we're actually seeing, and this is the first time a caster's ever said this, I'm glad we're seeing two tanks back up in that top lane. Said no one ever, but it's good to actually see that now there's two really strong team compositions who are looking for relatively the same thing.
Yeah, and they're going to be going for that 5v5 in the mid to late game,
Yep.
which is going to be really explosive, because now this
Exciting.
really shows how these two teams go up,
Yep.
how much synergy that they've had with each other, how much practice that they've had with each other, and it's going to be amazing, especially the Udyr, because at the end of the day, early game, he gets one gank. He gets one because of his flash bear slap.
Udyr can scale. Like, Udyr is the ultimate solo queue carry. If there's ever a jungler that can carry a game by himself, it's that bear that you cannot chase. He comes in, kills you, runs away at like full health because you cannot do anything against him. And it's pretty much like, okay, the Udyr like single-handedly carried the game.
All right, he tanked up all 5 members. He managed to assassinate 3 of them, and now he's just running off to solo Baron.
He's going to go do Baron by himself. There's a lot going to happen in this game, and nothing more than the 1v1 jungle trades as well. Be curious to see if Scam Diggity tries to shut down boss early. I mean, he'll be on the top of his priority list, getting that Udyr behind, taking away his blue buff as well. He doesn't have high mana costs. But, I mean, Udyr, he looks to sort of have full control of his buffs, and he's quite greedy with them as well.
Yeah, Udyr is one of the hardest farmers when it comes to the jungle. He just wants to farm that jungle whenever it is open. You got one yellow tick on your map, you just want to go there and you just want to take the camp. And really, Lee Sin...
Sounds like Yi.
Yeah, early on, he just wants to go straight into the enemy camp. You know, he wants to really take the Udyr early on. You've got a lot of warding potential early just because Udyr cannot really fight early on.
Yep.
So if the members push up, and if the members get a lot of deep wards onto Corvidae's side, it could be really painful for this Udyr, because they could 3-man collapse, and all of a sudden, this Udyr is put so far behind.
I mean, there's a lot of kiting as well from the side of Outlaws as well. Lee Sin, the Ezreal in particular too. Misfortune offers a lot of chain CC in terms of the bullet time, as well as the make it rain as well, depending on the build path. When I see chain CC, I mean that Misfortune's 4th item have started building Rylai's as well. So there's a lot of chase in the Udyr, but there's a lot of kiting as well from Outlaws. Makes it that the Udyr pick could be a little bit of a catastrophe if it falls behind early.
That's going to be his arrow to the knee, just getting slowed
not
down.
The skin. Definitely not Udyr. No, he could have done Spirit Guard, get a bit of I don't know, swagger. But
He's Rengar right now. He's a tiger.
Yeah, look at that. That's exactly right. It's a Rengar.
Oh my.
We love the OCS. Have I said that yet? I think I have. Outlaws versus Corvidae. It's a best of one, and what a great showcase from Corvidae by picking up the Udyr. He's going to look for the dredge line, but Flick, he's really not going to get the angle on this one. Little Cop just walks away. And that was a persistent invade.
It was, but it leaves a lot to be desired. Not too much is lost from either of these two teams, so they're just going to have one of the most normal starts ever, despite the fact that they have invaded. But one of the things that it does allow Outlaws to do, which is really punishing for the side of Corvidae, is that deep ward. Because it means that you've got to know when Udyr is taking his buff and at what time, and you can really plan accordingly.
Oh no, Rain's been caught out and locked down. Oh,
he has to take E at
flourish.
level 1.
He
took E at level 1. He had to get out of that situation.
So he's got E, he doesn't have Mystic Shot, and now he has no Flash.
Oh.
Oh, man, Corvidae, I like cheese. I really do. And that was the best kind of cheese.
Rain's going to have such a hard time in this bottom lane. He has to Arcane Shift just to last hit a minion. Do you know how painful that is?
I mean, Ezreal doesn't start with a really high AD cap, especially to the Jhin, and you can see he's started Doran's blade as well. This is a weird start. Normally you'd start straight for blue, but Boss has gone for Wolves. Blue buff now going to be helped as well as Corvidae kite this back. I actually really like this jungle start.
He starts Wolves just because then he can get a double leash on 2 camps. That's going to be absolutely amazing. And they don't lose out too much in the bottom lane because they know Rain has to go back. He's not going to be there to even get experience from the wave. And when he does get back, he doesn't have Mystic Shot to last hit all of the range creeps. Range is going to be poked out so hard, and it gives Corvidae such a nice ability to just go straight into the enemy jungle.
Oh, Corvidae, you're making me pretty excited to start this game off with Rysand on the Corki mid and Zeta on the Victor mid as well. I mean, I feel like Victor is a real punisher in this lane as long as he has the right positioning. Udyr is going to have a lot of potential to come mid, especially since Zeta is going to probably force Rysand out, make him use the Valkyrie, and Boss is going to have to time this well.
Yeah, well, Boss is the boss. He has to make sure that everything works perfectly, but there's a fight in the top, and Udyr is coming.
Oh my god, he is coming to the top lane. Little Cop's got to watch out. Really, really nice E from the Nautilus as well. He's low. Boss hits someone else first, but look at that solo lane pressure. Little Cop, oh no, gets slowed down as well. First blood to Boss on Udyr.
Oh my.
Oh my.
This is the early game going over to Boss, and this is what we were watching out for. He got the double leash early on, which means that not only did he do the camps fast, he did the camps safe. He barely took any damage from his bottom side jungle, and he just gets that first one on the top side.
He has to use the teleport as well to come back into this lane. Little Cop finds himself behind.
And not only that, but Boss also didn't use his flash, so he has that. But in the bottom lane...
Yeah, good safeguard. Looking for the Sonic Wave, but Scam Diggity caught up. The Sonic Wave hits, but he's not going to follow it.
No, he's not going to. So Scam Diggity didn't have anywhere near the same effect as Boss did in the top side. But once again, we really do have to highlight the fact that Boss didn't use his flash on the top side. That's going to be massive for him. I said earlier on that Udyr gets 1 gank early game. And he already used it without his flash. Now he gets 2. So that's going to be absolutely massive for this Udyr, chasing anybody down, stunning them up, and just locking them down.
And so far, so good for the side of Corvidae, with First Blood going up to the top of that Udyr. I mean, it was really good for Flick to kite around. Like you said, Preachy, you gave him props for being a really good solo laner. He hasn't played the carry, though, like we expected. He's opted to the meta. He's opted to the Nautilus top. He's going to provide a lot for Corvidae in this mid-game.
Well, he's still going to be doing a lot because Nautilus does have a lot of outplay potential. He's got 4 CCs, and they're really amazing on this champion because you can pretty much pick whoever you put it onto. Little Cop's got to watch out for himself because, you know, Udyr can just be in any of those brushes.
Well, he uses the bear stance. He comes mid, Rysand going to trade off, and he flashes.
Oh, flash bear slap! No! Oh, what? That's the second kill of the game.
This guy is impressing me 2-0 on Udyr.
Look, I'm not certain if we're going to get a replay of that, but practically what happened is he baited out Rysand just that little bit forward by walking backwards, flashes into his face, bear slaps him, he flashes out, not a problem on the Corki.
I did not see that coming. I mean, normally Udyrs take Ghost. Right? Normally, Udyrs actually take Ghost into the jungle.
Take the flash, get a free kill.
That's right. I mean, Rysand felt confident. He said, okay, I've traded off a little bit. He's going to walk back, and the flash comes out. Let's have a look at this.
Look, he flashes right back into it, and the last tick of Udyr right there on his Tiger stance. Red buff Tiger stance bleed. Oh, it is painful.
Oh, I don't know. I know, guys. I'm a little bit overhypey, but I've been waiting. I saw a Fiddlesticks, and that would have just made me go crazy. But the Udyr more so as well. Mendrick's going to be sitting at home, in front of his computer screen going, this guy's all right. I mean, Corvidae, they've had such a strong early game presence here. And I said in the mid lane, I mean, if Valkyrie's not up, it's going to be capitalized on. But Valkyrie was up. It was just a surprise factor coming from Boss.
Not only that, but Boss is just sitting so comfortably in his current scaling, and he is just going to have such a huge impact mid to late game. Because the one problem that Udyr has is that if he falls behind early, it's not his damage that he has to watch out for, it's his tankiness. If everybody else is kiting him back and he's running into them, he's going to have a really hard time just surviving all of that before he gets onto someone. But now, he's just sitting so
the
tanky.
pings.
And watch this.
They know he's coming up because Scam Diggity just backed off, able to catch the last glance of Boss. Little Cop's going to drop a ward, but Boss, you're probably going to walk back there and clear it. Maybe not, just going to use a control ward, know that he's not there just yet. Boss going to go back to his own jungle. He's still neck and neck with Scam Diggity, but Scam Diggity hasn't had the pressure that this Udyr's had early game.
No, and that is really strange to see from Scam Diggity, because we were talking about how Scam Diggity is a counter ganker. He does like to really wait until Udyr goes for those plays and then really fight against him.
Yep.
But there have been 2 plays on the map right now by Boss, and neither of them were counter ganks. So he's already ruined his counter gank percentage. But forget about the percentage. You really do need to have the map pressure for your team just to make sure that you don't lose it out.
Right, Hand's starting to fall behind in CS. As you can see there, a bit of pressure.
And now,
oh no,
the invade.
Okay, so this is a 3-man invade. Corvidae are pretty much locking this one down, unable to pick up that next ward. I think they're going to walk out because Little Cop's
flick.
there. Really good dredge line here. And there's the Riptide onto Rice and knocks up 2 of them there. Udyr's following, but there's the Chaos Storm. Gets a lot of burst, and that's an expensive blue buff.
It's an expensive one, but nonetheless, Boss is now denying away from Scam Diggity. Scam Diggity only has the early game in this composition. Past the early game, he's not going to be doing too much damage. Now he's being denied his own buffs. Oh my, Scam, you haven't got too much of a way to go.
Well, I mean, he does lose it away from that blue buff. I'm curious to see if he does give it over to Zeta. Scam Diggity now going to try to do the same thing on the different side of the map. He's got a bit of bottom lane control. The Mountain Breaker's the first one up, and Zeta does get that blue buff. He's going to look to trade. Doesn't have that Chaos Storm, but Scam Diggity, he's now coming mid.
Yeah, he's going to come mid, but it's only going to be to hold the lane. It's not going to be to do much else. Take a look at the way that Zeta pressures out Ryzen. He's only got an assist and a little bit of CS over him, but already he's exerting his dominance in this mid lane. And that was in no small part due to the fact that Boss ganked so early on and got that kill for his team. Now Zeta's going to be scaling so comfortably into his Hextech core. A build that's usually very expensive this early on, ever since they changed the build costs. But now, he doesn't really care. He can just upgrade everything at his whim.
I mean, Corvidae needed to get ahead early, like we said. Raid might be locked down here. Curtain call comes out. Elec, you're going to have to block a bit more of this. Stop walking, Ezreal. Wait, there it is.
There
okay.
it is.
We've seen too many horror stories like that. Rain and LX Splash are going to have to probably back off, but they both pop a pot. They choose to opt into lane. Looks like the tier is going to come out of Ezreal and has the cull as well, just to get some extra gold. Pretty confident in the scaling ability, Rain is.
So that was a huge challenge that just came out from Corvidae's bot side.
Yep.
Practically when you do that and everybody is so healthy on the other side, you're effectively saying, you guys don't have any synergy at all. Because I can pretty much just bait this out and hopefully hit somebody who was trying to body block against you. And all in all, you know, last hit, Outlaws, they were practically standing still for that one. Realistically, Rain could have just ran right back to the turret and out of the range, but still, he stood there just to make sure that they got it. And that puts a lot of weight over onto the bottom side of Outlaws.
Scam Diggity's here. Remember that Rata doesn't actually have any of the ultimate. Good flash, good heal as well, but the kickback. Dragon is caught. Get the 3-man ultimate, and wow, they almost get the trade-off, but Outlaws do find their first kill of the game.
Oh, wow, okay. So I actually thought that they were going to die there. At least one of the members off on this side, but it's not going to be too much of a problem.
There's one tick. Okay, Rysan gets one tick. Gets stuck in the static field here as well. Zeta gets exhausted. But Rysan, he doesn't have flash or anything available. There's the flash from Victor, and he picks up a solo kill on Corki.
Meanwhile, Boss is hitting down this turret like it's nobody's business. They might even get this first brick. That's going to be a massive lead over to Corvidae.
Brick mid. This is not often that you see a first brick
you
mid.
really got to be highlighting just how well this team is playing as a cohesive unit, because individually they are all so aggressive. We don't even need to talk about Boss being aggressive. Flick on a full tank, going aggro on the top lane, bullying out the Maokai, and also Zeta in the mid lane, walking all the way around the chicken pit just to get that kill onto Rysan. This team is bloodthirsty, and it's working.
This is a fantastic rotation from Corvidae to go straight to the Mountain Drake, to prioritize so heavily. I mean, this is going to go down. Elect tries to steal it away, but a good smite from Boss, as expected. And he finds himself ahead in CS. Corvidae find themselves ahead in gold, almost 2K in this 11-minute mark. That's massive for them.
Yeah, 2K by 11 minutes. This is nothing to scoff at. And already you got to be wondering, Outlaws, how are they going to be pulling this one back? Because they can't just stand in lane. They've been doing that for ages, and they've lost out so much in this trade. What they need to do right now is they need to go for these proactive plays. You've got a tank in Little Cobb. You can find some catches out with his grasping roots. And all in all, everybody on the side of Outlaws, they've got a lot of burst. You've got an Ezreal, you've got a Corki, you've got a Lee Sin. If you don't burst somebody else for a catch, you can't really do much else from this game.
I mean, Little Cop is pretty content with staying up in the top lane, but teleport available for both of those top laners. They're going to back off and pretty much walk to this lane. Scam Diggity's caught out by a ward, and he pops one over himself just to get some early vision control. The Scuttlecrab going to be secure, but there's no Drake there to really protect it.
Oh, Zeta. You might want to take Scam.
For it, going onto Scam Diggity there. The static field doesn't have Safeguard available. Really good Dragon's Rage. He needed that, otherwise he could have been dead.
That's going to be really punishing for Scam, though, because what this means is that Boss can invade for the next 1 minute, and he can pretty much take any camp that he wants. But down at the bottom side, he might be looking for something.
Oh, no. He presses the bear stance. Remember, Boss has Flash to do one of those sneaky little plays.
That was barely in range.
Look, again, Boss. Okay, so he tries to steal a ward away, but Outlaws win off the trade of that. It's slowed down a little bit here, maybe too much for Yudir's liking. I mean, he's got himself, that's an interesting starting build. He's got the Singed build.
He's got the Righteous Glory.
He's got the Righteous Glory,
I mean, it's an amazing item on Udyr, right? What's the one thing that Udyr lacks?
Just
running into the
scary.
enemy. And you said that he needs a Ghost in order to get into the enemy team. Who needs a Ghost where you can just build a Righteous Glory and keep a Flash?
Well, I'm expecting a Dead Man's played out of this guy as well. He's got a Tiamat.
Oh, of
I'm
course.
expecting that to be either a Ravenous Hydra, but by the looks of things, how the meta's shifted, might be a Titanic coming through as well. Hasn't touched the jungle item, doesn't even have level 2 boots at this stage.
Jungle item does nothing for Udyr at this point.
Well,
it doesn't give him any stats that he needs to clear the jungle. He's clearing it just fine with his Tiamat. He needs all of the stats he can for ganks.
Absolutely. I love the skin. I mean, the skin choice is my favorite part about it. Because I don't know who that champion is. It's definitely not Udyr.
No, I have no idea who we're watching right now.
It looks like a weird Kha'Zix with a panther sort of skin. I mean, that's all I got for you.
It's a beautiful skin.
I like Spirit Guide Udyr better, but I mean, you know, if you're playing Udyr first time in a competitive scene in a very long time, then why not?
Why not?
Why not play a weird skin?
It's beautiful.
I mean,
it's a beautiful skin. Don't call it weird.
He's, well, I definitely wouldn't call it weird to his face. Corvidae have found themselves in an early game lead, but Outlaws are still holding on. The gold lead's shortened, and no first turret picked up just yet. The second Drake yet to spawn, but Mountain already picked up Boss. He's going to get caught out here. Ryzen, really good bomb to sort of pick that one up, but Corvidae now rotating bot, looking for another turret on the board.
Look, just the fact that Boss is down here means that they pretty much have to seed this turret. Boss could have actually came around the other side, but he was really smart to figure out that Scam Diggity would have been here for the reply. And that's really Scam's strong suit, right? Scam knows exactly when the jungle is going to be in the lane and match it himself. He moved down to the bottom side, and that diffused his situation. If Scam wasn't here, this could well be 2 turrets going over to Corvidae.
Absolutely. Look at the jungle levels. I mean, Scam Diggity's 2 levels behind. He now gets level 9, but Boss soon to get level 11 as well. I don't know what it means too much on Udyr since his ultimate isn't really his ultimate, but it doesn't look like he's gotten the Phoenix stance whatsoever, and it doesn't look like he will anytime soon either. He's going to pick up the blue buff, doesn't give it over to his mid laner. He instead likes to invade and give the enemy's blue buff over to his mid laner.
Why not? You get 2 blues, take one for yourself, give one over to your laner, but here's the deal with Udyr's scaling. Every other champion, they either have a level 1, level 2, level 3, or level 6 power spike. Udyr has a power spike at every level because he can rank up his abilities. This guy's not going to be falling off anytime soon.
Definitely not with 2 kills, so curious to see where he goes with this build path. Scam Diggity here is going to get spotted out by a ward. And well done from Emrat Rata to sort of back away. Dragon's not there either, but this Gromp is going to be secured. Boss is nowhere near this. He's actually rotating through the mid lane here as well. Rysan has the package, and Dragon's 1 minute 30, so they're trying to exert pressure, trying to spread out and get themselves their first Dragon of the game.
And you definitely need to keep your eyes on Zeta. Pretty much his positioning and also who he decides to burst, he decides to poke is really going to decide this one.
Zeta walks back to mid, and everything has slowed down a little bit for us here. Next Dragon, I'm going to see, I expect a big fight coming through this one because there's no real over-the-top pressure. I should have said something about Rift Herald. I mean, Herald is to be expected.
We don't usually see a Rift Herald, and the problem with that is just because Rift Herald is so inefficient to do. It requires so many members, it takes so much time off the map, but who really cares when you have an Udyr?
Give it to him.
Give it to him.
Yeah,
that's what they're going to do.
Right.
Boss,
He's not greedy,
Yeah.
he's just the champion. He wants to solo carry this one. Look at this. No worries, the smite kind of ruined my opinion, but Boss is going to go back. He's level 11, Scam Diggity level 9 as well. Remember that 2-level gap, it's kind of shortening at this point of the game. Corvidae are still trying to push this bottom lane, and righteously so. I mean, they find themselves a little bit behind. They want to get some kind of objective on the board, kind of make it even in that bottom lane. Get the Ezreal ahead, and you'll be regretting things quite a little bit.
But Ezreal was always on the back foot from the get-go, just because he flashed, just because he had to take E level 1. So he was punished very heavily on this bottom side. One of the things you got to watch out for is how immaculately they've managed to come back from this one. But all in all, this is a 4-man bot.
Outlaws now looking to rotate this one. Dragon and Rada, I'm not sure what they're doing here, but Scam Diggity, Dragon's Rage solos the enemy Jin. Rysand comes in with a really good teleport from Flick, locks up Rysand. Now the rest is history because Corvidae are coming in.
Flick.
Boss is just hitting away at Little Cop, and that's right, Flick and Zeta on this front line are crazy. Look at this Udyr. Look at this. This is just painful. A double kill is going to go over to Zeta, and a 1-for-3 trade ensures another Mountain Drake for Corvidae.
Outlaws went way too aggressive in that last one. They went pretty much into the enemy jungle just to get Enrada down. But all in all, that team fight really fell on its face when the MF ultimate was cancelled by Flick, dredge lighting the second that it happens and just cancelling it out for the side of Outlaws. They had no damage coming out of their team comp pretty much in comparison to all of these carries coming out from Corvidae.
Well, let's have a look at this because Zeta got fed off this.
Yeah, so pretty much Enrada gets taken down, but that's not even the start of it because now it is Corvidae's story. Everybody gets locked down on this. One carry gets taken down. The MF ultimate gets stopped, and that's really the highlight of this play because Little Cop in the backline tanking up. What you doing? You're not tanking for any damage, and now you just got to die.
And Boss was just hitting away at him. It was pretty much like, I can't do anything else because Boss has red buff and just keeps hitting me. I can't move. Righteous Glory not really utilized much in that fight, but it did enough. I mean, Boss
pretty much just accepted his fate.
That's right. I mean, he's got 5 out of 6 kill participation. Now Zeta is fed in the middle lane. An assist goes down to the bottom lane. In fact, Dragon picks up 3, able to pick up his support item. And this turret looks even easier than before. They might be able to pick this one up.
Right now, what Outlaws just need to do is really wave clear this lane hard, and that's going to be really difficult with an Ezreal and also with an MF. It means that their abilities have to use not for poke, but for wave clear. Especially MFs make it rain. It means that you lose out on a lot of utility in this bottom lane. Corvidae could find a lot of opportunities to engage onto this bot lane.
Okay, Outlaws, they have found themselves at a discrepancy. That's a 3k gold discrepancy. After that little team fight, excuse me, Baron is coming up. I mean, would it be crazy to say that this could be an opportunity for Corvidae?
20-minute Baron? Why not?
20-minute Baron, Udyr? I mean, is this a thing?
He's very far ahead. He's extremely tanky. He's got a lot of damage. There's no reason why he couldn't, but it is a very risky play. Just because everybody is up from Outlaws, you need to really make sure.
He's coming. No, no.
Please. You're playing with my heart here, essentially.
You keep talking. Sorry, I'm scared.
All right, it's fine. They can't go for the Baron this early just because Scam Diggity is up. And I have a sneaky suspicion that Scam Diggity isn't going to be dying anytime soon, isn't going to be caught in a bad position, because that's the way that he plays. He parts really efficiently, and he parts very intelligently, to the point where it's really hard to catch him out. And the only times that he dies is when he's trying to help his team.
I guess last week we saw how well he can recover from his losses, and it's going to be a good example this week as Boss is again in the enemy jungle, has that Rift Herald. Flick has just been roaming with Boss. Like, this guy loves jungling. He's not even a jungler. Scam Diggity might be caught here. The Bear Stance gets the stun as well. Udyr's into the fight. Flick, really good shot. Here's the Curtain Call coming through. Chaos Storm. The CC is so well layered. And that is going to be a triple kill. Corvidae, I'm sorry I didn't get to see you week 1 because you look incredible.
Hysterics, the CC, it makes sense. They just went all for it. They layered it one after the other. This is what happens when you get a Nautilus in your composition. The upside The downside of getting a Nautilus is that he has a really poor laning phase. Yeah, he doesn't care at all. But the upside is that you get a Nautilus. He has so much CC for your entire team. And the fact that you put it on Flick, a star player, he didn't even lose topside. So that's really the advantage that you got for yourself.
I mean, 2 turrets down bot, a massive team fight, and another triple kill going over to the side of the Victor. He's 6-0-1. He's got a Lich Bait, and he's got his Hex Core upgrade already, and now he's building onto his 3rd item. 7 out of 9 kills he's been involved in. And Corvidae, I mean, this first game, if they play like this every week, they're a contender for the top 2. I can see these guys competing for a spot in the OPL. As long as they play like this, it doesn't mean that picking a pick like Udyr is the reason why this is happening, but they're so proactive.
Exactly. From the get-go, from level 1, they were just so far ahead in this entire game, and you just got to give it to them, right? They're blowing my socks off right now. They're doing amazing work.
Well, look, I mean, Scam Diggity, like we said, he needs to recover his losses, which he was so good at in week number 1. With the Baron now live, they don't want to take any chances. They're going to get Scuttlecrab. They're going to try and secure this one. Boss is just farming up a storm. He falls a little bit behind Scam Diggity, but he's got so many kills to add to his name.
That's pretty much all that he's got. And right now, he's going to be sitting in a position in which... Oh, no, never mind. Rysan wants to catch
Flick
Tower.
caught roaming. This might be the end for him. I see him dying here. There's no one else to really help him out. Flick, does he have flash? He actually does, and he makes it out. Meanwhile, in the back, Zeta picks up a kill. I don't know how that one happened, but Misfortune goes down.
Well, you know, it's a Victor. He has very high amounts of burst.
Kills.
If MF wants to walk up to that, she well could have predicted that that's what's going to happen.
But a double flash, twisted advance, and that's a shutdown. Well needed for the side of Outlaws.
Oh, so Zeta's just overstayed his welcome. He got that kill and he got very cocky afterwards.
Oh, wow.
But this might not be over. This could be very bad for Corvidae.
They have the Scuttlecrab they're looking to chase in. The big one picks it up, even after the flash heal. Outlaws finding some kind of retribution. Dragon has the flash over as well. Scam Diggity's here, misses the Sonic Wave, well kited. The cripple comes
Boss!
through. Oh my god,
Boss!
Udyr is here! No way, he's going to look for the trade, but Boss just saves his support and becomes a hero.
Doesn't care. All he wants to do is get his support out of there. He doesn't want any kills. He doesn't need any kills.
Oh,
he just saved his support's life. So that was not the worst thing in the world for Corvidae. You see, Outlaws, they got a lot off of that pick. They lost the MF early, but then they traded back on both the Victor and the Jin. So they picked up a lot from that. But Flick, once again...
He's doing this again. I mean, he has to ult this time around. He had to flash before. Corvidae, they're getting a little bit cocky here. I hope they can't hear me talking them up in this early game. But now 22 minutes in, Outlaws are starting to find some picks back.
See, Flick's position, it would have been perfect if the rest of his team was there. The fact was, the rest of the team wasn't anywhere close enough to collapse, or else that ultimate could have been a double kill.
More proactive than proactive, I guess you could say. Corvidae, they're going to pick up this next Scuttlecrab and the next Dragon, which is going to be Ocean. It's sad it's not a triple mountain, but hey, you got 2 on the board already. Their sieging power is going to be destructive as anything. Again, the poke potential is huge from these guys. Outlaws are just going to try and find their way into this river. But again, it's just facing off. Ward control for ward control. This Ocean Drake going to be next on the board. I think Corvidae have got this.
They have to fight for every inch that they walk in. And all in all, Outlaws, you can't contest a Drake if you can't get close enough to it. And they have to fight for everything, but here comes the curtain call.
Oh, really nice from Flick again. The positioning locks down Little Cop, but he's a tank, remember. Boss might be taking too much damage here, but Little Cop goes down. Now you don't have a tank, and Flick might go down here as well. Rysan, really good knock up there, and Boss gets sent the other way. Corvidae are losing this fight purely because of this poke comp here. Rain gets locked up. Boss might die here as well. Rain is chasing this one down. And Corvidae, we did not see that coming, but Rysan, the MVP of that fight.
So Rysan's positioning was so well. He wasn't just in the backline, but he was so far forward to the point where he was baiting out the enemies to walk towards him. And when he does that, he baits him into pretty much everybody else. Scam, look, you can't take this.
He actually just smited the Raptors here. Boss is trying to back off, but he backs to the side of the brush, doesn't get Sonic Wave.
Scam can get one hit. There's a Rift Herald.
I know, it's a little bit scary. He's going to back off himself there as well. Now remember, Baron wasn't picked up, but Outlaws now open this game back up in their favor. They've shortened that gold gap. It's 1K now, Preacher. Corvidae are not as in a commanding position in this mid-game.
No, because they got such a huge lead early. Now it comes down to the crux of things. You really have to ask the question, how well is your team going to work together? Do you guys know how each other play? Because if you don't, then that's going to be the most punishing thing. Now, Outlaws, sure, they missed out a little bit from last week, but they still performed excellently significantly. And right now, they're going to really be displaying exactly why they won out, because it's the same story as last time. Outlaws, early on, they didn't really get as much of a lead as they could have, but now they're pulling it back in the mid.
Well, I mean, Boss seems like he's not doing as much work as before, especially when they took out Little Cop and just didn't really know which direction to go in. A little bit more team communication for Corvidae in these team fights is definitely needed if they want to make it through this mid-game stage. They're still ahead. They've still got the 3 dragons. They've still got the 4 turrets to 3 and the short gold lead. But if they can't construct a team fight properly, Outlaws, with their experience of week 1, know exactly what to do.
Now, Outlaws are just going to really ram this one down. At the current moment, they're letting it push into their side, and it's not going to be too much of a problem just because there's not really much on the map for them to take. But if Corvidae push way too far beyond their boards, then they might just get caught out here.
They're going for Little Cop again, who's going to walk blind. He throws a sapling in. Boss is going to chase. Bear stands there, gets the stun.
Cop.
Wow, there's the Righteous Glory. Flick gets a 2-man knock up there. Little Cop's in. Really nice bullet time.
MF.
Picked up Dragon. Boss goes into the backline, gets exhausted out. Flick is the next one to die. It's so disastrous for Corvidae. The U-Deer is so fast. Remember when you can't chase a U-Deer, this is just, yeah, this is annoying. You need a lot of CC, but I think they found it. A double exhaust goes down. Boss finally finds his first death, and it's a 3-for-0 for Outlaws.
And Outlaws played that so perfectly. The story of that last fight was just MF's ultimate. That bullet time hit the cross-section of Corvidae perfectly to the point where everybody was chunked. Support MF, not a problem. That damage coming out was insane. And from that point onwards, Corvidae, they were just shattered. They were not collected as a unit, and now they lose much more than 3 kills.
Well, that Baron is going to go over to Outlaws, and how this game has changed. They do pick up a kill onto Little Cop, but Zeta has to run. He even has to flash and press his ghost. Outlaws, they pick up the Baron. They may lose 1, but it's still definitely worth. Okay, Flick, hello.
Teleport? This might be a play, but I'm not too certain about that.
I still, it's still a very interesting game, folks. I think that Flick is showing a lot of potential up in this top lane. He's a very aggressive top laner. I mean, Nautilus always are. I don't know what the plural of Nautilus is.
Nautilus?
Nautilus. Yeah, the Nautilus are always aggressive. And so are the Maokai, but he just takes it to another level.
Well, you take a look at all of the players from Corvidae. Every single one of them is so aggressive. Even from laning phase all the way into teamfight phase, they are all individually very aggressive. Now, the real thing that they need to work on throughout this split is, can they manage their aggression to the point where they work with each other? Because that's what they need to do.
Absolutely.
Right now, everybody is going so far forward, especially Flick, but nobody's joining him, and that's the real downside. Because at Nautilus, if you have backup, you're pretty much the strongest champion in the game. That's all really you need.
Like I was going to say, if they can do that, Preacher, then they can take their gameplay to another level. I think Outlaws have played really good from a deficit to bring this one back, especially from all the early game pressure. Scam Diggity, like we said, he knows how to work from a deficit. Like, he's shown that before. Rain and Rysand both have perfect positioning. You got to also give it to Alec. His bullet time has been fantastic.
Oh, that was perfect. Pretty much hit everybody on the side of Corvidae and just completely made them scatter and disperse to the point where they weren't coordinated, they weren't on the same page, they weren't even on the same region of the map together. But you really got to take a look and give it to Scam Diggity, because he is keeping his team cool, calm, and collected. He knows if I fall behind early game, it's not the end of the world. That's what a lot of Lee Sins have a problem with. If they fall behind a little bit in the early game, they try to make out for it, and they try to compensate for it by making a lot of aggressive plays later on in the mid game. And it doesn't work towards their favor, so they keep on losing out more and more. Scam, he's just been very cool, calm, and collected, taking everything that he can, leaving everything that he can't. And from that, from not playing aggressive, from not playing almost in a silly, aggressive way, he's just managed to pull this one back.
I guess that's what you want out of a jungler, a bit of stability, especially after all these bans came through. I mean, Scam Diggity's the one that stayed. Outlaws didn't really lose much. You can see that Flick is looking for an opportunity to go back in, but we're not sure that's the best idea. Baron buff still available. Rain going to try and push this turret down with Rysand. Little Cop now roams top. I feel like Little Cop, he's just been caught out this game, and he's being recovered by the rest of his team.
Oh, well, that's really what a Maokai does. I mean, this Maokai should have reasonably won
they
lane.
live, though.
No, but they usually win lane. Unfortunately, he didn't into Flick, but nonetheless, his team is really making great work of it, and they managed to pull him back from that deficit. At the end of the day, it is a Maokai. All he needs to do is tank up, and that's exactly what he's doing. So not too much of a problem for Little Cop in this game.
Yeah, so he's going to start pushing down this turret. Baron is not on Little Cop because he died just before they did it. So Little Cop is, He's struggling from that one a little bit, but the rest of the team rotate top. They're looking for this last tier 2 turret. They're looking to get their way up into that inhibitor. And they're going to do it pretty easy and pretty uncontested with a 5k Baron power play.
All of a sudden, you see that this aggressive team is really falling flat on its head, because when you're ahead and you go aggressive, you just get even further ahead. But when you're behind, very smart of them not to go aggressive, by the way, but you just keep on falling further and further behind. Already, we can see the goal difference here.
It's quite similar. The only real discrepancy is Emrata is so far behind of Rain.
Well,
I mean, that's 1,700 gold. I know it's an Ezreal, but I think the team fights, the potential that Rain has had as Corvidae pick up their 4th Dragon is just huge.
Oh, little cop in the back.
He comes from the flank there, goes straight onto Dragon, who gets smashed down. Look at this. Boss tries to get a flank, but doesn't find it. Flick now tries to go into the fight and doesn't find it either. A double kill, which might actually turn into a triple at this rate. No, Rysan steals that one away. It's a 3 for nothing, and it seems like Corvidae are just throwing everything away.
Oh, the front line of Corvidae were perfect that fight. The only difference was the fact that they are so far behind in this team fight scenario. So all of the damage coming out from Outlaws was layered 1-on-1, and they didn't split it on any of the members. So they took down Dragon, they took down Boss, they took down Flick. It wasn't a problem at all. On the other side, sure, Zeta and Enrata, their positioning was perfect. They didn't die throughout the entire fight, but they were also splitting their damage, and that's the reason why they lost the fight.
Outlaws now break the base. That's going to be the middle inhibitor down. They start rotating. I mean, Baron's not up, Dragon's not up, Corvidae holding all 4 of those keys. They're just going to clear the jungle, deny as much CS as possible. And Outlaws, they hold their heads high, they walk back to base. And 7k gold lead. This game has shifted so much in their favor.
7k, you got to be worrying as Corvidae. You can no longer go for these aggressive plays, especially not on Flick, which is not how he likes to play. He can no longer just roam the map freely. Pretty much nothing is open for him on this map right now, and that's devastating for a Nautilus. When you essentially can't dredge lane the first thing that comes into your sight, that's absolutely deadly, because it means that you really got to play smart, and it's really genuinely hard sometimes, because you take a look at his backline, you got to be peeling for them now. You can't just go full aggressive into the middle of the enemy team. It's a challenge and a half.
Do you feel like Zeta's doing enough in these team fights?
Not necessarily. So he's been positioning excellently to the point where pretty much no damage can go down onto him, but that's not enough. That's not what the Victor needs to be doing at this point in the game. He needs to get up aggressive into the enemy's grills, make sure that he can really stop the channel of the MF ultimate with his ultimate. Failing that, get his stun field down into the middle of the enemy team, but he's had no opportunities to do that. His stun field was not used in the last fight, or it was not used in such a way that somebody actually got stunned on the side of Outlaws, and it was just all in all poor position of his abilities, but excellent positioning of himself.
Well, Zeta has 9 out of 13 kills, and that's why I asked that question, Preacher, because, sorry, 9 out of 12, which is even closer. That's why I asked that question, because, I mean, he's got so much of the gold of the side of Corvidae that's been gifted over by Boss, especially in getting him ahead early, that if he doesn't utilize it, I mean, Corvidae, they're essentially fighting with a man down. They're essentially fighting with not 100% of their power.
Well, that's the name of the game. It doesn't matter how fed you are. If you're not applying your pressure, if you're not hitting your skill shots, then you're not really that far ahead, because your team really needs you to really lay down the law, put some damage down. But look at this. This is really awkward. This is a pincer for Corvidae.
Flash kick gets 2 people there as well. Flick goes in the front line again, but look who's goes down. It's Dragon once more. Corky in the back line there. Flashes Rysan, picks him up. It's now Flick going down, and Outlaws have just nail-pincered, shut the coffin, left, right, good night, whatever you want to call it. 3 for 0, and that is pretty much going to be the base broken once again.
So Corvidae wanted to go really aggressive onto that Baron. The Baron was spawning, and they pretty much said, look, this is our last chance, last-ditch effort to really pull this game back and to win this game. The downside of that is they just got completely pincered by Rysan, and everybody on the side of Outlaws very methodically moved forward to the point where this game is just over.
Well, I think there's going to be the twisted advance. Saita goes in as well and gets popped by Rysan. How this man has gotten out of control in this game. And honestly, when he gets camp mid, he comes back, he says, don't worry about it, boys. I'll bring it back home. And they do, in fact. Rain also just carried that game with himself. Ladies and gentlemen, Outlaws, very surprising win after that early game.
That huge early game from Corvidae.
They just fell over.
No, of course. And look, next time, if you're going to be bringing the cheese, make it smellier, because that game, even though the Udia got ahead so far, it wasn't really enough to get that lead. And I really just want to touch on that point, the Udia. So sure, he got ahead really hard early game, but that was really all that happened. From that point onwards, after his second kill, he was farming until about 15 minutes. And from that point onwards, your team needs you, but he's just been in the enemy jungle, in his own jungle. And Scam Diggity, he's been playing so safe.
Yeah, I mean, he pretty much just saw, okay, look, Boss is always in my jungle. He's taking my buffs. Let him take my buffs. I'll try and be proactive elsewhere. And proactive is really the word of tonight, isn't it? I feel like we've been using it with players who we expect more out of and just haven't sort of brought up the chase. Boss in the first 10 minutes of that game looked scary, looked funny, looked hilarious because, I mean, Yudi in the jungle is something we don't normally see. 15 to 20 minutes, it started changing face as well, and then Corvidae just lost all grip on the game.
Yeah. So that was really Corvidae's problem with their team composition. When they're ahead, they can continue to snowball ahead. And provided they make really aggressive plays, which in all right Flick should have been able to do, just get catch somebody out with your dredge line, use your ultimate, and just really help somebody, then it's not a problem at all. But besides that, they didn't really use that lead for much efficiency. This is really what we see, a lot of the problems of teams in the OCS. They have a little bit of a problem where they have a little bit of hesitation. And from that mid-game, from that lead that they start losing, the other team just has so many opportunities to come back ahead.
So before we go to a break and go to the next game, one more question, Preacher. Do you think Corvidae have what it takes to become a better OCS team? What's the one problem that they need to fix?
They do. Now, the one problem that they need to fix, like you just said, is hesitation. Have no hesitation at all. When you're ahead, keep on pulling the trigger. Keep on making those plays. Sure, these team fights aren't going to go 100% your way, and a lot of these factors are actually going to be quite daunting and challenging towards you, but it really is that lack of hesitation that allows you to go forward, that allows you to pull the trigger, use the dredge line, and catch somebody out, even though the scenario isn't in your favor. That really allows you to keep your lead.
Well, Corvidae are going to pick up their first victory. Well, their first victory in a game at least. That makes them 2-0 after the second week. Ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. We have one more game for the night. It's going to be Noxide versus Legacy Genesis. We'll be back in 5. Ladies and gentlemen, it's not Dodo Sin, but welcome back to the OCS. My name is Jake Asterix Ozzypenko. Next to me is Jimmy Preacher Fu. And Jimmy, we just saw a very convincing win. Not from Corvidae with the Udyr though, which is a little bit sad, but we're going to move on. Our next game coming up is Noxide versus Legacy. Now, before we go on, I just want to let everyone know, before we were talking a bit earlier in the broadcast as well there, and the OPL show actually released a really good podcast. So, look, I'm not a sellout, but if make sure you go check that one out, soundcloud.com/theOPL show. You can also check that out on iTunes, because I was watching it a little bit earlier tonight.
Oh,
so,
yeah.
You know, I've got
Fills you in on a lot of what you missed.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's come back to Noxide versus Legacy, though. Let's keep on topic, right? So Noxide have lost one player. Legacy have lost top and mid, is it, or support?
Top and ADC.
Top and ADC, I beg your pardon. So we lose Supervise, who was the Jace player as well.
Oh, yeah.
Let's talk about Jace.
Okay.
Okay, because we know that it's not going too well at the moment.
Let's talk about Jace, because both of these teams picked Jace in the top lane last week, and let's just say it didn't do amazingly to the point where both of these teams lost out. So a lot of these do come back to the point that we said very early on in the day, in the sense that Jace top lane, while you're ahead, does massively. But while you're behind just a little bit, he starts to crumble, and you really got to question what his role is in the game. And it comes down to these OCS teams where they hesitate a little bit, where there could be a play that they could go really aggressive on, but they choose not to go aggressive, and in the end, it can only backfire into them.
Absolutely, and I mean, because of Jace not really having a success rate, I mean, with top laners changing out, it might be a breath of fresh air for some of these teams. And we're coming back to my point that that's off the board. Now maybe we see something different. So it's going to be Art of Fernies, Dan Dayan, but our Christmas trees.
Oh.
Okie dokie.
Oh.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you don't know about Christmas trees, was once a top laner for Sudden Fear back in the OPL. I think it was 2014.
Oh, that was
or
ages ago.
2015, or one of the earliest splits there as well. Got relegated, played with a OCS team as well. I think changed hands and is now on an open ladder team. So they've picked him up. I don't know if he's just filling the shoes for the time being, but he's a well-known player and he's a really good AD carry. He's a really good top laner. I haven't seen him mid. So let's
This is his debut. Let's see if
Yeah.
he can perform as well
Absolutely.
as intended. But look, here's a lot of questions that still come down to Noxide, because these bans are all standard. We don't really need to talk about them. The picks are what we need to talk about. Last week, Noxide were also on blue side. And of course, blue side is the strongest side for pick and ban phase. But last week, their bottom lane, Ezreal and Lulu, sure, it's not the worst lane in the world, but it leaves a lot to be desired, and there are a lot of questions that you really do need to ask that aren't necessarily answered in that composition. Like, where is the poke? Sure, you got the Lulu, but the Ezreal doesn't really work with it, and yeah, it's just a whole lot of things that Noxide have going against them.
really quick pick and ban phase coming through here. You can see the priorities are banned out, pretty standard stuff. I mean, it's going to be the Syndra first pick, traded off for the Varus first pick as well. Little did I know, Soul Strikes is up in the top lane, excuse me. It's going to be Denian in the bottom lane as well. I mean, this is just a fancy lineup.
Man, I'm
Soul
looking
Strikes.
forward to this game.
Oh,
Soul Strikes,
okay.
he has performed time and time again in the OCS and also in the OPL.
As a coach?
As a coach, as a jungler. Now he's going to be on the top
Oh,
side.
yeah.
I'm surprised that they didn't bring in their substitute Minky Whale. You know, Minky has been known to
He
come out of
has, actually,
retirement
yeah.
every now and then just to play in an OCS game, but instead they got Soul Strikes and also Denian. The amount of OPL experience that this guy's had, I'm really looking forward to this game playing with him.
I feel like these two subs, I mean, these players have obviously had a lot of competitive experience as well, but have been a bit amiss on the scene, especially in the OCS if you want to count it the first week. It's going to be the Varus, it's going to be the Elise as a priority pick. Now, we haven't seen too much success on the Elise, but by picking Elise, you kind of give away a bit more, including the Jhin.
Well, here's the deal. Both of these teams prioritized Elise last
Yep.
week in the sense of either banning or picking her.
Yep.
So Elise is really high on both of these teams' pick list. But the problem with Elise is that she has a lot of damage early on. Later on, she just becomes a cocoon bot. So later on, we really have to see how these guys transition this Elise, make sure that they kite backwards, make sure that they use the cocoon to its maximum extent, because that's really all that she's known for.
Absolutely. And when I said giving away the Varus, I mean that you kind of expect the Jhin in response as well. And the Elise, of course, changes to the Rek'Sai there. So it's really pick for pick coming through. Last pick for the side of Legacy Genesis Preacher What are we going to see? I mean, do we look at the Maokai now as a banned out? Because it looks like we're seeing, actually for the first time tonight, pretty standard bans.
Well, it should be going to the mid lane if they want to go something very standard. Of course, the
Rise,
Rise does get picked up, going very well into the Syndra. You know, you can farm up just fine. Make sure that she doesn't poke you out too much. Stand a little bit behind and you're all good to go. But other than that, now they're going to be banning out the tops. Now they're also going to be banning out the supports. And with those champion pools limited, it's going to be really hard for everybody involved on both Nox side and Legacy Genesis.
Curious to see what Christmas Trees plays, you know, how his style comes into this. Because a lot of Syndras we've seen haven't really gone well against the Rise. OCS especially, we haven't seen a Rise yet, have we?
No, we haven't yet.
No, so this is going to be the
a lot of bans.
Yeah, no, a lot of bans towards the Rise, but we haven't actually seen the Rise just yet. So curious to see as we move on. It's going to be the second ban phase, and that's going to start with the Shen, Fiora, Zyra. Now, Zyra's off the board. Do we get rid of Misfortune? Do we get rid of Malzahar? How do we proceed?
Or you can only ban one or the other, and whichever one, I highly suspect the Legacy Genesis is going to pick up the other, so it's not going to be too much of a surprise down on the bottom side. Onto the top side, we will really have to see what will happen because Maokai is open, and that will probably get picked up by Nox side. But on the other side, anything can happen because into a Maokai is going to be hard.
After last week, don't you think that Nox side being defeated by the Jin Misfortune lane will go, let's ban Malzahar, and let's prioritize Misfortune if we can?
Potentially. I mean, they could have definitely learnt from last week, but, you know, anything can happen. This bottom lane, last week, we really did call into a lot of question about their potential in their comfort, and we really have to see if they fixed a lot of those comfort picks and bans in this game.
Okay, so it's going to be the Brom hover. I'm not really going to talk about that hover because we haven't seen Brom for a while. It's pretty much Spellcaster bottom lane. So, Misfortune, I feel like, will be the pick in the end. Will it? Preacher, no!
Oh, no!
We've finally seen the Russian back in the bottom. He is Russian, right?
Oh, I believe so.
Okay.
He sounds
well, he
very
slows everyone down.
What does that mean?
I don't know. It's like half of a joke.
Oh, all right.
I don't know. It's going to be the Brom in the bottom lane. Like, Denian, he has in the past favored the tankier supports. Wasn't he the guy that really, like, synergized well with the Trundle support?
He did. And also, there are other things that this Brom can do. He can be just propelled forward by this Rise. He can jump
he
onto
can propose as well. If that man proposed to you, I mean...
You'd say yes. But anyway, this Elise can also go right into the middle of the enemy team with her repel. And then Brom can jump to her. So that's a lot of delivery coming in from this Brom. It's a lot of good pick potential.
Okay, so we've given away the Maokai on the side of Nox side. That was one to be expected there as well. They look like they might respond with a gangplank. I mean, what is Soul Strikes like at the top lane?
I don't know. I've never seen him in the top lane. I've seen him in jungle,
Nautilus, that's
never
a shame.
in the top. There we go. It's a very standard one. It's going to be the same matchup that we saw in last game. Now, Maokai usually does win this out. If he loses it, it's not a problem either way because it's just going to be a wet noodle fight. This one's the correct analysis. It is going to be a wet noodle.
Okay, so this one definitely is going to be a wet noodle fight. It's a shame that we're not going to see the Udyr in the jungle once again. I mean, that was one of a kind. Instead, pretty standard matchups. The Rek'Sai was always a really response to the Elise a response to the Rek'Sai. So hand in hand, these junglers go, and with a lot of them off the board. Glad we actually see a pretty standard pick and draft phase as well. Not giving away too much, but really just securing the main picks. Varus gives away Jhin, you know. Maokai kind of, you know, secures up the Rise. It's Syndra as well. Brom, you know, like, there's a lot. There's a lot going on, and it's pretty standard stuff.
There is, and, you know, this is just going right back to Season 6 because all of these champions can reasonably be picked in last season, and all in all, it's just going to be the exact same thing that's going to be happening last season. You know, just a whole lot of the same interactions, especially when we get into the team fight phase, and these guys go at each other. Yeah, it's going to be really hard, especially in the 5v5, for all of these front lines to really get into the middle of the enemy team just because of how difficult it is to traverse.
So let's have a little bit of a talk about Elise, because you got a couple of stats on Elise, how it went last week. I mean, is there a lot of potential for Babip to grow here? Because last week he didn't have the best jungling experience.
He didn't have the best one, but look, the problem with Elise is just how volatile she is and also her build part. So she goes into the Runic Echoes. Yeah, it's of a spider. Right? Yes, unintended, but still, she has that. She has a lot of problems with her build part. She needs to go early into the Runic Echoes in order to have a huge effect in the early game, but then you don't get tanky enough for the mid-game fights, and then you leave a lot of holes in the middle of your team. So that's a huge problem that she has. Another one is that she simply just falls off late game. No matter how much damage you build, how much magic pen you build, you just fall off late game. So that's another huge problem that she has. Beyond that point, this Elise has a lot of good potential to scale, but she just really does need to be played to a maximum efficiency.
So do you think? I mean, Soul Strikes is on Nautilus this game. That's fun to see. Is this bit of a debut? I mean, Nautilus and Maokai up in the top lane. It's a wet noodle fight. But what happened last game was Corviday's top laner actually roamed with the Nautilus with the jungler. I mean, is that
Huge.
do you think that's a standard thing, or are we probably just going to see normal?
Only when you're ahead. So when you're ahead, Nautilus pretty much has free reign to roam. You know, you want to go bot, you go bot. You want to go into the middle of the enemy jungle, you go into the enemy jungle because you know that you've got a whole lot of gold on the jungler supporting you. This time, I might not, you know, it would be really hesitant to see the Nautilus go really roam that aggressively. But still, if they get ahead, that is really the trigger point for the Nautilus to start leaving lane.
I mean, Nautilus and Maokai are the start of good things to come. With the pick and ban phase well and truly done, Preacher, do you think that there's any, you know, any winners coming through it, or is it, like I said, set it up pretty standard?
It's extremely standard. I mean, I guess the real only thing that you can really chuck in here is a Syndra winning lane, a Varus winning lane, but that's really all there is at the
Rise,
end
I
of the
guess,
day.
is the same.
And the Rise is just going to be scaling up as usual. You know, just a standard Rise waiting until mid-game, not going to have any presence, and all of a sudden level 11 and his Realm Warp comes into the bottom lane, but that's really all there is to it. It's going to be up to the junglers to make a whole lot of effort.
We did see a Rise earlier today, didn't we?
Yes, we
yeah, yeah. So not the first game, but still the first week that we see Rise, to correct myself from before. But Rise, I mean, has a lot of potential. He has a lot of scaling potential as well. Syndra has just been a menace. I mean, in the meta itself,
Huge
in the
volume.
gameplay as well. I mean, Scatter the Weak is such a good chain CC skill. Last week, Dan Dane is going to hate this because last week was Syndra, and I'm glad that he kind of finally gets the Syndra on his team. Last week, he got stunned up so many times. Like, he got caught out by Scatter the Weak so many times. So it's good to see that he's actually got that on his side now. He played Elise last week. He's playing Rek'Sai. What do you think about Dan Dane? Does this suit his playstyle as well? Is there any
Of course,
change?
I mean, we've always seen Dan Dane on the Rek'Sai. It's pretty much his standard comfort pickup. Whenever we see it, we're just like, okay, Dan Dane's going to do great work. He's going to be denying the enemy jungler a lot early game because of his tremor senses. And later on in the middle of team fights, he's going to be that nuisance that runs interference in the middle of the enemy team. So it's not going to be too much of a problem from Dan Dane. I think that he's going to be one of the highlight players that we see. But that is also capped by Rek'Sai's capabilities. Now, naturally, Rek'Sai does have a lot of problems. Just once you use the burrow, she's got no more dashes, and that burrow is quite slow. It's one of the slower dashes in the game. So all in all, after that, it's going to be quite painful for him to really navigate through those team fights.
I mean, Rek'Sai and Elise aren't really different picks. I mean, it's pretty standardized. We've seen a pretty interesting day here in the OCS. We've seen Singed, we've seen Udyr, and I mean, I could put Brom in there, but I really wouldn't. I mean, he's still kind of B-grade meta, if you want to put it that way.
You still know exactly what Brom's going to do.
Yeah, exactly right. But we've seen, you know, we've had a really interesting day here. We're glad you're here with us because we're going to jump into Game 4 very shortly. It's not going to be a Singed top. It's not going to be a gas fight up there. It's not going to be anything really different across the map. But I can tell you that that mid lane is probably going to be the focus of priority here for both junglers.
Yeah, I mean, that mid lane is really going to be the most volatile one just because of both the Syndra and also the Rise. Early on, they're not going to have any tankiness, and they all have CC in their own right. Of course, Scatter the Weak with an Orb and also a Runic Prison. Is it
no,
Runic
I'll leave
Prison?
you to that one.
Yeah, Runic
Prison it
Rune
is,
Prison,
yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
respectively. Yeah, they have all the lockup needed in order to just allow the junglers to get in.
I mean, Dan Dane has a lot of focus around the mid, but because Bedoink is out, because there is no Bedoink in the mid lane, you've got Christmas trees instead. Let's see if they synergize as well as Dan Dane did with Bedoink after his 2-week ban. Noxide versus Legacy Genesis. This is the last game of the OCS night. Harry is still in mid there for you. Babip, can he perform in this jungle?
Babip's always been the rock in Legacy Genesis, so he's pretty much been here since the start of time practically. Last year we saw him all through last year's season, and right now, you know, it's going to be exactly the same. I'm glad to see that Lust Monkey's gone off to Lulu, but
Dredgeline
Flash.
forces a flash out of Lust Monkey, but Soul Strikes in return has to flash as well.
So it's just going to be a flash for flash. It's not going to be too much of an issue, especially not given that it's going to be a support flash and also a top lane flash. It's just going to be a wet noodle fight top. It's just going to be more or less farming down bottom. It's not going to be a problem for either of these two. But Legacy Genesis, they do get the deep wards, which is a really huge advantage for them.
I mean, we saw Lust Monkey and Somber last week. They were on the Ezreal Lulu down bottom. I'm glad that they're sort of playing something more meta because last week they didn't look strong at all. The Ezreal failed to achieve, and Lust Monkey on the Lulu just wasn't really in the right positioning either. Tried to save, I guess, Dan Dane the majority of the time. But
It fell behind early.
it really did.
Yeah, and that's painful for an Ezreal because Ezreal's dominance is in the early game where he can just spam out Mystic shots onto the enemy team. If he doesn't get that off early and if he doesn't poke the enemy team out of the lane, then it's going to be really hard for him to farm up, and that's exactly what we saw. So it's really good that they've expanded the champion pool, that they've gone off the Ezreal Lulu and they've instead gone for the Jhin Karma. both great champions in their own right and work amazingly together.
Well, Dandane now secures the blue buff as well. A little bit quicker on the side of Babip as he walks towards his wolves. Curious to see where this pathing goes because Babip has actually dropped the ward at red buff, but a little bit too late for that. Dandane's not going to get spotted out. It expires. And again, pathing for Babip has always been on the stronger suits. And let's see if he goes for this Scuttlecrap potentially for an invade as well.
Well, Babip gets the faster clear, but the problem with going for from red straight to blue is the fact that you don't hit level 3. So Babip's going to be able to clear this, but he has to go for that Grom. All in all, it's going to be the same side, but in the mid.
Okay, so this is a very quick engage. Harry pops the Ghost. Looks, one more auto attack is all you need.
Double
but he
flash?
doesn't find it. Ghost, cleanse, flash, okie dokie, karaoke.
Well, you know, one went up, one went down, and they just dodge all of the skill shots, but they're extremely low.
What?
Both these junglers have to be watching mid.
No, Babip's down bottom. He's looking for a potential gank on Lust Monkey and Somba. Denian only has level 2. Can't get stand behind
Here
me.
he is.
Really good gank again. And the mid lane priority does not shift. Christmas trees gets first blood.
Gotta be questioning Babip why he decided to go bot instead of go to the mid side. Dane was on the right track. He had the right sense to go into the mid lane Christmas trees to said, come right over here, and that's exactly what he did. He picked up that kill. It goes over to Christmas trees, which is going to set the Syndra up so far ahead. That's one of the most obnoxious things in the game. When a Syndra gets a first blood, she's just going to be spamming out this mid lane like there's no
I mean, after that flashy play, it's honestly like there was no cleanse for the Syndra. That's the biggest opening
all 4
window.
summoners were burned in mid lane.
Absolutely. I mean, Harry's going to be a priority of focus as well. Sorry, I beg your pardon. Christmas tree is going to be a big priority of focus too. I mean, cleanse was down, so I was expecting Babip to come mid. I was expecting him to rotate around, but he sits bot. He doesn't get anything. First blood to Noxide is a very big deal with this composition.
I mean, I think everybody was expecting that, and the fact that Babip decided to go bot instead of mid really did show his lack of presence of mind when it comes to this early game. Because Babip, he works really well with this team. He always keeps it together, and I'm not too certain if he's the shot caller or not, but he certainly does act like a captain for his team. Unfortunately so, that works in team fights, not so well for the early game.
Well, again, look, Nautilus has loved to roam in this game. Christmas trees might be caught out. Dredge line is
No
available,
flash.
but there's no flash. Babip just takes a turret shot, and that was a bit of a waste of time.
Not necessarily, because it allows Harry to push it right back into Chris.
Well, does it? He just takes a big trade-off.
Yeah, he takes a lot of his health, but that wasn't in the plan.
It definitely was. Harry has to pop a pot as well. He's got the refillable potion mid. Refillable potions all round. I didn't know this was a thing, but apparently I'm not cool enough for the meta. Junglers with refillable, yes. Mid laners with refillable creature, is that a thing?
Questionable. I mean, it allows Ryze not to waste any money on it because he already has a lot of money that he needs to waste on both a tier and a Rod of Ages. He doesn't need to spend any of it on sustain, and he's going to have a really good time in the Christmas trees, despite the fact that Chris has a lot of presence with that first.
I feel like it's been a while since Soul Strikes has farmed at a competitive level under the turret at least. He misses a couple.
I don't think he ever has. He's been a jungler.
Has he?
Yeah, he's been a jungler.
Oh, he
all
has
along.
too. What?
Yeah.
What team?
Legacy.
Direwolves? No.
Yeah, Legacy,
Rip.
Legacy Genesis.
Look at this. Look at my knowledge just goes out the window when I need it most. I swear I know things. I swear I know things, guys. It's
He was on Sentinels back when they existed.
Yes, he was. Yes, he was indeed. That was an old time.
Ages ago. We're talking about OCS of past.
Yeah, that's right. Dandane comes back mid. If you didn't see that, he used his tunnel system. Harry just walks away. Babip is nowhere near. He's actually at his wolves there, so he can't counter gank. He can't really do anything mid just yet. Unless he wants to come for a lane gank, sorry, with the repel. Christmas tree starts pushing the turret very early.
But take a look at this position that Dandane has right now. He just went for that Scuttlecrap, which gives him a lot of vision down onto the bottom side. Not only that, but pretty much from this point onwards, all the way until about 10 minutes, he's going to be mirroring Elise. If Elise is on the bottom side, he's going to be on the bottom side. If she goes top, he's going to be top as well. And this is going to be absolutely massive for the side of Noxiac, because... Noxide, sorry.
Oh, Noxiac.
I was thinking
Very
about
nice.
Europe, but anyway, yeah. No, it just gives them so much presence of mind to just know that their lanes are really safe.
Well, Dandane hits level 6. He comes back mid. Remember that he has that fast recall out into the rift, I guess you could say, with that ultimate. The Void Rush has been used pretty aggressively in the OCS so far. I mean, it is just a really good tool to get back into that jungle. 600 gold lead is where Noxide stand at this point, but it's really not anything on the board. The compositions, again, are quite similar. You got a tank in the top. You got tanks in the jungle, I guess you could say. Bruisers in the jungle, I'd like to say. But I like Denny picking up the Brom. It does limit the damage source, but you kind of have that in the Elise.
I mean, you don't really need any damage source coming out from the Braum. All you need to do is make sure that your Varus is safe. That's the one downside. Varus has no dashes, which means he can't get out to safety. But who needs that when you can just block all of the skill shots coming towards him? So it's a really good team composition for mid-game, for sieging, and also for late game for team fights. But for early game, you know, it's not going to be tried too much. But Harry gets caught.
Well, there is the unleashed power as well. Unburrowed Dandane.
Whoa.
They force the ghost, and he thinks he can kite around it, but Christmas Trees picks up a second kill.
Predicts it. Shoots her, throws her orb at where he thinks Harry's going to be, and Harry just walks straight into it. So that's really unfortunate for him. Another lead for Christmas Trees. Does really well in this mid lane, as we've just found out.
Absolutely. I mean, Christmas Trees, so far, a really good beginning to the game with a 20 CS lead. Has the Sork shoes as well. I mean, Bry's just trying to get up that catalyst of Eons. Has the tier, so he's starting to scale. But I dare fear that next back for Christmas Trees is going to be a big one.
It's going to be a huge one. I mean, if he manages to get even the majority of his Morellos, let alone the whole thing, then it's going to be a nightmare going in for Harry, because it means that he can't heal up when he starts to really pop his passive, and that's going to be really hard for Ryze because he can't machine gun anymore, and he can't necessarily trade in this lane.
Definitely not. Babip is getting a little bit frisky here. He's going to stand over the tunnel system. So Dandane knows he's here. But no one really to back it up, so Babby's going to get a free red buff. Smites it out.
Wow.
Doesn't even go to the blasting cone. Not responded by Noxide.
I mean, it was really good of Harry to push his lane in while Babip was doing that. That practically means that if needed, Ryze could have just Realm Warped straight into that jungle and helped out his jungler, because Elise can rappel up, and that's enough time for Realm Warp to really push him back into the jungle. But other than that, Dandane's going to be so disappointed now.
I thought he'd know, but he's going to get spotted out by a ward. There's a blasting cone.
Here we go. Here's the camp in action.
Babip just sneaks past him, waits the opportune moment. Christmas Trees is in a ward here. I'm not sure what he's doing. Cleanses it there. Repel. Denian's here to follow up as well. Rom ulting not available. Yes, it is actually. Christmas Trees gets knocked up by it. He does go down in the end. The last shot hits Babip, but there's no follow-up damage. Chains of Corruption. It's not going to find. Yes, it finds Last Monkey by the skin of his teeth.
Oh,
Realm Warp right in front of this Karma. Hello. You're going to go down, and Plug picks that one up.
Oh my, that was just excellently played by Legacy Genesis all around, but it's
no,
not
not
over.
again. Here we go. There's the depth touch. Soul Strikes knocks him up. That doesn't go
my.
down. Oh, God.
Oh, I had a mini heart attack there. Soul Strikes, how did you live through all that? But going back over to that fight, that was well played by Legacy Genesis. You know, they had just got the reds. They had all of the vision knowledge going back into the jungle. Yep. And from that, Dandane coming in from the bottom angle, you really just could spot him out from a mile away and catch everybody.
I mean, that was a really good outplay. Babip waiting for the vision control, really forcing Christmas Trees off to the side with Harry. And everything just came into fruition. Denian, good roam. I think we need to focus on the fact that Denian, you know, he's a seasoned, as you said, OPL support. I mean, he's done this before. He's done the competitive scene. He's 0-2. He's got 100% kill participation.
Very seasoned.
Yeah.
Salt and pepper and all things.
Salt and pepper, that's right. He's got all kinds of seasoning.
I mean, you take a look at him. He walked all the way up, and he held onto his ultimate until the very last second, until practically he knew how to use it. And from that point onwards, you can just tell that this guy really does know how to lock down the enemy team.
Absolutely. Well, bottom lane sits nice and comfortable at this point in time with 2 kills going onto Plug. He picked up both of those coming through there. I mean, 2 assists going all around. But he's got the Youmuu's building. He's got the Serrated Dirk. He's got the Caulfield's Warhammer. Even has the tier. Next back is going to be the Youmuu's Ghostblade for this Virus.
And that's really going to be the point at which he has a break. But Harry!
Unleashed Power, the knock-up as well, looking for the last fear to come through. Christmas Trees does not find it, but uses everything to do so.
Doesn't even matter. Harry's just going to be so far back in this lane.
And Ghost.
It's still going to be a huge advantage going over to Noxide. Babip wants to get something, but I doubt he can.
Well, Babip's going to just step on a tunnel and say, oh yeah, that's my trade-off. Again, wet noodle. I'm not sure how wet this noodle is though, because Soul Strikes, he's taken a fair bit. You saw before, he doesn't have the ultimate available, but Teleport is available for Nautilus. That's Soul Strikes. Now, Soul Strikes, I'm guessing that bottom lane, it looks a little bit juicy. Pushed in a little bit. But why aren't Plug and Denny and letting it push against them, letting Soul Strikes teleport down there?
I mean, the problem with that is the fact that you give Noxide a little bit of free roam, especially around the bottom side of the jungle, and you can't afford to do that as an Elise because Dan Dane on this Rek'Sai, he's going to be invading. He's going to find out that Elise doesn't have anything in her, doesn't have any wards in her jungle, and he's just going to be able to take everything on that side. So they need to constantly push this in just to make sure that that jungle pressure is not applied. Because take a look at this. If they did let it push in, that blue could potentially be stolen by Dan Dane.
It could have been, but Dan Dane, pretty much the word of tonight, not proactive enough at this stage, and Overload going to take it away. Harry with blue buff can be a little bit scary, but a Syndra with 2 kills can be even more so as well. Bottom lane pushing in, and a present sent wide. I mean, it has slowed down. We need to have a quick look at and see what a Legacy Genesis want from this rotation here.
Or Legacy Genesis, they just want first brick. It's going to be really essential to them, but both junglers are down here.
Lockdown, curtain call comes
Teleport?
through. The teleport now. That's not Artifiend. In fact,
Oh,
that
Last
is,
Monkey.
Yeah, Realm Warp as well. Last Monkey gets locked down, but they just can't find the last hit. They do find it onto Denny, and then they trade it off for Babip. Plug is going to go down here as well, and it does go down to Somber. Babip caught out. You're going to die. Babip, where is it? Where's your death? There's the knock-up. Okay, and in the mid lane, meanwhile, they get one more. Can we just kill him? Thank you very much. Somber picks him up, and they want to give the kills to the AD carry. Mid lane, a solo kill, and it's a 4-for-1 across this map.
Passing gold over to the people who need to scale, but otherwise, the problem with Legacy Genesis's dive over there was the fact that they thought they had many more members than they actually had. They thought that Soul Strikes would have joined. Nope. Twisted Advance just managed to stop his teleport. They thought that Harry would have gone in with the Realm Warp. Nope. All of a sudden, Syndra just bullies him out of his own zone by using the Sphere. Because we're going to take a look at it right here. Realm Warp. And he just gets stunned up to the point where he can't teleport anymore. So that's 2 people that Legacy Genesis thought were going to be in bot side that weren't.
So he flashed in the assumption that the W would get him there, and cleanses.
What?
I'm not sure what the cleanse. That was interesting, team. That was an interesting 1v1. I wouldn't put it on your best books, but I mean, Syndra still won.
And Syndra won mainly because Harry was not expecting it. Because the Syndra was coming down and the Syndra stunned him just as the Realm Warp was about to happen. And like I said, 2 people there that they thought were going to be there, but Legacy Genesis didn't have, ended up in a really shoddy tower dive.
Well, that is going to be a very interesting way to start the game off, especially with these 9 kills across the board, 14 minutes in. And something to really wonder at is the Abyssal Scepter start with Christmas trees there. I mean, he is ahead, but negating a lot of the damage coming through from Harry. Good starting build.
This starting build is just going to be really, really effective for pretty much everybody in this side. But one of the things that I actually want to talk about, especially in terms of power spikes right now, is the huge power spike that's coming out of Plug. Because you take a look at this Youmuz. This Youmuz is going to be able to allow him to penetrate pretty much all the armor coming out from Noxide, especially the lack of from this bottom lane. It just means that even though there are going to be shields from this Karma, it's not going to be a problem at all.
Well, Dan Dane has a lot of kill participation across the board. I mean, he's 0-0 and 5. He's got the Spectre's Cow, and he now has the Cinder Hulk as well. You can see bottom, there's a curtain call. Dan Dane really in the right position at the wrong time. Legacy Genesis get out with nothing more, not even a flash used.
Oh, and this is actually really deadly for Soul Strikes. Take a look at how hard he's losing this 1v1.
He's fine. Look,
but nonetheless.
He's losing a lot of health. He doesn't actually have that Bammy Cinder turned into a Sunfire Cape just yet. Christmas Trees is still looking pretty good in this mid lane. That's a lane we have to focus on. Going into mid game, I mean, the Syndra is going to be really scary.
It's going to be massive because what she wants to do is she just wants to unleash power on one of the people, potentially Plug by flashing into him. And from that point, but watch this, the Realm Warp.
Realm Warp onto Artifiends, and he's going to try and get something out of Soul Strikes,
but
he goes into the cocoon there. Twisted Advance is not going to save him. Now, even the Arcane Smash, but Babip picks up that kill.
The CC, it makes sense, Hysterics. They just lay it at one after the other. And look, Soul Strikes, he got taken down to within an inch of his life. Doesn't matter if it's 1 or if it's 100, because once you get locked down, there's no way you can apply anymore.
Last Monkey trying to chase after this kill. Pretty much stop the backs here. Christmas Trees is in the enemy jungle. This is ambitious.
Very aggressive.
To say the least. Harry is losing out on this lane. I mean, he's 15 CS behind, and he has constantly been since 4 minutes into this game. Top lane's ahead for Noxide as well. Bottom lane, the only one really suffering there. The Varus lane always seems to do really well.
Oh, Plug might be caught.
Yeah, sorry, the Deadly Flourish misses. There's the piercing arrow there. Not really too much, though.
Not a lot. I mean, that's because he didn't really charge it up. But if he did charge it up, that's like double the damage of what he just did. That would be massive in the face of a Karma. That was easily 2/3 of her health bar. This bottom lane is sitting very dangerously.
Dangerously is a good word for it, I think. I mean, Soul Strikes, he hasn't really made a proactive move on that bottom. He tried to before. Chains of Corruption there. Good cocoon. Lust Monkey goes down a 3rd time in this game.
Yeah, and once again, this is what we need to bring into question because Lust Monkey, last week, he was on the Lulu. It left a lot of questions up for us, and now once again, he's caught out. But you really got to say, on this Karma, maybe she should have a little bit more positional advantage.
Christmas Trees tries to find an engagement as well. I mean, Legacy Genesis, they're going back and forth. It is like another seesaw coming through, but Noxide seem like they're the ones making more map movements. 17 minutes into this game, they let one slide, and Legacy Genesis, they do pick up the first dragon of the game. It's going to be a Mountain.
Yeah, that Mountain Drake is really going to actually help the side of Legacy Genesis just because of the nature of this poke composition. They've got the Rise, who can just machine gun anybody who steps a little bit too far ahead, and they've got a Varus, who they can peel for very easily. So that Mountain Drake is going to allow them to siege down turrets like there's no other, come into this mid-game, and that's exactly what they want to do. In stark contrast, for Noxide, they're not going to be able to do the same thing because, sure, they've got a fed Christmas trees, but that's all they have in terms of the poke. And beyond that, Somber, he really does need to step up just a little bit because he's a little bit fed, but he hasn't had that much map pressure.
So now that we're slowing the pace of this game, I mean, this turret will go down here. There's 4 members to ensure that, and it's pretty much traded off for anything else on the map. It's going to be the mid lane turret pressured, and Artiferns is going to try and keep it alive. He actually pops
ambitious.
The ultimate there, yeah, as well. Chains of Corruption were used, but no one to follow up from Legacy Genesis. The Vengeful Maelstrom negates a lot of the damage, but he gets pretty low. Is Syndra even going to try and defend this one herself?
I mean, I don't think it's going to happen, but the Curtain Call comes out.
Yeah, and with that Curtain Call comes a lot of damage. Babip off on the side just gets destroyed by Syndra. I think it was a death by a touch. In the end, NX are collapsing on this. Saves the last hit. Soul Strikes goes down as well. Now, who else we got? All right, it's Denian. Now, NX, they're just following this one up. That was pretty smooth, but pretty messy at the same time. The Realm Warp to get Harry out, and he gets knocked up. NX clean up the fight. 4 for nothing. That was smooth.
Noxide, your positioning was absolutely perfect in that last fight. I don't think that you could have laid it any better. And all in all, pretty much even the squishies on the team, they were tanking up to within an inch of their life and then moving backwards, allowing another person to rotate into the fight. They just played that so perfectly from the get-go since they started out with the Curtain Call. So we're going to take a look over at it again. And the Curtain Call comes out. Practically Legacy are just way too aggressive. Babip gets caught out from this, and all of a sudden, it's an uneven 4v5. And just take a look at the way they tank this. Christmas Trees, very low. Artifernes, very low. But they don't die in the end. Even Lust Monkey goes very low, but they all just wait for the perfect time to do it.
A really good knockup to stop the Realm Warp as well, and clean and precise from Noxide. I guess you could say that they could have done things a little bit smoother, but now with a 4K gold lead, Legacy Genesis find themselves behind at 20 minutes in the game.
Yeah, it's just going to be a little bit of an advantage going over to Noxide, enough for them to really start sieging down. And we were talking about earlier how Christmas Trees can enable that. He is a huge enabler on this fed Syndra, but other than that, Legacy still do have a lot of good pressure they can apply just because of the poke that they have on their side.
Absolutely, and I mean, Plug's doing a lot of damage so far. He's building into his second item now, but so is Somber, who's 3-0-3 on this Jhin. May have lost that laning phase.
What, teleport?
His teleport is going to mean a lot. Plug is going to get CC'd up. The ultimate, the glacial fissure means nothing as Somber goes down to the Varus poke. The last Curtain Call is going to be popped. And sorry, Somber did not go down. In fact, it was Plug that goes down in the end. NX, they find one, they start sieging.
This is huge. You give them an inch, they're going to take a mile. They are walking straight into the enemy base. They might well just take this turret because there's nothing stopping them.
Absolutely. Denian's going to get locked up. No positional advantage whatsoever. Noxide, this is going to be their turret, this is going to be their inhibitor, and they're going to walk away high. Baron could be on the board.
I mean, they probably shouldn't go for the Baron just because of the nature of their composition, but nonetheless, they can go back, they can get every single buy that they have with their gold, and then Baron's certainly on the menu.
Harry is the one first out of the base, but Noxide, what do they do? I mean, Preacher, it seems like a good idea for me, but Like you said, their composition doesn't really suit. Maybe they just clear out wards and set up for the next.
Yeah, they just want to set up for it. They want to make sure that the enemy don't go for it. And pretty much they just need to do the Baron dance from this point onwards, because then you just pressure Legacy. You got to really force them to the side. Do they want to go and defend their base? Do they want to go and contest the Baron? The only real way that they can do so is if they allow Harry to stay into the in the base and just machine gun down all of the minions that come in wave by wave and use his ultimate to get into the fight. But that's pretty much all they have going for them, because other than that, this Baron is more or less of a lost cause if Noxide just stole it out for about a minute or two.
I mean, Legacy Genesis, they probably want to look for a steal here. They probably want to look for another pick to get their comp rolling once again. They're at a 5k gold deficit. They've got that Dragon, though. I mean, they're not way far behind.
No,
Next Dragon comes up in 120. But, I mean, Legacy Genesis, they can still contest this.
Yeah, Legacy most definitely can, especially with their team comp. We were talking about it earlier, how the CC, if they chain it, is absolutely massive. Now, each individual member of Legacy Genesis has hard CC in their kit. So it's going to be absolutely insane if they find one person out and they manage to catch it out. But having said that, a lot of them are skill shots. So that is the one problem. If Artifernes is standing in the way, there is no way that you can layer out the CC if you can't get the first one down onto a key carry.
I just want to point out that if Noxide layer their CC correctly, Somber just did almost 1,500 damage on a crit. Now, I understand that's on a minion, but one person locked down from Legacy Genesis, and that's going to be the pick that they want.
I mean, it could also happen onto a champion. He's going for the lethality build, sorry. He's got 2 items already. I mean, take a look.
I know. Of course it's going to be on a
champion. Yeah, it's going to be huge.
You're not going to go, oh, I've just picked off this minion.
No, I mean, it could be 1.5k.
Absolutely. So, look, I mean, this is the next siege for Noxide. They can do it so comfortably here. Legacy Genesis don't even want to compete with this one. They get that top turret. That means that's only the bottom side remaining. Soul Strikes, Nautilus isn't the best at split pushing.
No, but he can do it nonetheless, just because
Slowly
of how
but
hard
surely.
he can push his way into the turret.
Absolutely. So, you know, he's going to continue with this bottom lane. He hides in the brush. But Artifernes is going to go down and protect that turret. There's a lot of wards in that. There's actually like 5 wards in that pit from Legacy Genesis. Cameraman, can we go left, please?
It's 4.
No. 1, 2. Okay, it's 4. All right.
Yeah.
There are a
4
lot
wards?
of wards in there.
That's
like
a sign.
the time it would take, that's like, hang on, 4, 7.
Are you counting this?
Yeah, no, that's 10 hits. That's 10 hits that they have to sacrifice time for. So
Or Somber can't do it. He's a Jin. He's only got 4.
yeah, well, he gets 1 ward and then the rest goes to Dan.
I mean, that's really what they have to do, right? But other than that, they can just leave the Baron here because they know that it's so heavily warded up. They can get something else on the back.
Absolutely. I mean, Noxide, don't worry about Baron. Let's go to Dragon. That's not warded, and that's going to be a free objective on the board. Infernal for the side of Noxide, who are doing so well already with a Jin who just keeps critting. I mean, that's going to start hurting more and more. Noxide, mid-game, they're finding their power troughs.
Yeah, and Somber, he's not even slowing down in his scaling, because I think he's even going for a 5th lethality item in the Dustblade. If he does offer to go for that, then he's going to have so much armor pen going into the likes of Soul Strikes, Babib, and even Denian. These tanks, they're not going to be tanky for long.
Like how he said 5th lethality item, even though he's got 2 already and is building towards the 3rd.
I said 3rd, didn't I?
No, you
Did
said 5th. That's all right,
That's my
Breacher. You know, I'll forgive you for now. Look, that's another turret off the board. And Noxide are not getting any contestation at all from Legacy Genesis. I mean, they need to sort of defend these. They need to make a move and be a little bit more proactive.
This is the in right now. Lost Monkey is on 3rd health. If you want to fight, this is your best time to do so.
And they're poking them out as well. Look, Harry knows that with that in mind, he's going to press the B button. He's actually spotted by a ward. And Noxide, they're not going to play into their hands. They back off.
Well, they can back off. They can move back onto the top side and start this dance all over again. On the top side, of course, there is the Baron. So Legacy Genesis, they would be much more hesitant to defend, because if they all-in fight that wasn't really in their favor, then they could just well lose that purple worm and then lose out the game from that point.
Absolutely. I mean, the thing is, Artifernes is ahead, but the Maokai versus the Nautilus. Nautilus is always going to be better in that mid-game stage. Of course, he does. He always gets better and better and better. But I feel like Maokai in the late game is always going to have that slight advantage.
Well, that twisted advance, it's just so targeted in the sense that Soul Strikes, while he can get into the middle of the enemy team, he can't necessarily select who he gets on.
And in small skirmishes, it's fine. But late game when there's 5v5s, you know, cluttered.
Especially when Artifernes is standing in the top side, standing in the front line, make sure that you block out the dredge line, and then just use your twisted advance into the enemy back line. What's Nautilus going to do? He can't get into your team, and all of a sudden you're into theirs.
And picks really don't matter in the late game unless it's onto the carries. Curtain Call has rocked up once again. Harry has to pop the ghost. Really good from Dan. He flashes,
Last
but
one.
there is a teleport as well. Plug tries to find something. Realm Warps here, and really nice play from Harry to get out.
But nonetheless, they're trying to find an advantage. Wow.
Scatter the Weak was used. Sorry, no, not that. The Unleashed Power, I don't even have time. Glacial Fisher, but Christmas Trees is unstoppable. Noxide still find their fight after everything has been used. Twisted Advance, there is the Arcane Smash. Maokai is a little bit angry, but then again, you're a tree, why not?
That's the advantage they were looking for, and even though they didn't kill Harry, they managed to take him down to the point where the 4-man unit of the 1-4 on Legacy Genesis was just completely demolished.
I don't know why I get Scatter the Weak confused with Unleashed Power, but the Unleashed Power blocked by Dedian. I mean, that saved him for a little bit while longer, using more resources and more time. Noxide now are a bit low to take this Baron, so I'm not sure what they're going to do.
Well, they most certainly can go for it, but instead they want to pick.
Babbitt might be caught out here, flashes away. Somba, all he needs is one hit from someone. No, uses the Deadly Flourish a little bit early and looks for the trade onto Lust Monkey, but doesn't find it. Artifernes picks up Babbitt.
Oh, and this could just very easily be a Baron going over. No jungler for Legacy Genesis. They need to be really careful about this. They have to fight, because if they
the
don't,
wards are gone.
Give it up.
No, that's it. All right, Dedian start placing once again. Noxide, this is going to be a really risky Baron. They've got 4 members up, and the poke from Plug could be really devastating. Last Monkey makes it a 4v5. He's way too low to be in this fight. Really good Unburrow there, finding the fight, and then Arcane Smash right in the back lines there. Soul Strike is not tanky enough at this stage of the game, and Christmas Tree's doing too much damage. Good Chains of Corruption, but Plug doesn't have any matter to follow it up. He's going to go down. Goodbye. Somber makes short work of him, and that's 4 kills if you count out Babip, who's now up. But Noxide reinstate this Baron.
And this is what happens when you get a really strong bot lane duo. Now, you got to take a look at the side of Noxide and how well they fought that, because Last Monkey, he was just low throughout that entire fight. And you really got to just say the Legacy Genesis, but they want in.
Oh
I think
my
they might
God,
want
Babip
no?
almost walked into that, but he repels over the wall, looking
way
for the
too
steal.
early.
He's going to get knocked up. Yeah, way too early for that one. The Smite does come through in the end at 500 health. And Noxide pick up their first Baron of the game.
All right, so that was way too aggressive by Babip, and yeah, he nearly stepped inside of it. Very, quick feet to really step out of it once again to make sure that he didn't go inside the Baron pit beforehand, but he still goes in off his own volition, and unfortunately it was way too early for the Baron steal.
I think Christmas Trees here is really showing his initiative. I mean, he's 3k ahead of Harry. This Rise has not even gotten off the ground yet. It's doing a bit of damage, but in regards to Syndra, she can pretty much 1v3 at the moment.
Exactly. It doesn't matter how much DPS you can bring out as Rise. If you get 100 to 0, all of your gold has gone to waste.
There is no mid-game for this Rise. I mean, he's 0-4 and 3, and sure, he's doing damage, but he needs at least another 10 minutes to scale up to the point where Christmas Trees is now.
You've hit the nail on the head, and I don't think he has 10 minutes, because this game is really just busted wide open for Noxide.
Well, just looked for Noxide down bottom, and there they are. The Baron power play is going to be consistently used on this bottom lane turret. They've tried to siege it a couple of times before, but now I think they'll get through. They might be caught out. Really good Cocoon, really good Chain of CC. Chains of Corruption will go on Dan Dane. He finds the knockup. Glacial Fisher in a choke point, but Dedian takes too big of a shot on that curtain call, and they're kiting back here. Artifernes, he is really deep here, mate. I think he's going to go down. He's looking for the damage. Doesn't find it with the Arcane Smash, but he gets everyone from Legacy Genesis low.
That's huge. That's 50 seconds. Legacy Genesis, if they go back...
They can't keep sieging now.
No, yeah. If Legacy go back, if they heal up, then they can take this 4v5. It's got to be really big for them.
Well, they do pick up the blue buff as what respect that'll be. This is the Mountain Drake, another one on the board. Noxide pick up 2, and that is going to be a siege worthy of a king, if you call it like that. It's a 10k gold lead turning into an 11k gold lead. 4 members have Baron. They've made a small power play, but really, Legacy Genesis have to find some miracle to bring this game back.
And they still have about a third on the Baron left, so it's not like they can't go for more sieges after this point. So if they go into the top side, then it could be really huge for them. The one downside is the fact that they need to wait until Artifernes is up, really, because then they don't have the front line anymore. But earlier on, I really want to touch on a point.
G'day.
You saw Dan Dane now. You saw him earlier when he was caught. He wasn't caught because he's the tank. Are you really caught if you're the tank and you're engaging a
was
team?
Arda Fernie's caught when he,
I mean,
when
Arda Fernie's
twisted
went deep.
advanced over the wall?
That was way too deep.
Was that caught?
I think that was just a little bit too aggressive
Each
by
to
him. He
their own
expected Dan Dane to follow him, but who's going to follow over a wall into a team?
Noxide may have followed that, may have found some power play out of that, for all we know. But they play it safe. They just let Arda Fernie's die, and it slowed down their push. Their siege is so strong right now, and at this 30-minute mark, when we start moving to late game, they have absolutely no promise of slowing down. Dan Dane might be caught. He gets cocooned, locked down several times, but Denian again takes two ultimates, and he goes down. Now it's a 4v5 in favor of Noxide. They've got the Baron, they've got the minion wave, and this turret is going down now uncontested.
Somba just threaded the needle on that one, picks up Denian on the backside, and you might just say that's a support, who cares? But this is late game, where the death timers are so long. Noxide, they could just finish off of this.
Well, I didn't even know the inhibitor turret was down, but Plug gets bursted down. Dan Dane CC is incredible. Christmas Tree is front-lining, but not even caring about anyone from the side of Legacy Genesis. This just looks too easy for the Syndra. 9-1-7. Arda Fernie's even dives the fountain. Ladies and gentlemen, that turret's going down ever so slightly. Maybe not.
Slowly,
the minion wave's
surely.
not there. They don't have the extra damage.
Or it doesn't really matter.
Now it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter at all.
Oh, the Glacial Fisher trying to finish off Dan Dane. It's a bit cheeky, but in the end it works. Noxide, they have so many Fed members, and they're going to pick up their first win.
And this is the power of getting so far ahead, to the point where if you layer your CC on even one member, doesn't matter if it's a support, doesn't matter if it's really anybody on the side of Legacy Genesis. So far as you pick somebody out later on, the death timers, they are just way too punishing. Denian gets caught out, and it's just game over.
I mean, Legacy Genesis put up a good fight. I just think that the early game there, it worked better than it did with Bedoing. I mean, with Christmas trees in the mid on the Syndra, Dan Dane synergized better than he did with the person he's been playing with for the previous OCS split.
I mean, not only that, but also you take a look at Christmas Trees and how well he executed that mid lane. From that early first blood, he was bullying out Harry left, right, and center. Practically, Harry could not pull off a really good Realm Warp throughout the entire game. I think he only got one off that was what you could classify as a decent one, but other than that, it was just
escape.
Yeah, and it was an escape. So it was really punishing for him all the time through, because Realm Warp is a really amazing ability. It can completely change the shape of a fight, but he just couldn't pull it off.
No, absolutely, and I think that for this time round, Noxide actually translated their early game lead. Before they didn't, they got Bedoink ahead. He was on the Corki as well, so just as much chance as a Syndra to make impacts across. But they actually grouped up early. They got these objectives off the board, and sure, Legacy Genesis, like to respond with, yeah, well, we can do that too, but not as efficiently as Team Noxide.
Well, I guess you could also call into question last week's champion select, because Corki, although you can get him for early ahead, that is really the problem here, because that is really how Noxide play. They just want to get the mid laner ahead. But Corki, his build cost is just through the roof. His 2-item power spike, regardless of how you want to build him, is about 7,500 gold. So you need to get about 3 or 4 kills on him before he really starts scaling. And Chris, on 1 kill, just that one, he gets the Sork boots, and that's really all he needed to scale.
Well, I gotta say, Preacher, it's been an interesting week of OCS with new players coming through, 16 in fact, that we haven't seen before. That wraps up week 2, but if you love League of Legends like we do, make sure you stay tuned. Tomorrow, 3 p.m. OPL for the whole weekend. Love it. I'm going to be watching from my screen. My name is Hysterics. Next to me is Preacher. And I tell you what, we'll see you next week for the OCS.